Part 3. Dominion. Why didst thou leave the trodden paths of men too soon, and with weak hands, though mighty heart, dare the unpastured dragon in his den? Shelley. 1. The Belly of the Whale. 1. Lyric, phantasmal. Such words mean only that there was a disorder in the very stuff of reality, and that this disorder affected people in various ways, some of them surprisingly pleasant. Reality was on a bender, and if what the bender led to was a theater of horrors in the basement of an abandoned house on Poor Fox Road, only 3 people were present to see them. Metaphorically, most other people in Hampstead had their eyes sewn shut, and the peculiar visions that danced across the inside of their eyelids sometimes delighted or lulled them, as absurdities can delight or calm a drunken man. Otto Bruckner had foreseen that about 8 weeks after the accident at Woodville Solvent, Hampstead and Patchen would be held squirming in the grip of his invention, that horrors like those that lived in Bates Krell's basement would pour out through the streets. But of course he had no idea that his invention would shake hands with an enigmatic colonist named Gideon, spelled Gideon, or Gideon, spelled Gidyon, Winter. He just knew his thinking cloud, and that was enough. He did not have to know any more to find the next world preferable to this one. But people in Hampstead did not have his foresight. They had no idea that they were crossing a border. What they, including our 4 friends, mostly knew was that it became more and more difficult to separate what was actually happening in the world from what was going on in the mind. The thinking cloud had settled over them, too. So what Patsy and Tabby saw together, what Graham and Richard and Patsy saw as they struggled to save Tabby's life at the bottom of a mirror in the world's bowel, had to be taken as it came, to be met on its own terms, however bizarre those terms appeared. Desmond O'Hara, who had flown back from Australia to bury his sons, met those terms when he awakened to find his wife gone from their bed. He searched all through his house, chill with the thought that she too had gone down to Gravesend Beach in the middle of the night. He still had jet lag, and found himself falling asleep in the middle of that day, as scared as he was, and imagining that Mickey was talking to him, asking him about the price of opals in Coober Pedy, laughing at him. When he woke up at midnight, totally disoriented, he imagined that he could still hear his wife's voice. Crazy, he thought, and when he checked through the house to see if she had come home, thought he was crazier yet when he saw, or imagined he saw, her looking at him out of a long mirror in their dining room. Now, was that lyric? Was that phantasmal? For Des O'Hara, still groggy from the long flight from Australia and the experience 8 hours later of burying his 2 children, seeing his wife in the mirror, had something of each of those qualities in it. Without knowing how, he understood that he would never see her again. She was very clearly on the wrong side of the mirror, on the inside, looking toward him from round the back of the frame. The flowers she had put on their table gleamed whitely. The wallpaper behind them made a dark plane intersected by white stripes. And these familiar things occupied the same world as himself. Mickey's broad, stricken face loomed toward him like a face trapped beneath the ice of a frozen river. Her terror made her seem to be smiling. When he turned on the light, she was gone. It is likely that many people had such experiences. Without knowing it, they were in the belly of the whale. Superficially, the town looked the same. If you let your eye glide over the anomalies, you saw the old, pretty Hampstead, the big houses and the acres of lawn. But what you'd be overlooking would be that many of those big houses were vacant, their windows blank, empty, staring eyes, and that the long lawns were rapidly turning back into meadow. People tended to stay home after nightfall, so they did not see the fires that sprang up here and there around town. They might hear the loud voices of the wandering kids who set fire to the abandoned houses, but they closed their ears to anything else. Screams? Shouts? When, last night? Why, we didn't hear a thing. Of course, we've been awfully busy packing these past few days. It seems like we fall asleep all over the house, scarcely have the energy to get to bed, and then we have these funny dreams. If they were sane, they closed their ears and kept on packing. If they saw men brawling on Main Street, well-dressed men who had to put down their briefcases to get really into the bloody work of eye-gouging and nose-biting, they shrugged and hurried home. They were putting their stuff in storage for a little while, that's what they were doing, and wasn't it too bad about the climate of violence you saw everywhere in America these days? Why, just yesterday on the Phil Donahue show. Why, the world's a crazy place, everybody knows that now. If they were sane, they mumbled such things to themselves, kept on packing, and hoped the crazy outcries on the street, cries like those of pigs and dogs and wolves, would keep on moving down toward the end of the block. Sometimes at night, Patsy and Tabby could hear these voices of the so-called sane mumblings in their heads. "Yeah, we sure managed to get a lot of stuff in the old wagon. We're thinking of taking the kids out to see John's boys. After all, they have the same father. It's all one family. No, I haven't seen old Mrs. Ellis around lately. Funny, I haven't even thought about her in a couple of days, and we used to say hello every morning." A man all in bandages, you say? Must have been the world's worst case of poison ivy, don't you reckon? Burned? The Ellis house? Why, I can't believe I didn't notice that. I go past that house twice a day. I guess my mind's just been on getting our things together so we can get off to Kiowa Island tomorrow morning. And underneath the false calm of these mumbled sentences is a frantic, driven urgency, not at all sane, which is saying, let's go, let's get out of here, don't listen to them, just go, get going before it happens. Patsy and Tabby could hear that, too. By the second week of July, they had seen a couple of people with shining, ruined skin, and one day Patsy heard a gang of children shouting, "Leaker, leaker," and saw them throwing stones at a bandaged man trying to scurry around in back of Greenblatt's, and they were none too sure of their own sanity, but they could not get out of there. They could not get going, and they had to listen to whatever came their way. Tabby could see his father's life and his own sliding toward the condition of the earliest, worst days in Florida. Clark was drinking steadily from noon onward, and Tabby often had to try to bully him into eating. He hated doing this, shouting at his father, banging a pan against the stove in an only half-simulated rage, and hated even more that it worked. Sometimes Clark shouted back at him, and sometimes he stalked away from the table, but usually he bowed his head like a child and ate the food Tabby cooked for him. If Berkeley Woodhouse were there, she'd finger a little food into her mouth, laugh at both of them, and roll back to the television. Television and bed seemed to be all his father's mistress cared about. As the day went on, her bright lipstick began to drop off her mouth and go staggering down the side of her face. Tabby kept Patsy away from his house. He wouldn't have minded if Graham had seen Berkeley and his father at the end of the day, but Patsy seeing them would have humiliated him. It was as though he had looked away for the blink of an eye, and in that blink his father had somehow contrived to ruin himself. At least in Florida, Clark had had to find work. He had kept moving. He had changed his shirts and his underwear. But now, with his own father's money to cushion him, he had become as torpid as a lizard on a rock. Tabby imagined that if he sniffed his father's palm, if he smelled his old T-shirts, he would be smelling booze, so soaked in it were Clark's pores. And one night, looking at his father glumly poke a forkful of instant mashed potato into his mouth, Tabby thought he saw a dim light hovering behind Clark's head, a little spectral light that moved when he moved. Berkeley was noisily fiddling with the ice cubes, so he could not ask her, but it seemed to him as though all the alcohol in his father had taken visible form. A fly circled in from nowhere and landed on Clark's hand. Clark stared at it as if it were an exotic bird, clumsily raised his hand, and then smashed the hand down on the table. The fly zipped off to investigate Clark's hair, and on the surface of the table, or just beneath the surface of the table, a pool of blood seemed to rise up out of the wood. Tabby stared at it. The blood flattened out like oil beneath the pressure of his father's fist. Just for a moment, and this was phantasmal, it made poor Tabby shake. He saw Berkeley's lovely, blurry face beneath that fist, staring in terror upward through the film on the top of the table. He turned around, and she was still knocking the ice tray against the side of the sink, her terryton lolling against her lower lip. One hip was elevated to get more power into the chop, chop, chop of the ice tray against the aluminum. That was reality, and the face, pressing up in terror against the surface of the table in a flat puddle of blood, was only vision. When he looked back at his father, he saw that smudge of whitish gray behind his head dimming out, disappearing like the gray cat Richard had described. Tabby went back to his desultory conversation with his father, and heard again the racket Berkeley was making at the sink. He had not been conscious that a noise in his ears had deafened him. The gold at Berkeley's wrist looked red. Des O'Hara, who had lost everything and did not comprehend how, and who understood much less than Tabby of why, carried a full bottle of Delamac cognac out to his garage at 6:30 on the morning of Wednesday, the 9th of July. He got into his car, started the engine, turned on the radio, and drank cognac and listened to a tenor saxophone player named Scott Hamilton tenderly make his way through "I Would Do Anything for You" on WYRS as the carbon monoxide stole his life from him. He was in the whale's belly, and he knew it, and he wanted it no more. Richard Albee, who was walking up Mount Avenue to his job every morning, also thought that either the world or he was slipping a gear. He saw such oddness on these walks. Both John Rame, the contractor he had hired for the Hillhaven job, and the client knew what had happened to Richard. The client had asked him if he wanted to put the job off for a couple of months, but Richard, who knew that John Rame had his own bills to pay, had insisted on starting the work on the agreed day. This had been a good idea. After his first period of mourning, that period of deep shock during which he had almost had to remind himself to breathe when he had burrowed deep inside his fantasy, and after he had talked and cried with Graham and Patsy and Tabby, working helped to carry him out of himself. In fact, he could leave his misery for minutes at a time, just watching John Rame work. If carpentry were an art, John Rame would have been a Rembrandt. He'd lay his big hands on a piece of heavy, unwieldy oak and make it dance and sing. He was so good he could practically whittle the porch pickets they had to make as part of the Hillhaven job. And an old-timer like Rame appreciated the techniques Richard wanted to use in the interior of the house, making molds to replace the broken plaster ceiling work, cutting the beads in at the corner of the window trim and door jambs where someone 20 years ago had modernized them away. Rame was also interested in testing the library paneling with mineral spirits and lacquer thinner to determine its original shade. All this spoke right to Richard's heart, and sometimes he felt tears jumping to his eyes as he watched white-bearded old Rame execute some dazzling and offhand bit of craftsman's artistry with a saw and a section of oak. It is possible that John Rame and the Hillhaven restoration saved Richard from Desmond O'Hara's fate. He had to do a lot of the lifting and carrying, since his and Rame's assistants kept quitting, and even though he looked 5 years older than he had in May, he was gaining new muscle. At night he fell down straight into exhausted sleep. He broiled something in his kitchen, not looking at the place on the counter where the severed telephone receiver had lain, ate his pork chop or steak with a cold bottle of beer, and started yawning before 8:30. So his days were okay, apart from his feeling at any unguarded moment that his stomach and heart, and probably his lungs too, had been blown away on the 17th of June. Richard was okay at work. If he watched the direction in which his thoughts were taking him, and took the hammer blows when they came because he was half prepared for them, he was fine at work. It was during his walks up to Hillhaven on Mount Avenue that he most doubted his capacity to get through the day. It was a good and useful walk, and it got him to work with his muscles stretched and ready. Between the big houses on Mount Avenue, he could see flashes of the Sound, and when he turned the last corner, pausing to look at the massive, ivy-covered house where Graham had met Dorothy Bach at the end of the 20s, he had arrived at low, flat Hillhaven Beach. By the middle of summer, this beach was filled with people all day long, and from them rose a dense, compacted odor of sun and salt, of tanning lotions and sweat. In the mornings the tide was in, and the blue-black water muscled right up to the first row of sunbathers, stretched out on their towels across a rack of drying seaweed. In the evenings, as Richard walked home, The beach trailed off into a bumpy landscape of glittering salt pools and shells through which brawny seagulls hunted and pecked. These visions of ordinariness, of the world going through its customary cycles, helped Richard wean himself from the considerably less ordinary visions he had passed on his way to Hillhaven Beach. The first odd thing Richard saw, back at the start of the Hillhaven job, the first day, in fact, that he had decided to start walking the 2 miles between his house and the new job, was that Charlie Antolini had at last got himself out of the hammock and was now painting his house. All that was odd about Charlie's paint job was the exuberant cheer of the painter and the color he was slopping on his house. Charlie Antolini grinned down from his scaffold when he saw Richard going past. He shouted out, "Hey, buddy! Great day, huh? Unfucking-believable!" From the big paintbrush in Charlie Antolini's extended hand dripped strings of bright pink so bright it seemed to sizzle when it fell on the grass and bushes beneath the scaffold. On the house, this paint had a day-glow aggressiveness. Charlie, that first morning, had covered half a sidewall of his barn-like colonial. It took Richard a moment to see that he had also covered the shutters, the sills, and the windows with this glaring, glossy pink. As the days went on, Richard saw Charlie Antolini not only cover all his windows with the paint and slop it on the front door in the spirit of a man christening a ship, but "Let's make this old mama really shine, hey? What do you say?" climb up on the roof and start slapping it on the shingling there. Richard stopped walking, called something back to Charlie, and held his breath as he saw his neighbor approach his enormous television antenna. Would he upend a bucket over the skeletal contraption, or would he try to trace all those angles and lines with his brush? He saw Charlie briefly consider the problem, and solve it pointillistically. He dabbed pink swabs on the main post of the antenna, and waved his brush over the rest to speckle it. Then Charlie winked at Richard, happy that someone had witnessed his ingenuity. Along about this time, Richard also witnessed Flo Antolini speeding off down Beach Trail in a car so full of suitcases that the rear window was blocked. Yes, those things Richard certainly saw. There was no doubt about them. But other things were not so easy. Did he, for example, really see a tall, spindly man dressed in a shabby frock coat and droopy gray leggings jogging past him as he took his walk to work? The man resembled some foolish frog-hunting bird, or a scarecrow so hapless that his fields were picked clean of seeds in minutes. But he resembled something or someone else even more, and Richard turned to watch him clumsily thump past, trying to find the resemblance in his memory. He saw jug ears redly irradiated in the early light, and then he had it. He was tall, but exceedingly lank, with narrow shoulders, long arms and legs, hands that dangled a mile out of his sleeves, feet that might have served for shovels, and his whole frame most loosely hung together. His head was small and flat at the top, with huge ears, large green glassy eyes, and a long snipe nose. It was Ichabod Crane, the Connecticut schoolteacher of The Legend of Sleepy Hollow. Richard watched him thud along Mount Avenue, his flat head bobbing in time with his steps. Ichabod Crane with flapping hands and feet, and when he turned into a curve, Richard went out into the middle of the road to be able to see him a moment longer. Ichabod Crane on Mount Avenue. In a world where his wife had been so brutally killed, that was as possible as anything else. The oddness increased. The day after seeing Ichabod Crane jog past him, Richard looked into a car driving down Mount Avenue, and saw an apparition from the 20s in Berlin, from the Berlin of Christopher Isherwood. Behind the wheel was a blonde woman dressed in male formal wear, black evening clothes, jetty studs winking from the starched white shirt front, neat black tie strapping a wing collar. She wore a monocle and smoked a yellow cigarette in a long ivory holder. Her hair was cut like a boy's, and in the instant Richard had of her, he saw that her skin was cratered with tiny scars. Her eyes slid toward him, and he froze in mid-stride. She was not from his world. She was malignant as a tumor, and her glance on his skin felt like the cut of a knife. Then the woman sped down Mount Avenue, and Richard was sure that the earth opened to take her car the instant that she rounded the curve in front of Tabby's old house. The next day, Richard saw a man whose entire body seemed to be wrapped in bandages duck behind a gatepost on the inland side of Mount Avenue as he approached, but this he knew was no hallucination. The man was a leaker. Richard was not even sure where he had first heard the awful term, but he knew it. There were children in Hampstead who chased these poor dying creatures through the streets, trying to pierce the protective shell of bandages and let the life out of them. It was no wonder the poor leaker fled when he saw someone coming. Richard could hear the man breathing huskily from behind the thick concrete gatepost as he walked by, and he started to say, "It's all right, I'm just walking to work." But he got no further than the first word, when the panicked leaker jumped up from his shelter and flung himself down the road away from Richard. Richard's heart moved, watching the poor doomed creature flap off down Mount Avenue. This was worse than seeing the woman from hell, for the suffering leaker, a fellow being in distress, spoke more directly to him, gave him back an image of himself, desperation, extremity, panic. And several days later, as if the torment of these moments were ordained to grow in a geometrical progression, what he saw was much worse. After that he drove up Mount Avenue to Hillhaven, and kept his eyes straight ahead. It began simply. A nondescript black car came up from behind Richard only a few minutes after he had started to stride up the Golden Mile, flashed its brake lights, and pulled over. The driver would have the Hagstrom Atlas for Patchen County open on his lap, and as soon as Richard came near enough to be seen through the side window, he would ask, "Is this Mount Avenue? Or, am I going the right way to get to Hillhaven?" Any pedestrian on Mount Avenue was likely to be buttonholed by a driver made insecure by the absence of road signs. The black car, some kind of Chevrolet, Richard saw, sat quietly by the side of the road, waiting for Richard to draw up beside it. It trembled once like a sleepy dog. The car had stopped directly in front of the old Smithfield house. Richard stepped forward, eager to be helpful, and the driver's door opened. Then the passenger door swung open, too. Richard hesitated for a moment, and the hesitation may have saved his life. One of the rear doors, the one on his side, also opened. Richard took a step backward. Suddenly the innocuous little car seemed surrounded by a sinister light. 3 of its doors open as it sat beside the road on the sunny July morning. The black Chevrolet resembled a squatting insect, a beetle, a fly. For a second nothing happened except that Richard's mouth dried. He did not know why, but he was afraid of whatever was in that car. Then Laura stepped out of the passenger side of the black Chevrolet. Richard groaned. All the other things he had seen had led him to this one unbearable sight. His wife getting out of a nondescript black car on her long legs, and turning to look at him with a face in which expression seemed too tightly packed to be readable. Her hair moved in the slight breeze from the sound. A man got out on the driver's side, and like Laura turned to stare at Richard. He wore a torn Madras jacket. A bright yellow Lacoste polo shirt smeared with mud covered his oaken belly. Another man, older than the driver and with a dull clay-colored bald head, stepped out from the back seat. The 3 of them stood mutely beside the black Chevrolet and gazed at Richard. Their faces were alike, he saw, not crowded with conflicting expressions, but empty of all expression. Their faces were dead. Laura opened her mouth, and Richard instantly reacted out of horrified instinct. He clapped his hands over his ears. Whatever this dead Laura had to say was what he did not want to hear. He took several slow steps backward, and saw the 2 men begin to move slowly down the sides of the car toward him. Richard stepped backward once, twice more, said, "No, go away, get out of here." And when they kept up their slow progress toward him, turned and ran, flung himself down the road like the previous day's leaker. Desperation, extremity, panic. 15 feet before him was a drive of crushed red rock between brick pillars. Richard wheeled into it and pelted up the drive between a line of maple trees and a tennis court behind a tall chain-link fence. Finally, he saw the gray stone mansion at the end of the drive. Behind it, the sea flashed light at him. The downstairs curtains were drawn, and the house had a heavy, brooding, unoccupied look. Richard had no idea what he would say if someone opened the door to his knocking. He jumped up the steps and leaned on the bell. In his mind he saw Laura moving inexorably down the road, turning into the dusty red drive. Richard kept his finger on the bell. Footsteps came toward the other side of the door, paused. A bolt slid into a latch. The door opened an inch or two, and a white, suspicious face looked at him over a taut length of chain. "I live across the street," Richard said, playing the card that would mean the most on Mount Avenue. "Some people out on the street are, I think they'll kill me." "So you say," replied the old man behind the door. "I'm scared to death," Richard said. "Right now that's not too dumb," the old man said, and unhooked the chain. He raised his right hand, and Richard saw that in it was a flat, sleek, black automatic pistol. "That's not too dumb at all. So you came up here for help?" Richard nodded. "They stopped their car in front of me, in front of the old Smithfield house." "The old Smithfield house?" The man nodded, lowered the pistol. "Yeah, Monty used to live next door there. Had the whole family in with him. You suppose they're still there?" Richard nodded. "Well, I don't mind giving you a hand. I'll just run 'em off with this thing. She has a full clip in her, too, in case we need a little firepower." Richard was so rattled that he never stopped to think, why would a pistol frighten people who were already dead? He and the small, white-haired man set off down the drive. Richard had to walk fast to keep up with his savior, and as they skirted the tennis court, he learned that the man's name was Charles Daisy, that he was a widower with 6 grandchildren, a retired lawyer. "Got a little target range down in the basement. That's why I'm pretty handy with this old girl here. Of course, we all shoot skeet out at the Wampatuck Country Club from November to February. That sharpens up the eyes like you wouldn't believe." They had reached the end of Daisy's drive. "Where were they?" the old man asked, looking perkily up and down the avenue. "Where do you suppose they went?" Richard was looking right at them. They had not moved since he had turned and run. Laura's impassive face stared toward him. 1,000 familiar but drowned feelings were latent in her flesh. He saw a few delicate bloodstains, feathers of rust, rising up her neck from the top of her blouse. "They cut and run, didn't they?" crowed Charles Daisy. "They were just scum, son, that's all. Scum looking for a soft place to settle. They won't bother you now." Daisy looked at him and amazed Richard by winking one of his webbed blue eyes. "I recognize you, you know. Took me a second, but then I had you. You were the boy in that series. Spunky. You were Spunky." Richard knew that he was making a serious mistake, but he could not help himself. He asked, "Can't you see them?" Daisy cocked his head. "They're right there, right where they were before. 2 men and a woman. I could even tell you the license number of the Chevy. It's TBC 67. "You get the hell out of here," Daisy said to him. His white little face had turned pink. "You just take off down the road, actor boy, or I'll put a bullet in your throat. I mean it. Get moving." "I'm not crazy," Richard said. "Thought you'd get old Charlie Daisy out here on the road and jump him? Thought you'd get yourself a nice place on Mount Avenue? Is that what you thought? You didn't know old Charlie Daisy very well, did you?" He flourished the gun in Richard's general direction. Richard saw that if he wanted to, he could just snatch the gun from Daisy's hand. "I just wanted your help, Mr. Daisy," he said. This made the old man even more furious. "Move! Get away from me!" Daisy backed away from Richard and leveled the gun at his chest. Richard moved. He dared say no more. He turned his back on the man and walked toward the little group around the car. In agony, he glanced once at Laura's face. Eyes open, she looked asleep. She was not there except for him. And she and the others could not take him, while furious Charles Daisy watched him go. Either that or the dragon had worked out some new trick for him. He got so far off to the right side of the road that his shoulder scraped and rustled in the thick bushes. Old Charlie Daisy was still behind him with his fat pistol pointed at his back. But that was not why Richard's stomach felt knotted tightly as a bootlace. He glanced sideways and down as he went past the car, and saw that the driver, the one with the Madras jacket and the polo shirt, wore nothing on his feet, which were plump, white, and crusted with filth. But for the dirt, they were very preppy feet. The skin had peeled itself back over a couple of serious abrasions, but those feet had not bled. The skin had parted, but there had been no pain and no blood. He was terrified that Laura would speak to him until he had gone at least 30 yards down the road. When he got to the job, John Rame was sitting on the tailgate of his pickup in the client's driveway. To his right, extending over the edge of the tailgate, was a stack of white, freshly sawn oak boards. Rame looked like Santa Claus in a flannel shirt and red suspenders, sitting beside his treasure. "Thought we could begin on those shelves today after we test the paneling. Happened to find some pretty decent oak yesterday evening. Best I ever seen, to tell you the truth." "If you like, John," Richard said. Rame tilted his massive head. "Another beautiful day, boss." "I guess it is, John." Looking at him, Rame saw everything. Saw enough, anyhow. "We'll just take it little by slow, boss, little by slow," and meant everything that he said. Richard helped him carry the oak boards into the house. 2. As Richard Albee discovered later, he was right to have run from the 3 apparitions that climbed out from the nondescript black Chevy. They represented danger. They had meant to kill him. There was no mercy in what was left of his wife. The last 2 direct victims of Hampstead's dragon, the 5th and 6th persons to die at the hands of Wren Van Horn, did not have Richard's luck. They too met apparitions, but they met them unaided. And with the apparitions, they met Dr. Van Horn not long before Graham Williams' old friend endured the second great alteration of his life. Dr. Van Horn treated them as he had treated his 4 earlier victims, and so they too, or at least one of them, experienced what we have called the phantasmal. But by this time, as General Hoggejoss would soon see, you could get the whiff of the phantasmal simply by moving through the streets of Hampstead. The last 2 people to die directly at the hands of Hampstead's most respected gynecologist were Franz Holland and his wife Queenie. Queenie Holland owed her first name to her father, a Cockney named Albert Martin, who had come to America as a young man of not quite 20, and discovered that his accent in an American ear resounded as grandly as a duke's. Albert found himself a well-paying job at Macy's in New York, married a woman in the dress department, found time to chase nearly every attractive woman he saw, charmed all with his amoral but practical Londoner's wit, and eventually saved enough money to buy a woman's clothing store in Hampstead, Connecticut. Queenie was intense and practical, but grew up loving the ideal of the gentleman, of which class she mistakenly took her father to be a representative. With Franz Holland, the son of the funeral director, she was closer to the mark. Even as a teenager, Franz was stuffy, but inside the affected social manner, he was gentle and kind. And Queenie, who had part of her father's calculation, knew that he was growing up in a business where the customers would never stop coming. It was like making toilet tissue, Franz once told her in all seriousness. People would always need his product. If Queenie said, "Shit and death, you bet," to herself, she gave no sign of it to Franz. They were married 2 years out of high school. Very quickly, Queenie made herself indispensable to the firm of Bournley and Holland, doing the correspondence and working on the books. Her practicality, her best inheritance from Albert Martin, had found a worthwhile outlet. So by 1980, when they had been married better than 30 years, Franz Holland could not separate the running of the funeral home from what his wife did in her office all day. And that was what made Queenie's recent behavior even more troubling than it would have been otherwise. He could have done the books by himself, though it would have taken him twice the time it did his wife, but he had no idea any more how she did the ordering. He barely remembered where they kept the catalogs. For 13 days, Queenie had done nothing but watch television. She did not even bother to dress. She got out of bed, brushed her teeth, and switched on the old Sylvania in the bedroom. Then she sat on the edge of the bed and went crazy. That was how it looked to Franz, anyhow. She had started 13 days ago by talking to Tom Brokaw. She sulked when Jane Pauley took over the screen, and then brightened up again when Gene Shalit came on. She had conversations with the people she saw on television. Queenie did not just talk at Tom Brokaw and Walter Cronkite and Ted Koppel and all the other men whose faces filled the Sylvania's screen all day. She talked with them. When the host of the Today Show said, "Many people today are caught in a financial bind, in part because of tuition rates at our nation's colleges and universities," Queenie chimed in with, "Oh, don't I know it, Tom? Why, I'm beginning to wonder if college is only for the wealthy these days." She went on like that all day. At first, Franz had assumed that Queenie was making fun of him for some reason. Franz was in the habit of telling commercials that they were rubbish. But as she had kept on, he had realized that his wife had lost her mind. What else could you call it when someone thought those moving faces in there were real people? Queenie would not even eat. He had to bring her sandwiches, carry them into the bedroom from the little kitchen on the second floor of the funeral home, watch her distractedly swing her eyes toward him and say, "Thank you, dear," and then turn back to her conversation with Robert Reed on the Brady Bunch, or Carter Oldfield in Daddy's Here. The sandwich gradually dried and curled during the day, and when he brought in her soup at 6 o'clock, he took it out with him and threw it away. She did drink Tab or Mellow Yellow or whatever was being advertised. These sickly soft drinks were what was keeping her alive, he supposed. So Queenie sat upstairs, hypnotized and perky before the television, and Franz worriedly dealt with the bereaved. More of those than ever now. And the salesmen from the supply houses and the mail and the bookkeeping. Often, as he moved through the public rooms downstairs, which were much grander than their shabby rooms on the second floor, he could hear the theme songs of the programs Queenie would soon be joining. A 40s-style swing band pumping out a rhythmic version of "When the Red, Red Robin Goes Bob, Bob, Bobbin' Along" meant that in 60 seconds Queenie would be deep in serious discussion with Carter Oldfield. An equally familiar da-da-da-da-da-dum-dee-dum indicated that it was time for "I Love Lucy," and Queenie's reflections on the present state of Cuba with Desi Arnaz. He had never before realized that the sounds from their living quarters were audible downstairs. This had come to his attention shortly after the morgue drivers had delivered the body of Desmond O'Hara to his back entrance. They had loaded the cyanotic body on the table in the preparation room. Franz had signed the forms and was walking the men back toward the rear door, and the unmistakable sounds of "When the Red, Red Robin" had drifted down the stairs. One of the drivers had burst out laughing. The other one looked startled but pleased and said, "Hey, that's Daddy's Here. You watch that too?" Queenie directed only 2 personal remarks to him during this period. The first came at the end of her first day of madness. She left the bed, set her untouched bowl of soup on the floor, said to Johnny Carson, "Oh, I know that's right, Johnny. Those Hollywood people are just a big bunch of dingbats," and switched off the set. Then she went back to the bed and climbed in beside her trembling husband. "Oh, Franz," she said, "I've had so much fun today." The second remark came in the 4th day of her madness, and after Franz had pondered it for a day or so, he thought it might be the explanation for Queenie's breakdown. He had come in with her sandwich, tuna salad on white bread, and a can of Tab. She was raptly talking about feminism with some glossy mustached soap opera actor Franz did not recognize. Queenie sipped from the Tab. She said, "I know you don't care what a mere woman has to say, Amory," to the television, and then disturbed Franz by locking his eyes with her own. Her face trembled for a moment. It looked like a face seen through a veil of water. "I'm glad now that we never had children," she said in her real voice. "All those poor dear children drowning, all those little corpses. I'm glad we're childless." Franz Holland thought that he might be following his wife into madness. It seemed to him that ever since Patsy McLeod had suffered her peculiar fit in his casket showroom, everything had been getting dark, dark, dark. All those firemen had died. And then everything went somehow wrong. Every day there were more new funerals to plan and schedule. It was like Jonestown. Exactly. Every funeral director he knew, including himself, was fascinated with Jonestown and the technical problem it presented. And here he was, Franz Holland, trying to solve these problems all by himself in Hampstead. He could still remember that pretty tailor girl, Patsy McLeod, as she was now, dropping her mouth open and getting that scared, crazy look in her eyes and yelling, "Don't touch me," at him, as if he had just turned into something loathsome. His feelings had curdled. Franz Holland was a man extremely self-conscious of the way he looked, and Patsy's shouting like that at him, the very expression of her eyes, had been like a knife in his gut. And ever since that day, ever since he'd been made to hide out of sight around the corner in the casket showroom while she called her friends, he had begun to fret even more than usually about vandalism and break-ins downstairs. Queenie might have been the bookkeeper, but Franz knew that most of his investment, which is to say most of his money, was in the public rooms. In the vestibule were antique tables his father had bought just before the First World War, massive Chinese vases now worth so much Franz's heart stopped whenever he dusted them, and a little Oriental rug, also bought by Franz's father, which was above insurability, the way some characters in a detective novel are above suspicion. In the room beyond the vestibule was an enormous Kerman rug. All of these costly, worldly things haunted Franz as he lay in bed at night. He heard scratches at the door, soft thumps against the big downstairs windows. Since Patsy Taylor McLeod had twisted the knife of his ugliness in his gut, Franz had known that some wild kid was going to break in and piss all over the Kerman, snub out a cigarette on the antique table. Lying in bed, he could actually hear this going on. The door thumped. Glass discreetly broke. Footsteps entered. Splash, splash on the big rug, those lustrous fibers eagerly drinking up the fluid. Some nights he could almost hear the zipper raspily sliding down just before the kid ruined the rug. And voices. There were voices, too, from down there. He did not want to hear them, but they drifted up the stairs, whispery and hot. The first few nights he had gone down to investigate, but of course had seen nothing. There had been no scratching at the door, no subtle chiming of broken glass, no unsteady footsteps across the irreplaceable rug. The grand, empty rooms had greeted him like a reproach. All those invasive noises had happened only in his head. 2 or 3 nights running, Franz had wearily trailed through the waiting rooms, the chapel, and the showrooms, and seen only his inventory. And when he got back upstairs and stretched out beside gently whiffling Queenie, he heard the voices all over again, the hot, teasing voices. "Franz? Franz? Didn't see us, did you? Try again. Try again, ugly Franz. Ugly little Franz." Shortly before midnight, on the day that Richard Albee was allowed to walk past his wife's spectre unharmed, Franz heard the entire sequence of noises yet again, the soft sounds against the door, the quiet breaking of glass, the footsteps across the vestibule. "Can you find us, ugly boy?" Someone chuckled. Splash, splash, the urine pounded into the carpet. Franz groaned. He would have to try again. "Find us, ugly little Franz? Find us?" Still he could hear the awful sound of the huge Kerman being defiled. He threw back the sheet and left his bed. "Oh, you're nothing but a real old rogue, that's what you are," Queenie said to a white-haired man in a Peugeot commercial. Franz wandered out of his room and felt for the switch that would illuminate the great front staircase. If someone really was down there, maybe the light would scare them off. Franz had no interest in heroics. He paused at the top of the curved staircase and listened intently. Ignoring the hot whispers from the depths of his public rooms, he decided to do no more than to peek into the rooms. He would not even bother to turn on the lights. Just a quick turn around the downstairs, then back up. Franz set off into the tranquility chamber, which he had to pass through to get to the other rooms. As he had decided, he did not switch on the lights, but he saw perfectly well that the big Kerman, all its complexities resolved into a single field of black, was safe, and the velvet curtains unmarked. He passed through a door and was in a wide circular hallway, interrupted by arched doorways to other chambers. It was in this hallway that Patsy McLeod had seared his self-esteem. All the heart left him suddenly. If he had not heard the Tonight Show audience roar like a zoo full of beasts, he would have gone back upstairs on the momentum of his next breath. But the audience screamed and roared, and Franz saw Queenie tilting her head and making some chirpy comment, and he walked across the dim hallway to look into the first arch. Here was his casket showroom, perhaps 200 square feet, with ranks of caskets displayed on pedestals. He knew this room would be empty. Since the Tranquility Chamber was empty, all the other rooms would have to be empty too. Now his check of the rooms was merely a formal gesture. He just glanced in and then turned away. And then he turned back again. Uncomfortable. That smell. He had smelled something. He was suddenly jarred by the recognition that his showroom stank of urine. It smelled like an army latrine. In fact, the stench blossoming out around him as he stood transfixed in the door of the shadowy room. "Now then," he said, "what in heaven's name—" "Franzie, you found us!" Franz felt all the air leave his body. In the midst of the incredible urine stench, now so strong that he could almost see the fumes coiling in the air, two bulky figures were visible back behind the second rank of caskets. "Found us! Found us! You win the prize, Franzie!" Prize? What prize? What in the name of heaven? He was so shocked by this realization of his worst fantasies that he could not really take it in properly. Two men, these men, had broken into his building and peed on his inventory of caskets. "Get out of here," he said, outrage beginning to take root in his fear and shock. His hand tremblingly found the light switch. He punched it in, and the showroom jumped into being, awash with light and rich with the burnished surfaces of the 40 caskets on their mahogany pedestals. And then he knew that he was crazier than 6 Queenies. The men were Chief Tony Archer and his deputy, both of whom were dead. Filling the air in the right half of his showroom, he saw what must have been a million flies. As the concentrated noise of their buzzing blew him back in revulsion, into the left side of the room, so he knocked aside 2 of the red leather chairs against the wall. The smell of dead urine towered up around him. Then the solid, writhing mass of flies whirled apart and scattered through the showroom. Just now, rising from one of the red chairs to the right of the entrance, was a gray-haired man in a soiled white suit. His face was slick and shiny. As Franz focused on the man, he took in 2 things simultaneously. This man, in the dusty white suit ridged with dirt, was Dr. Van Horn, and the doctor had become a leaker. Like Richard Albee, he was not sure where he had first heard the term, but he recognized the symptoms. Ren Van Horn was only a week or 2 from having to bandage himself together. His skin seemed to be in constant motion, sliding minutely, checking, moving again. "Oh, I'm sure, yes," Dr. Van Horn said. "You want the prize, don't you?" "Prize?" Franz numbly repeated. "Why, you finally found us," Dr. Van Horn said, and held out his right hand. In it was a delicately curved scalpel. The doctor stepped toward Franz, his face jigging, and laid open the undertaker's neck with one rapid sweep of the blade. When he was done with Franz Holland, the doctor went slowly upstairs, where Queenie was telling Jack Nicholson that if he washed more, just like she did, he wouldn't feel so downright rotten all the time. 3. You wouldn't believe what happens in my office. I can't believe what happens in my office. Ulick Byrne and Sarah Spry were taking their time over lunch at a pretty little restaurant on the post road called Sweet Haven. This had been Sarah's choice. Sarah liked the ferns, the pale, polished wooden floor, and the crepes and salads and quiches on the menu were what she considered a substantial lunch. That they had only a wine license was a matter of indifference to her. Ulick Byrne had resigned himself to the absence of gin, and in fact felt too ill to lament the absence of anything he considered actual food. At all the other tables in the room, women sat and talked, sat and smoked, deliberated over whether to order the crepe with shrimp, scallions, and white wine sauce, or the crepe with asparagus, and what the menu called a delicate creamy cheese of cheeses from the French. He was the only man in the restaurant, and felt on top of his illness like an odorous old bear invited into a dollhouse. Sarah said, "I'd believe it. Have you taken a look at the newspaper lately?" Ulick unhappily prodded what was left of his crepe surprise. He had eaten everything in it that resembled meat, and he wondered if he'd cause a scandal if he asked for catsup to cover up the taste of the yogurt or whatever it was that had been in there. "To tell you the truth, I hardly ever did read the Gazette. Sometimes I used to look at your column like everybody else, but I have too much to read at work. I barely have 15 minutes for the Times in the mornings." "Well, the old Gazette isn't half bad for a little tabloid that comes out twice a week. We do a good job of covering this town, if I do say so myself. But, and this really gripes me, even if we came up with a great story about the cause of everything that's going on here, and I mean a great story, Pulitzer Prize great, nobody'd be able to read it, because it'd be so full of misprints that it'd look like an eye chart." Ulick was staring at a woman across the room and deciding that he could do without catsup after all. The woman, slim and unsettlingly like Stony Friedgood in appearance, with sharp, neat features softened by a wealth of dark hair, had smeared her lipstick from the base of her nose nearly to the point of her chin. When she opened her mouth, Ulick noticed that she had not neglected her teeth. Neither of the woman's two companions seemed to mind that their friend's face looked like a road accident. "I thought the paper looked a little funny the last time I saw it." The headline, he thought, had read, "Reassessment means X Drew Eastwood and time fail." The plump blonde woman seated next to the lipstick lady nonchalantly unbuttoned her blouse and folded it back over a large, suntanned breast. She hefted the breast in her hand for a moment, making some conversational point, and then popped it back inside the cheesecloth blouse. "It always looks funny," Sarah said. "My editor reads the proof every morning. He slaves over it to check all the errors, and about half the paragraphs come out 100% dog food. You're not eating. Don't you feel well?" "I feel like dog food," he said, not adding that he also felt as though he had just eaten it. "My stomach's no good. Maybe I have a temperature. I don't know. To tell you the truth, I don't even care much. I've been losing my temper a lot, too. My secretary's about to quit because of the way I've been shouting at her." Sarah reached under the table and patted his knee. "What's that for?" "Just to tell you to take it easy, assistant. Too many men are losing their tempers around Hampstead these days. I don't want you to get in any fights, especially not with your secretary." "The way I feel, she'd walk all over me. Have you any idea of what's going on in my office? I don't know what I am anymore. Some kind of shrink, maybe. People come in, clients I've had for years. They say hello, they sit down. Their faces go all funny, and they burst into tears. I just can't sit there and watch people cry. It drives me up the wall. I'll tell you something else. 2 of my clients killed themselves in the past 3 days. These are guys. One guy shot himself in the head. The other one drank a bottle of weed killer. They had good jobs. Hell, they had great jobs. I can't figure this shit out anymore." "Yeah, if I didn't have something interesting to show you, I'd get depressed, and then I'd start to cry, and you'd have to find something to break." "Something to show me?" He unthinkingly glanced over at the plump blonde woman in the cheesecloth blouse. "Don't worry, Ulick. I'm not going to disrobe. I wanted you to see this picture from the Woodville Herald. They're owned by the same chain that owns us, and some of the features are shared, but of course most of it is entirely different. I sent over a request to see their issues for the 3rd and 4th weeks of May. On the front page of the May 19th issue, I saw a photograph that interested me. I got their photo editor to send me an enlarged glossy. I think you'll be interested, too." She bent down, picked up her bag, and took out a manila envelope. From the envelope, Sarah extracted an 8x10 shiny photograph. Ulick took it from her. He could not imagine why she thought he would be interested in the photograph. It depicted, in harsh, clear black and white, a group of men standing in what looked like a parking lot. The 2 men in the center were apparently being questioned by the others, who stood about them in a rough circle. Byrne could identify none of their faces. "So?" he asked her. "The 2 men in the center are the scientists who were in charge of the Telpro installation in Woodville, Theodore Wise and William Pierce. This photograph was taken at a sort of impromptu press conference on the day those people died in the plant. Okay, Byrne said. What's the point? Him. Sarah tapped a fingernail on the bulky figure of a fuzzy-haired man in a sweatshirt. The words "Keep on Truckin'" were dimly legible across the front of the shirt. Do you know who that is? Some greaseball. Sarah permitted herself the indulgence of a taut little smile. That greaseball is Leo Friedgood. A friend of mine in the police department identified him for me. Ulick's eyebrows contracted. He raised the photograph closer to his face. Friedgood was there on May 17th? He was at Woodville Solvent? Obviously. He put the photograph down on the edge of the table. I'm damned if I can figure this out, but if Friedgood was there, then Telpro sent him there. And if they sent him there, they wanted him to do something. They must have felt that... He paused, thinking. They must have felt that more had gone wrong than the staff on hand could manage. The question is, what's happened to Friedgood? He hasn't been in his house for weeks. Telpro, Sarah said. You have it all figured out, don't you? Telpro. Iron Hank Hagajoss. They put Leo away somewhere. They're keeping him out of sight, because he's the only person not directly related to Woodville Solvent who knows what really happened there. Who knows Telpro's level of responsibility for what's going on in Hampstead. Sarah neatly inserted the photograph back in the envelope back in her bag. Do you know what I want to do? I'd like to rattle General Hagajoss's cage a little bit. I think it's time to do something drastic. I want to go to his office and see what he says about Leo Friedgood and Woodville Solvent. In that case, you'd better take your lawyer with you. Do you have any plans for the afternoon? Ulick Byrne did not want to admit it to himself, but he was professionally, as well as personally, excited about what might arise from a meeting with General Henry Hagajoss. He was convinced, even on the tiny evidence he and Sarah had, that Hagajoss and Telpro had conspired to hide whatever had really happened in Woodville on the 17th of May. Hagajoss was a rough customer, and Telpro had a million lawyers. But suppose that he and Sarah could catch them with their pants down. Ulick could sniff out the beginnings of a series of lawsuits that would add up to billions of dollars. It would be a scandal many times larger than Watergate, and every bit as clear-cut, as black and white. The principal lawyer for the citizens of Hampstead would become famous overnight, especially if he had personally helped to uncover the scandal. Sarah noticed that as Ulick Byrne drove toward Manhattan on I-95, as he crossed over the Triborough Bridge, as he putted along in the traffic down FDR Drive, he now and then looked as though he were trying not to grin. When they reached the Telpro building on East 59th Street, Sarah bustled him past the guard's desk in the lobby and led him into a waiting elevator. How do you know where you're going? Ulick asked her. The elevator doors silently closed, leaving them alone in a humming wood-paneled box. I'm a reporter, she said. I'm also a reporter who is a lot older than you. When Iron Hank retired, so to speak, from the military, he made a pompous speech about how all his future battles would be fought from behind a desk on the 20th floor of a building on East 59th Street. She pushed a glowing disc on the elevator panel. So we're going to give him one of those battles. Byrne shrugged. Of course, he might have moved offices a dozen times since then. Then we get directed to the right floor, but the main thing is we got past the desk. Now we have to get past his secretary. On the 20th floor, they stepped into a wide corridor leading to a glass door with "Special Projects" painted on it in stark black letters. Behind the desk, a red-haired secretary or receptionist sat at an elaborate desk. She lifted her head and smiled as the two of them came through the door and across the thick tan carpet. Ulick was forced to admit that Sarah Spry managed rather better than he did the business of getting over the width of carpet with the air of having a perfect right to be there. May I help you? The girl asked. We'd like to see General Hagajoss, please, Sarah said firmly. But we'd like to have a word with his secretary first. The girl behind the desk looked puzzled. Do you have an appointment with the general? Please let us speak to his secretary, Sarah said. She silenced Ulick with her eyes. You can tell her that a journalist from the Hampstead Gazette and an attorney have come in connection with the events that took place at Woodville Solvent." "Woodville Solvent? The Hampstead Gazette?" The girl lifted a telephone receiver, the same color as the carpet, punched a single digit, and spoke softly into it for a moment. She looked up wide-eyed at them. "May I have your names?" "Mr. Byrne and Mrs. Spry," Ulick said. The receptionist spoke quietly into the receiver again. Then she smiled brightly at them. Mrs. Winthrop would be coming out any minute to meet them. Any minute turned out to be 31 minutes later. Mrs. Winthrop turned out to be a Chinese woman in her late 20s. In a crisp dress, the same flat black as her hair, and large round glasses tinted amber past the level of her eyes, Mrs. Winthrop possessed a beautiful smile and a force of personality that immediately vaporized the red-haired receptionist. She took Ulick Byrne's hand while she pronounced his name and fried him with her smile, and shook it like a man. He felt as though he had just been weighed, measured, and sent out to be washed. She had moved on to Sarah. Byrne found himself wondering what Mr. Winthrop was like. "Won't you please come back to my office?" she said, and turned smartly around to lead them down another softly lighted corridor. After several twists and turns, she opened a large blonde oaken door and showed them into an office with a wide black desk and a long black leather couch. Bright abstract paintings decorated the walls. Mrs. Winthrop moved luxuriantly around the back of the desk and sat down. "I must explain that General Hagajas never sees anyone who does not have an appointment, so even if he were here this afternoon, it would be impossible for you to meet him." "He isn't here?" Sarah said. "He isn't even expected back until tomorrow, Mrs. Spry, but I'm sure that he would want me to find out what concerns you so that he can get back to you about it. I wonder if you could explain to me why a gossip columnist on the Hampstead newspaper and a lawyer who chiefly specializes in real estate transactions are interested in General Hagajas." And from that point on, we must assume, judging by the quickness of the General's response, Mrs. Winthrop recorded every word pronounced in her office. The tape recorder would have caught Ulick's growing annoyance, Sarah's increasing distemper, their obvious belief that Henry Hagajas was on the other side of the door behind Mrs. Winthrop's desk. In this they were wrong. The General was attending the board meeting of a bank down on Wall Street that afternoon. The recorder would certainly have stored Ulick's remark that Telpro had killed children in Hampstead, Connecticut, and his frequent questions about the presence of Leo Freedgood at the plant in Woodville. Feng Chi Winthrop, who had sent him there, merely looked vaguely puzzled at the barrage of accusations which came from the two doomed and frustrated people on her leather couch. 4. On the next day, Friday, the 25th of July, General Henry Hagajas, accompanied by 2 aides, ceremoniously arrived in the streets of Hampstead, not in the front seat of a flag-bedecked jeep, as he had arrived in certain carefully chosen Korean villages, but in the back seat of a limousine. The Freedgood house was empty, and clearly had been that way for some time. The neighbors were unhelpful. They did not know what had become of him, and they did not know why they should open their houses to be searched by 3 strangers. When the General identified himself and explained, with a total lack of graciousness, that the location of Mr. Freedgood was important to national security, the residents of Cannon Road, Charleston Road, and Beach Trail usually opened their doors to the General and his 2 large mascots. But all of these delays, all of these explanations and hesitations and half-hidden hostilities, had chipped away at the 3 ex-soldiers. It was their failure, as much as the repeated explanations and the sour breath of class privilege, that bit at them. By the time they had looked through 20 houses, the General and his aides were keyed taut as piano wire. They had begun seeing themselves as essentially military once again, and they were sick of the problems given them by civilians. The aides, whose war had come after the General's, thought with longing back to the days when they could charge, dripping with weapons, into any hooch they wanted to turn over, and how all the people in the hooch would bow and smile so vigorously they looked like they were simultaneously going to break their backs and their jaws. It is likely that they expected the Hampstead police to act that way, like Vietnamese peasants. And that was what caused their trouble. in a way calculated to raise the hackles of any police officer anywhere, General Hagajas and his aides assumed that the officers existed to follow their orders, that they were all in the same army, but the policemen far down the chain of command. Sarah Spry's friend, the desk sergeant, Dave Marks, was the first to meet the three of them, and their manner immediately annoyed him. The big old guy with the iron-colored hair tried to stare him down, and the two bozos with him flanked Dave across the desk the way the terrorists did in the police training films, one at each side, about 8 or 9 feet apart, so that if he looked at one, he wouldn't be able to see the other. These three looked like trouble and delay, and Dave Marks wanted neither. What he wanted was to end the shift, take a shower, grab some food, and get to the midnight showing of the choir boys at the Nutmeg Theater on the other end of the municipal parking area from the station. That was what all the cops on duty that night wanted. All of them felt an extra tension and anticipation, and so they all felt an increased impatience with pushy outsiders. The general smoldered at Dave Marks from a point equidistant from the door and the desk, and ordered Dave to get the chief. "Chief's out," Marks said. The chief was home in bed, but he saw no reason to tell that to his visitor. The general approached the desk. He placed a card in front of Dave Marks. "I don't think the chief here would mind if you let us see whatever you might have on the whereabouts of Leo Friedgood." Marks pursed his lips and read the card. "Telpro Corporation," he said. "Didn't you used to be his boss?" "Mr. Friedgood is an employee of the Telpro Corporation. That is correct. As your chief is out, I am requesting you to get your file on Mr. Friedgood." Marks raised his eyebrows. "The file?" "It is not an ordinary matter, officer. This is a question of security." "Now, wait a second." Marks bent over the card again. "This doesn't say anywhere on it that you're still with the government, General. Even if you were, I'd need a special request form before I could let you look at our files. But you're not. So you're not even going to get a special request form. So that's that." "I want to speak to your chief." "Come back tomorrow, General. And while I am speaking to your chief, I want you or one of your fellow officers to locate Mr. Friedgood's current address." "You'll have to talk to the chief about that, but, sir, he isn't going to give you anything." "I am going to give your chief an unfavorable report on your behavior this afternoon, Officer Marks." 3 or 4 other officers had drifted up toward the desk. The general should have noticed that they moved very quietly, with an almost protective solidarity. "I don't care what you do, General. All I know is that you are a private citizen who thinks he has the right to give commands to police officers and roam through police documents. I think you got a problem there, General." The general's face had grown even redder than it was normally. Now, at last, his battle had begun. "I'm going to give you a telephone number in the Defense Department. I'm going to ask you to call that number and listen to what they tell you. I am going to order you to do those 2 things. And then I want to see your file on Leo Friedgood." "I am going to ask you to remember where you are, General," Dave Marks said. "You can't order me to do anything. I want you and your goons to get out of the station right now." "Hey," one said. "Hey, all we want is—" "Out," Marks said. "I mean it." "You are being foolish and self-destructive," General Hagajas said. "I have a right to be here, and I have a right to the information I requested. If you will simply call the Defense Department—" "Who the fuck are you, anyhow?" a blond young policeman asked. His face, too, was red. "You think we're in your army? You've been ordered out of this station, buddy. Don't you think you ought to get going?" Greeley, the aide, who resembled a blond ape, stepped toward Johansson and grabbed his arm. "Stop that," Johansson said. "Hey, nobody wants any trouble," Greeley said. "We've been looking for this AWOL all day, man. We're going to find him eventually, and you guys are going to help us find him." Johansson turned to the little group of policemen with a "do you believe this guy?" expression on his face. As he turned, his hand brushed against Greeley's pistol in its harness. Without thinking, acting out of pure fury and pure reflex, Johansson kicked Greeley's legs out from under him, dropped to one knee on astonished Greeley's chest, and reached inside his jacket for the pistol. "Leave my men alone!" General Hagajas shouted. A burly young cop named Wyack gripped the general's arms from behind, and his partner stepped forward to remove the general's guns, now visible from his waist. Another pair of policemen had taken the other aide's pistol in the same fashion. "I am ordering you to release me," the general said. "My name is Henry Haugajas, General Henry Haugajas, and I demand my release and a telephone." "What kind of arsenal do you guys walk around with, General?" asked Dave Marks. "You're loaded for bear. If I was Leo Friedgood, I'd want to stay upwind of you." "I want a telephone," Haugajas shouted. "You will permit me to the use of a telephone." Greeley unwisely tried to wriggle out from under Johansson's knee, and the young policeman rolled him over with one deft twist of his arm. Mark Johansson planted a foot in the small of Greeley's back, then reached down and cuffed Greeley's hands together behind his back. "You idiot!" the general shouted. "Release that man!" "I told you I'm not in your army," Johansson said, and stepped over Greeley toward the general. "Get them in the cells," Mark said quickly. "Just get them in the cells. We'll sort it out tomorrow." "Well, this son of a bitch assaulted me," Johansson said, pulling Greeley painfully to his feet. Greeley turned his head and spat on the lapel of Johansson's uniform. "Holy shit!" Johansson said. He slammed his fist into Greeley's belly, and when the aide doubled over, he hit him in the side of the head, knocking him into the first of the row of little cells off the reception area of the station. "Shit!" he repeated at the yellow blob reposing on his lapel. He tore off the uniform jacket, jumped into the cell where Greeley lay panting against the concrete wall beneath the sink, and wiped the stuff on Greeley's chin. "I ought to make you eat it, cocksucker," he said, and left the cell, locking the door behind him. Larry Wyack was propelling the general toward the second cell. The general's face now was utterly distorted by rage and disbelief. It had never occurred to him that when he began the battle he might end it in defeat. "Get your hands off me!" he was screaming. "I'll cut your nuts off!" "I never did like generals much," Johansson said, gloating as Wyack pushed the general into the cell. "You guys really ought to do yourselves a favor and call one of those numbers," said the second aide as he was being led toward the third cell. "Tomorrow the shit really hits the fan." "Generals are always willing to take off someone else's nuts," Johansson said. Iron Hank continued to rant loudly and furiously, but he had finally recognized that in a town where everyone had been exposed to DRG-16, nothing kept the police from going batty along with everyone else. "At least these 3 turkeys aren't going to keep us busy tonight," Larry Wyack said to Johansson. Johansson listened to the general bellow and threaten. "Not unless the old fart gets to a phone and has the station nuked," he said. "Nuked?" the general yelled. "You'll think that's a pat on the behind." 5. "You want to go. I know you do." "I did want to go, sure. That was before you got sick. Jesus, Ronnie." "All your friends are going to be there." "I see all my friends at the station anyhow. Seeing them get tanked up in a movie isn't any big treat." "And you had such a good time last year." "Last year you were healthy. For God's sake, Ronnie, you didn't even touch the food." "Well, part of the reason I'm not hungry is that I'm worried about you. I don't want you to be any big martyr, you know. I'm still going to feel crappy if you go to the movie or not, so I think you ought to go." "Jesus, Ronnie, I'd feel terrible if I went tonight. It's just a movie. I want to stay home and take care of you." "Take care of a sick old lady," Ronnie said, and turned her face sideways into the pillow. A sick old lady was just what she looked like, Bobo thought. He could see how the skin had dried out in the weeks of her illness, how her cheeks were sinking in past the line of her jaw like those of a toothless mountain woman. At 9 o'clock that night, Bobo sat beside Ronnie's bed in a darkened room, randomly moving her untouched plate back and forth an inch at a time on the aluminum tray. Ronnie had closed her eyes, and her lids lay against her face like veined gray stones. She sighed, shifted her face deeper into the pillow. Lines cut deeply into her forehead, sank into the flesh at the corners of her mouth. For a fugitive and disloyal second, Bobo regarded Ronnie Wrigley with utter dismay. For himself, not his lover. Could he really tie himself for the rest of his life to a woman so much older? Live with this woman and watch this ghastly, worn face slowly overtake the face he knew? A web of lines and faint wrinkles seemed to lurk just beneath her skin, sucking her face into it. For a moment, Bobo wanted to flee. He felt like an orderly at a nursing home. In the next instant, these thoughts rebounded. He pressed her hand, feeling a shameful guilt. Yet the thoughts which had given rise to the guilt lingered. "Go," Ronnie said. "Don't let me hold you back." "We'll see," Bobo said, and the words reverberated with a double meaning for him. He picked up the tray and carried it out into the kitchen. Behind him, Ronnie sighed again. In pain, he thought. The problem was, and now Bobo had to restrain himself from slamming his fist into one of Ronnie's cupboard doors. The problem was that his murder case, all these murder cases, had somehow mushroomed out, spilled out of themselves in some way he could not define, and poisoned the town. That was how it seemed to Bobo, as though the sickness in the killings had in some way gotten out of the killings themselves and begun to blossom on the walls and sidewalks. Now Bobo never enjoyed his nightly rides through Hampstead. He saw too many crazy things, and the fun had forever gone out of madness for him. A couple of times a night he had to break up mysterious brawls. When he talked to the bleeding fighters after pulling them apart, they could not exactly remember why they had been fighting. Another commonplace now was a perfectly ordinary person who might have shown some signs of depression in the past few days, but this was not always so. Suddenly frozen in an inexplicable mania. So many people had decided that window breaking was socially acceptable that Main Street looked permanently boarded up. Bobo himself had answered the call when Teddy Olson, a druggist on Main Street, had driven his Camaro right into a group of high school boys and killed 4 of them. Bobo wasn't sure how he knew this, but he was positive that if the killer hadn't come to Hampstead, Teddy would still be measuring out Valium behind his counter, instead of waiting out his trial date in the Bridgeport jail. In fact, right now in Hampstead, Bobo reckoned, there were about 100 people, of all ages and both sexes, who looked crazy enough to be the killer. Some of them were cops, and that was another part of the problem that made Bobo want to start punching Ronnie's kitchen cabinets. The whole department was going bughouse because they had not been able to nail the man. The state police were also looking angry and desperate as they chased around the same diminishing circle of unhelpful leads. Worse for Bobo was the look he saw in the eyes of cops like young Mark Johansson and his friend Larry Wyack, a look that said they wouldn't mind really pounding the crap out of the next guy who crossed them. This was more than just a look in the eyes. Wyack had savagely flattened 2 people he had separated in a brawl in the parking lot behind Main Street that morning. One man was lucky to have escaped concussion, and the other had lost 3 teeth. But even worse than Wyack's delight in having pounded these citizens, and the approval the other officers gave Wyack for it, was the sense Bobo had that Larry Wyack really wished he had been able to shoot those 2 men instead of merely hitting them. He tipped the uneaten food into Ronnie's garbage disposal, rinsed the dish, and placed it in the machine. He leaned on the sink with both arms outstretched and looked at the blurry reflection of his face in the window. And for the first time, perhaps since the murders began, the midnight showing at the Nutmeg Theater caused him a little thrill of apprehension. While everybody else was shouting and chugging beer, it might be better if Johansson and Wyack and a few others just went out to a quiet bar by themselves. 6. The policemen who survived the 2nd annual all-police midnight screening were never able properly to explain how things went wrong so quickly. They, like Bobo, had an excellent grasp of the reasons why the screening had turned into a disaster. They were as aware of their frustrations as he. But what they could never quite get straight was the actual sequence of events which turned 100 exuberant cops in something over half an hour to 100 hysterics waving pistols. There were a few things all the survivors agreed upon. Shortly before the carnage began, Larry Wyack had taken off all his clothes and jumped on the stage in front of the screen, and an old patrolman named Rod Fratney had begun yelling in a high-pitched, squealing voice that he had seen Dickie Norman. And the 32 survivors of the Nutmeg Theater also agreed that a man seated on the far right of the theater had screeched as soon as Fratney uttered Dickie's name. They agreed that Larry Wyack was the first to die, but 11 of them swore that Fratney had killed Wyack. 16 said the unidentified cop who had screeched shot naked Larry Wyack. 4 said that both of the men simultaneously put bullets into Wyack's chest, and one man swore to Graham Williams that while both Rod Fratney and the unidentified man had their guns out and were firing, their bullets hit the screen. What killed Wyack, the man swore, was a lightning bolt that began just beneath the ceiling of the theater and angled lazily and surely toward the big naked man standing in front of the screen. When it hit him, the policeman told Graham, it was like nothing else you ever saw in your life. A BAR wouldn't do so much to a guy. It just tore that big fucker apart. He went off like Old Faithful, and that's when all the guys went stone crazy. That sounded right to Graham. It sounded in the dragon's key. And so he went back and asked some of the others if they were sure about either of the 2 policemen shooting Wyack. In a Bridgeport police bar named Billy O's, a 43-year-old sergeant named Jerry Jerome gave him a weary look and said, "You mean the lights? Somebody told you about the lights?" "You tell me about the lights," Graham said. "Right as soon as we all got in there. As soon as we all had a couple of beers apiece. Those guys, it was like they were chugging right out of the can. I never saw them drink so fast before. And right when we were ready for the movie. Everybody stopped yelling the way they were doing, and the lights went down. Johansson and a couple of other guys, Maloney and Will and I don't know who else, were still farting around in the aisles, but everybody else was sitting down. You could sort of hear everybody sigh, because this was it now. This was what everybody'd been waiting for all week. When that curtain started moving away, folding up, a few guys clapped, but most of us, hell, I could feel it, sort of mentally came to attention, you know what I mean? Jerry Jerome took a big swallow of his Jack Daniels, blinked at Graham Williams, and asked, "Do you know about Spigger? Did anyone tell you about Spigger?" When Graham shook his head, Jerry Jerome smiled a pale little ghost smile and said, "That came a little later, and that was how come I thought maybe the lights were just my eyes, because if the guy who shouted it saw what I saw, I didn't think he'd be able to make a joke right away. I was still trying to figure out if my head was screwed on right." He tilted his head and looked at Graham. "Buster, if you laugh at me, at what I'm going to say to you right now, I'll smash this drink right in your face, okay?" "Okay." "I thought I saw the northern lights, streams of light, pouring down from the ceiling toward the screen, almost like fireballs some of them were, blue and yellow and red, all sparkly and electric-looking. I saw it, man. I was so scared all of a sudden I thought I'd shit. I was sure the whole damn theater was on fire. Reminded me of night artillery practice when I was at Fort Sill. Zoom, 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 Fucking air was full of that stuff. And then it all ran right into the screen, so—" He sipped at his drink and looked hard at Graham, a real cop's stare, to check out how he was reacting to all this. "So when I saw something crazy come at Wyack and blow him into cottage cheese, I thought it was the same thing." Spigger turned out to be easy. Nearly all the survivors remembered it, and most of them remembered that the man who had made the joke was one of those larking about in the middle aisle when the lights went down. They agreed that it was not Johansson. His humor was not so crude. Maloney seemed the best bet. Artie Maloney, who came back from Nam with a box full of medals he would take out of his desk at home sometimes and show if you were both drunk enough. It seemed likely that it was Maloney who had shouted out, "Spigger!" when the first black man, who was not a policeman, appeared on the screen. "Spigger! Half spick and half nigger!" The boys went crazy. If there was beer in their mouths, it went all over the head of the guys in front of them. "Half spick and—" You could hear Maloney's phrase echoing through the Nutmeg Theater. But the truth is that Maloney's joke was not really so good. It is quintessentially the sort of thing a half-drunk 28-year-old Irish cop would say when he had his feet up on the seat in front of him and felt he could get away with saying anything that popped into his mind. Older police officers like Jerry Jerome and Rod Fratney ordinarily would not even dignify such a crack with as much as a smile. Why, then, was Maloney's dull remark so successful? It occurred to Graham that it might have represented at least a release from extraordinary tension. What if more than Jerry Jerome had seen the streams of light like tracer fire blazingly enter the screen? What if every man there, every man but Artie Maloney, had seen the lights and wondered if he was losing his mind? Spigger might have brought them back to themselves, jerked them out of their bewilderment, but perhaps not all the way out. and maybe bewilderment is the wrong word for their condition, for there is one more thing that most of the survivors of the Nutmeg Theater gradually confessed to Graham Williams. In all the confusion, one more area of agreement. It was a 20-year-old kid who first hinted it to Graham, and he looked as embarrassed as Jerry Jerome had in the Bridgeport bar. The boy, Mike Miner, once might have looked authoritative in his uniform, but in a Kiss t-shirt and jeans, sitting on a wooden rocker in the kitchen of his parents' house, he still seemed undone by the events in the Nutmeg Theater. His eyes were too large for his head, and a vein in one lid kept insistently bumping and bumping as if it wanted to go somewhere else. He had quit the force in September, and was thinking about trying to get into computer training somewhere. To Graham, it looked as though he would be better off waiting another 6 months. His attention span was roughly equal to that of a 4-year-old. "I thought I saw maybe something like spiderwebs way up there when the lights went down, yeah," he told Graham. "Not lights exactly, but something that was sort of floating lines. Spiderwebs. You want a Coke or something?" He twitched over to the refrigerator and took out a can of Diet Pepsi, brought it back to the butcher block table, snapped off the tab, and poured about half of it down his throat. "Man, I just couldn't figure it out when Larry took off his clothes like that. And I couldn't tell you why he did it. He was nothing but a goddamned animal, if you want to know the real truth about Larry Wyack." Mike Miner nervously drank the rest of his Diet Pepsi in 2 huge swallows. "When he came walking out of those shadows all big and white like that, he terrified me, man." The boy nodded, ducked his head like a puppy who fears a blow. "And when Rod Fratney yelled what he did, and that other guy over on my side screamed just like a girl in a horror movie, I could have pissed my pants. Because I knew he was there, man. He was right where I was." He glanced at Graham, who was already nodding with the boy. Man, he'd seen it too, just like old Rod. And me. He had seen Dickie Norman, you mean? Graham had expected this. "Well, 2 nights before we went to that choir boys' show, supposed to be the biggest party of the year and all that. 2 nights before that, I was out on patrol, and I got lost. I was somewhere near the academy, but I couldn't get my bearings. Some narrow road with no street signs. I couldn't even remember how I got there. It was like being in a bad dream, man. For a second, I was real panicked, like, where am I, man? I'm a cop, and I don't even know where I am. There was nothing but these big trees all over. I couldn't even remember what part of town I was in for a couple of seconds. I decided to turn around and go back the way I came until I saw something familiar. So I get the car pointed into the trees, and I put the car in reverse, and I look in the rearview mirror, and I saw Dickie Norman. Man, it's crazy, but that's who it was. His skin looked red because of my taillights. He was just coming out of the trees on that side of the road, like that's where he slept or something, and one of his arms was all torn off, and that big round face looked gray and tired and waxy. He was moving right toward me. Boy, I pushed that car into drive and spun right out of there. Gave the right front fender a huge big dent. So when Larry Wyack started coming out of the shadows toward the screen, Graham did not have to say any more. Yeah, I mean, nobody can ever ask Rod Fratney anything ever again, but I know. He saw him, too. He looked defiantly at the old man across the butcher block table and concentrated on flattening out the aluminum can with the palm of his hand. I'm sure he did, Graham said, and the boy glanced suspiciously toward him. I saw a lot of funny stuff myself last July and August. Yeah. The boy ducked his head again and tamped down a wrinkle in the seam of the can. Yeah, a lot of funny stuff. When he next looked at Graham, his eyes seemed inflamed, and then he dropped his bomb. Not all at once, for he was still not sure of Graham's trustworthiness, and not at first directly, for among those he distrusted was himself. But Michael Miner took Graham a long way toward understanding what actually happened in the Nutmeg Theater. Did anyone tell you about the movie? He asked. And that was one thing that none of the survivors had mentioned. Graham looked at the boy's painfully strained eyes and said, Tell me about the movie, Mike. His stomach tightened, and he knotted his fingers together so they would not tremble. I don't know what I can tell you, the boy said. He was silent for a long time, scratching the back of his left hand. Like it was about us? He cocked his head, looked sharply at Graham, and went back to scraping his nails across the back of his hand. But then it sort of changed. It got different. Graham waited impatiently while Mike Miner struggled with his inadequate vocabulary. "It got different, you said?" "Oh, yeah, it got different." The boy straightened up in the rocking chair, and his face drew into itself. A cold light, like hoarfrost from the window beside him, lay across the plane of his cheek, made it as blunt as the side of an axe. Suddenly the boy looked 10 years older to Graham. "It got like it was a 3D show. I could see into it, just like into a room." The boy stirred in his chair. "Then I saw what that room was. It wasn't the police station in the movie anymore. I mean, it was a police station, but it wasn't the same one. You know, it sounds dumb, but it took me a long time to recognize it. It was the Hampstead police station, the one we'd all just left. Mo Chester, the night desk man, was up there, and McCone, his partner. This is where some of the guys started making noise. I can't tell you why, but it didn't seem funny that our own station and 2 of our guys should show up in the middle of the choir boys. It seemed great. Then they showed the muster room, and every cop we had was in that room, even the ones who didn't come to the show. Royce Griffin. That was what I noticed first. Royce Griffin's hair, that real bright red hair he had. And then I noticed the back of his head." Miner crossed his legs and put one hand up to the frozen-looking cheek. "It was like hamburger, just gross. And I saw that every guy in there was dead. They had these big wounds, these big mushy wounds, and their skin was all sort of greenish." He was trembling now, and Graham understood that his peculiar posture was supposed to keep him so rigid he could not shake. "That's what I saw, anyhow." "That was all that you saw?" "One other thing, but it was just short. We had these little cells, holding cells, where we kept drunks overnight, or where we put kids until their parents could come and pick them up. 6 of them, all in one row. I didn't know we had anyone in there that night, because I was on day shift. The camera went right through the door to the cells, and it showed the first 3 cells. It looked like a butcher shop in there, man. Cut-up bodies. Bodies all ripped open with all this stuff hanging out of them. Blood all over everything. Their clothes all mixed up with their insides." Mike Miner locked his hands around his upraised knee. "Right after that, I thought I saw Dickie Norman stumble toward the screen, and that's when it happened." The boy was shaking so uncontrollably now that even his voice trembled. "Guys were crying and yelling. I saw the guy right next to me, Harry Chester, Moe's brother, catch a round right in his throat and jump up and have his head opened up by what must have been a .357, and I hit the floor and got my own gun out. I was sure Dickie Norman was coming for me again, and I just started shooting up toward the front of the theater. I probably hit a couple of guys, I don't know." Graham stood up and went toward the shaking boy. After a second of hesitation, he patted him on the back and went hunting for brandy. He found a bottle, poured an inch into a wineglass, and gave it to Mike Miner, saying, "It's okay, son. It's okay. It's all over now. Anyone you hit was probably hit by a dozen other men, too." Because first he had been hit by the movie. When he knew enough to ask some of the other survivors about the film, he heard a dozen variations on Michael Miner's story. No 2 had seen the same thing, but after the first few minutes, none had seen the choir boys. Some had seen their wives and daughters making love with other cops. A few had seen their children's bodies pulled from the gentle surf on Gravesend Beach. A cop named Ron Rice had seen something like a sea monster, a huge underwater reptile with a wide, savage mouth, swimming along and biting children in half, tearing their bodies apart and turning the water red. Most saw dead people moving as though they were alive. 2 or 3 more of the men Graham talked to saw red-headed Royce Griffin. Many of them saw the drowned children and were chilled by their white, cold faces. A cop named Lou Holes told Graham, "The way they looked. You know, I maybe saw them for only about a minute or 2, if that long, but they looked damn funny. They weren't kids anymore. They were something else. Something you never want to see in this life, mister, and I don't either. They looked as though they had been fathered by rattlesnakes. That's how they looked. Holes had not seen Jerry Jerome's lightning bolt. Like most of the others, he thought that Larry Wyack had been killed by Rod Fratney, even though Fratney was generally regarded as one of the worst shots on the Hampstead force. But by the time Graham spoke to Lou Holes, he no longer thought the question of who or what had killed Larry Wyack was the most important one he had to ask. Therefore, the second time he talked to Bobo Farnsworth about what he had discovered that night, he asked him, "When you got into the Nutmeg after running down from the station, did you happen to see what was on the screen?" For the movie was still running when Bobo ran into the theater. The projectionist, hit by a stray bullet, was alive but incapacitated on the floor of his booth. The screen was in tatters, but the choir boys, or whatever the dragon had put in its place, was being screened on the shreds of fabric and the blank wall behind them. And Bobo, standing in the topmost part of a darkened room filled with dead men and dying men, had seen it. 7. Ronnie had fallen into an uneasy, twitchy sleep shortly after 10 o'clock. Bobo hovered by the side of the bed, unwilling to leave her. Drained by her lengthy illness, Ronnie looked translucent in her sleep, and Bobo feared that she might trip over from flutters and twitches into outright convulsions. He stroked her hand, then picked it up. It felt hot and dry and no heavier than a hummingbird. Holding her hand while she slept made him feel somehow false to himself, and he gently set her hand back down on the sheet. Then he went into the bathroom, soaked a washcloth in cold water, wrung it out, and returned to Ronnie's side. He delicately patted the cold cloth over her forehead. Ronnie muttered something that sounded like "voon," but did not awaken. Bobo rested his fingers on her forehead and thought it felt a little less feverish. Nursing, Bobo had discovered, was more exhausting than police work. He had reported for the day shift, come home to take care of Ronnie, and now he felt as though he had gone 36 hours without sleep. Most of the exhaustion, Bobo thought, was a product of the anxiety he felt about Ronnie's condition. But being in attendance on her for 6 or 7 hours without let-up had given him sore feet and a backache. He would have climbed on the bed beside her, but he did not want to risk waking her. He sat down by her side, took her hand again, and closed his eyes. Then he went across the bedroom to an old overstuffed chair, removed the clothes from it, and dropped them on the floor, and then dropped himself onto the spongy seat cushion. Several hours later he awakened, disoriented. Sleep had come so swiftly upon him that it took him a moment to recognize that he had slept. Bobo leaned forward, and his back complained. Trapped in his tightly laced shoes, his feet felt swollen and tender. Across the room, Ronnie was moving her hand exploringly across her face. Then she opened her eyes and saw him. "Oh, you sweetheart, you stayed with me," she said. I'm so dry." "Just a sec." Bobo bounced out of the chair and brought her a glass of water from the bathroom. "How do you feel? I think you must have slept a couple of hours." Ronnie tilted her head, considering. She sipped at the water. "I do feel better. You know, I think I could even eat something now. A little soup, maybe? Would you be a real sweetie and make some for me?" "That's what I'm here for," he said. When he returned with a bowl of mushroom soup, he sat on the edge of the bed and watched her eat nearly all of it. As she handed him back the bowl, she yawned hugely. "Oh, I'm sorry," she said. "Bobo, I feel limp as a rag. I think I'm going to sleep for the next 3 weeks." Bobo smiled at her. "What time is it? About 12:30? Bobo, why don't you go down to the movie? It probably started late, so it won't be like walking in the middle. You'll only miss a couple of minutes, I swear. All I'm going to do is turn off the lights and go back to sleep. I'll be all right, I promise." "Well, maybe I will," Bobo said. He did not go straight to the Nutmeg, but walked up to the old brick station house after he had parked his car. The theater was only a few minutes' walk across the sloping municipal parking lot, and Bobo was interested in what had happened during the second shift. A few more cases of arson, an anonymous body rotting in a shed, a high school boy who had tried to fly off the roof of his house. The night desk man, Mo Chester, would have something funny to say about the afternoon's supply of weirdness. Mo Chester could always make Bobo laugh. Also, Mo would be chafing about having to miss the movie and the inevitable party afterward, especially since his brother could go to them. Bobo went up the steps and pushed open the massive wooden door, already smiling about Mo's probable response to the surprise of his appearance. "Well, guess who's here?" he said, clapping his hands together. "Can I get you any beer from the—" theater, he was going to say, but the absence of an audience stole the joke from his throat. Mo Chester was not seated behind the desk, a telephone glued to his ear and a wry smile on his face. The desk was vacant. Gance McCone, Mo's partner, was gone, too, and that was doubly odd. Bobo could not remember ever seeing the desk completely abandoned. "Hey," Bobo called out. "What's the big idea, Chester? You and Gance on strike today?" His words went out into the depths of the station. It was as if he could see them go. Bobo was suddenly convinced that he was the only person in the station. At this point he had not become aware of the smell. He stood absolutely still in the wide entry of his station. Then by reflex he reached for the place on his hip where his gun should have been. Danger bells were ringing very loudly in Bobo's mind, and it was only when he touched his belt that he realized he was out of uniform. "Anybody?" he shouted. The phone rang just before Bobo went across the floor to look over the top of the desk, and the sound of the ringing is half of what triggered Bobo's déjà vu. He suddenly felt as though he had been in this moment before. The shock of the empty station, the shrill insistence of a telephone, himself standing in precisely this way, flat-footed and off balance. Then Bobo became aware of the smell that pervaded the police station, and for the first and only time in his life he could identify the causes of the déjà vu experience and locate the real moment which lay behind the illusion of having been in precisely this same moment at an earlier time. Because he smelled blood, had just become aware that the odor of blood was so strong that the walls might have been smeared with it, and because the telephone was jangling and jangling, he had been put back into one of the unhappiest hours of his life. The time when he had responded to the call from Hester Goodall's brother, and after seeing the mess in the kitchen had telephoned the station and waited for the other men to come. Mrs. Goodall's telephone had shrieked at them, but the priest apparently did not hear it, and Bobo did not want to get involved with answering calls. The captains and the state cops could deal with Mrs. Goodall's friends and family. The station stank of spilled blood like the Goodall house on that May afternoon, and Bobo went apprehensively toward the desk. When he reached it, he rose up onto his tiptoes and peered over the top. He saw the padded chairs the desk officers used, their telephones and notebooks and cigarettes, and he did not see what he had feared. No bodies lay twisted together on the raised floor behind the desk. "Chester! McCone!" he shouted. "Anybody!" He ducked into the hallway that led to the offices and the muster room and the interrogation rooms, but he saw no one. Behind him, the shrilling of the telephone continued. Before he went prowling through the rest of the station, Bobo turned around for another look at the entrance. And then Bobo saw, as he had not earlier, that the door between the main part of the station and the 6 little holding cells was open an inch or two. This door was always kept locked, even when no prisoners were being held. It was a rule as conventional and as rigidly kept as the unwritten command that always kept at least one officer at the desk. Bobo went slowly back across the white floor. He touched the barred metal door, swung it open. The stench of blood, now combined with the dark, unmistakable odor of feces, rushed out toward him. Bobo looked down and saw a red stippling on the floor. He was sure that the bodies back in there would be those of Mo Chester, Gance McCone, and any other officer who had been caught in the station. Bobo stepped into the corridor and quickly ran down the length of the cells, seeing that there were 3 bodies. None of them were the bodies of policemen. The cells' doors were still locked. Behind the bars, the bodies lay disarranged and savaged in their separate cells. Bobo was not breathing now. He was barely thinking. On the floors of the 3 cells, blood lay in a thick glaze. Behind him, the telephone finally stopped ringing. One of the 3 men, this was Greeley, had been so clawed that his face was only an assemblage of wet, ragged strings. Bobo looked hard at the second bloody face and thought it looked almost familiar, as though this man had once been in the newspapers or on the covers of magazines. It took him less than 30 seconds to pound downhill across the length of the municipal lot. For one night, the manager of the theater had arranged that the marquee read, "Welcome Police Officers of Hampstead, Private Showing." He raced toward these tall black letters. The lobby of the Nutmeg was brilliantly lighted and as empty as the station house. Loud noises echoed through it, from the soundtrack of the choir boys, Bobo assumed, piped in from the main section of the theater. He identified a biting odor as familiar to him as the fragrance of beer. It was cordite, the odor of the firing range in the basement of the police station. He trotted past the ticket post and burst through the twin swinging doors into the theater. Cacophony erupted from the speakers, shouts, grunts, bursts of loud and irrelevant music. The beam from the projection booth illuminated the last swirling traces of smoke. All the seats seemed empty. Bobo took a few uncertain steps down the sloping aisle, uncertain because his eyes had not yet adjusted. "Hey," he said, "guys?" Then he saw a leg extended into the aisle, draped over an armrest. "Hey, you all drunk?" He heard a groan rising softly from beneath the mad roars and giggles on the soundtrack. Bobo touched the upraised knee, shook it. "Where are the lights in this place?" he yelled. And then either the screen turned brighter or his eyes adjusted, for he saw wounded and dead men sprawled across their seats in every part of the theater. It looked like some sort of ghastly joke. Wherever Bobo looked, ahead or behind, to either side, he saw lolling heads, outstretched arms, bodies pitched over the tops of seats, and bodies jammed into the filthy popcorn-strewn aisles between the seats. For a couple of seconds, Bobo Farnsworth probably lost his mind. He uttered a long, wavering scream. He ran down to the first row and saw Mark Johansson's body lying face up in the wide aisle at the front of the theater. Johansson's blond hair was laced with a dark substance that resembled chocolate, and his mouth was open. On the stage, 4 feet from Johansson's corpse, was a thick slime of blood and wet organs, in the midst of which sat a fat human hand, like a fleshy spider. Bobo thought he was the last policeman left alive in Hampstead. Just before his professionalism released him from his shock, Bobo heard a mingled subtonal whisper coming up, it seemed, from the ground, from beneath the floor. The noises on the soundtrack ceased as if cut off by a knife. The whispering sounds resolved into groans. Not all of the men were dead. Bobo ran, slipping on blood, back up the aisle. When he reached the rear of the auditorium again, just before he went to the telephone and called the state police, and then the ambulance services in Hampstead, Old Sarum, and King George, he took one look back into the theater, and the screen claimed him, took him in. "I saw something crazy," Bobo told Graham Williams months later. "It was hard to see because the screen was all torn up and most of the picture was being projected on this wall behind it, and that kind of threw the focus off a little bit." They were in Graham's house, and Bobo nervously stood up and jammed his hands in his trouser pockets. "You had that girl living here with you for a while, didn't you, that Patsy McLeod?" "Yes, she was here," Graham said. "Not anymore?" Graham shook his head. "Well, the reason I bring it up is... This won't make sense to you, Graham, but I'll tell you anyhow. The reason I bring that up is that when I was standing there looking at the screen, I suddenly thought of her. I saw her face. Thought of her face, I mean. And I wanted to see her. Like she could help me. I really did want to see her." "That makes sense to me," Graham said. "You don't know how much sense that makes." Bobo gave him a gloomy, almost sour look. "Maybe it does. Yeah, I remember that day down on Kendall Point. I'll never forget that, I promise you. The way I thought Ronnie was dead, and what I thought was down there in that gully. And that girl Patsy there with you and the other guys. You know what? You all looked beautiful, beautiful, even now, you humpbacked old monkey." "Since Patsy is about 10 or 15 years older than you, maybe you should stop calling her a girl," Graham said. And I don't have a hump on my back. Neither did that bell ringer at Notre Dame, Bobo said, pronouncing it like the university in Indiana. Do you know we have a complete force again? It didn't even take a month and a half. We had kids applying from all over to get on our force. I thought it would take a year, more. Bobo wrapped his arms over his chest and took a couple of steps toward the typewriter table. Anyhow, I sort of fell in love with Patsy then, just looking at her. And you know how worried about Ronnie I was. But that girl, that woman, she just knocked me flat. I would have died for her. Let's get back to the Nutmeg Theater, Graham said. Bobo stopped perambulating aimlessly between the couch and the typing table and went back to sit across from Graham. Yeah, that's what you want to know about, isn't it? And the funny thing is, I promised myself I'd never tell anyone about the stuff I thought I saw on that ripped-up screen. I didn't want to sound like a candidate for the booby hatch. Most of the men there made the same promise to themselves. And broke it to you. Some of them. Bobo laughed. Well, to hell with you. I never would, except for that day I found you on Kendall Point. That's the only reason. And I still don't know what really happened there. Graham merely kept his gaze fixed on Bobo. Okay, fine. I'll tell you. Remember, I've only been standing by the door for a few seconds now, and the whole thing only took a couple of seconds. It just went bang, 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 like I said. He inhaled loudly and opened his eyes again. Anyhow, what I saw was Ronnie. He stuffed his hands in his pockets again, and Graham saw a sudden, deep strain on his face. The hands in those pockets would have been clenched, and part of the strain would have been the effort of not giving in to whatever powerful impulse ran through him at that moment, to weep, to scream, to begin shaking uncontrollably. Just for a couple of seconds, if that long. But it was enough. You don't have to, Graham began, but Bobo cut him off brusquely. Oh, I want to. Yes, Graham, I do. Isn't that what I'm here for? I saw her buried. I saw Ronnie in her coffin. And I saw things eating on her. Rats. Big white worms as long as snakes, taking chunks out of her. But she wasn't dead yet, and she was screaming, Graham. She was screaming her lungs out. And she was going to go on until she died. Bobo bent over, grimacing as if his stomach hurt him. And I'll tell you what I realized as I went away from that horrible sight toward the phone in the lobby. That I was just looking into my own mind, okay? You follow that? Part of me wanted Ronnie to die that night, Graham. Part of me was sick and tired of taking care of her. So I put her in her coffin, Graham, and I buried her deep. And because she was still alive, she was down there screaming to get out. Graham opened his mouth to say something fatuous, but Bobo cut him off with a wave of his hand. Just don't. You don't know the rest. Ronnie fell asleep that night, all right. But do you know what she dreamed about? Can't you guess what she dreamed about that night? It went from my mind right onto the screen, or what was left of the screen, and straight into her mind. And that was nearly it for her, because she knew all right. She knew where that horrible torture came from. She never admitted it, but she knew. And that almost killed her, Graham. When I got back to her house, she had fallen on the floor and puked all over herself, and her skin was so dry she felt like a goddamn desert. I bet she had a fever of 102 or 3. I know she did. She almost died that night. And if she had died, it would have been because I killed her. No, Graham said, but he knew that what Bobo said was at least half of the truth, and that Ronnie had at least half known of this truth, for Bobo was no longer living with her. Between them had come Gideon Winter, with his dragonish insights into the ambiguities of human affection. 8. You know, Sarah said to her new partner, I'm getting a funny feeling. I've had a funny feeling for a week and a half now, Ulick Burns said. I can hardly eat. Oh, poor baby. She dryly patted his hand. An Irishman who can't eat. It must be agony for you. My gut's gone all sour. So what's this idea of yours, to use the proper word? Ulick had walked over to the newspaper office after sending his secretary home an hour early, Now he and Sarah were back in the records room, and everyone else had gone home. Bixby lay open on the long table between them, open to the entries on murder. Well, you noticed the dates for these stories. About every 30 years, something awful happens in Hampstead, and we're assuming that Telpro is behind the latest events in the cycle. We know Telpro is behind them, Ulick said irritably. I must have called Hoggajoss's office 5 times today, and all I've heard is the silky sound of that Chinese powerhouse telling me that the general is still in conference. They're planning something. Besides, we've got that picture of Leo Friedgood. Was Telpro behind the murder of Stony Friedgood? Is that what we're saying, Ulick? He pursed his lips. No, I don't think we're saying that. But it is behind the other deaths. All the deaths on the 18th of May, yes. All the deaths of children, yes. I'm not sure we can blame those homicides at the start of the summer on good old Telpro. Well, I think we can. Anyhow, I'm sure that all the troubles are connected. In fact, I think that everything is connected. Everything that's happening is part of the same cycle. I think Leo Friedgood is connected to this stuff about Bates Krell and Prince Green. John Sayer thought he was connected to those two. I'm sure I told old Bixby about seeing those names on Sayer's telephone pad, and that's how his name wound up in this column. I don't see quite where this line of thought takes you. Well, maybe I don't either, Ulick. Maybe we have to work on it a little more. Oh, don't take my head off, Sarah. I grant you in the 20s there was a series of murders much like the ones we've just had. Bates Krell disappears. The murders stop. In 1980, Leo Friedgood disappears. But the killings don't stop, do they? We don't really know when Leo vanished. Do you think Leo killed his own wife? We know he didn't. He was at Woodville Solvent all day. Oh, crap. My mind's going along with my stomach. Well, all I'm really saying is that we might start looking for ideas about what's happening now in what happened way back then. If there really is a 30-year cycle, maybe we ought to be paying more attention to what happened on the earlier turns of the wheel. We can't really do much with the 1952 occurrence. I was there, and not much really happened. A man blew his brains out. But he pointed backward for us. And I think it's about time I took the hint. I still don't see how that helps us nail Telpro. I think it probably won't, but it might help us see how Telpro fits into the picture in the first place. The cycle, the pattern, was there before Telpro was ever thought of. Ulick shrugged. We can't exactly call up this Bates Krell and ask him what went on, or drop in unexpectedly on Robertson Green and hope to surprise him into telling us something. No, Sarah said. She was smiling, and Ulick knew that he had fallen right into whatever scheme she had concocted. It's true we can't call them up or drop in on them, but we could see where they lived. We could take a look at their houses. Who knows, Ulick? We might learn something. You have their addresses, don't you? Of course I do. The Gazette printed them. So you want to drive around and have a look? That's fine with me. Well, she tilted her head. So that we don't waste our time, I was wondering if a certain young attorney would mind taking the addresses over to Town Hall and seeing if there's anybody in these houses now, or if the houses even still exist. Oh, hell, give them to me, Ulick said. But how did I ever get to be your flunky? You had such pretty eyes, Sarah said. She stayed with the outsized, now almost mysterious pages of Bixby, while Byrne walked the few blocks to Town Hall. Had she told the old man about seeing those names in John Sayer's office? There would have been no reason for her to have done so. Sarah could remember asking the editor of those days, a fat, happy loafer named Phil Hackley, about the names. The editor had assured her that they could not be important. Had Bixby overheard? The compositor had been a wraith-like, unsatisfied-looking man, thin and gray. He'd had the personality of a tired old hound. Few had taken notice of him, even when he came in to work in the records room after his retirement. Sarah had perhaps had 4 or 5 conversations with Bixby during the 15 or so years they worked in the same offices. Only one of these had been even faintly memorable, and that was because of an odd thing the old compositor had said. He had wandered in out of the print room on a cigarette break, and Sarah had been talking with Hackley about the town council's seeming indifference to development on the post road and Riverfront Avenue. At the time, 25 years ago, or more, these major streets were just beginning their slide into ugliness. Fast food franchises next to dry cleaners, next to supermarkets, bars and body shops jumbled up in a litter of neon signs. "Well, what do you think about it, Bixby?" Hackley had asked, leaning back in his chair with his arms folded behind his head and a superior smile on his face. Bixby's thin, gray face had contorted. For a second, Sarah had feared that he was going to spit on the editor's carpet. "I don't think it makes a blind bit of difference," Bixby had said, and Hackley's eyes had narrowed in enjoyment. "Get this old Yankee swamp rat." He seemed to be beaming toward Sarah. "No difference at all. Nothing can save this town." "Save?" Hackley had asked. "Nothing," Bixby insisted. "Hampstead's always been rotten as a bucket of month-old oysters. Those roads will get so they look like a dog's breakfast. And nobody is really going to notice. You look into your history, Mr. Hackley, you'll see." "Why, I didn't know you cared so much, Bixby," the editor had said, barely able to keep from laughing. "I suppose there's a lot you don't know," Bixby shot back at him. "You don't know your history, Mr. Hackley." The editor raised his eyebrows, no longer quite so amused. Then Bixby had saved his job. Saved it by showing, in effect, that he was crazy. And he had mentioned Bates Krell. Sarah sat up straight at the table in the records room, remembering this conversation more than 25 years after the fact. "I bet you never heard of a man named Krell, Mr. Hackley, a man named Bates Krell. He took bites out of this town, big ones. He had black wings, Mr. Hackley." Bixby's mouth had twisted into something like a smile. "You tell me, Mr. Hackley, if we're ever going to have another black summer in Hampstead." "Black summer?" Hackley exploded. "Black wings? Jesus, Bixby, I'm sorry I asked." Bixby had shrugged, retreating into his usual personality, cupped his cigarette in his hand, faded back into the print room. Black summer. Black wings. And there had been more. Bixby had said something else that the intervening 25 or more years had stolen from Sarah. Something about Bates Krell, she was sure. Something about his house? That felt right. In fact, Sarah thought it was why she had suddenly remembered this conversation. It was the link between that day in the office and what Ulick Byrne was doing right now over at Town Hall. When Ulick reappeared half an hour later, Sarah already knew what she wanted to do. She had the address written down on a sheet of Hampstead Gazette letterhead. "Well, I got the information, but it took twice as long as it should have," he said, sliding into his seat across the table. "The greenhouse was easy. It's been in continuous occupancy for 100 years or more. A man named John Scully lives in it now and has for 22 years. He's a publisher in New York. I don't know, Sarah, but I don't get the feeling that we'll learn much about Prince Green if we go to this Scully guy's house." "I agree," Sarah said. "But what about the other one?" "Well, that's what took all the time. That place is on Poor Fox Road, you know, that little street that borders the Academy's land. And all the property there was once owned by the school. They used to keep those houses as residences for the teachers and for the boarders they used to have back 20, 30 years ago. Now the fact is, as I eventually worked out, that absolutely no one has lived in the Krell house since the owner died or left town. The town eventually seized it to pay off the back taxes, but it looks like they could never get anyone to take it off their hands. It's just been sitting there as town property for the past 50 years. For some reason, it was the only building on that street that the school never owned." "I want to go there," Sarah said. "A building empty for 50 years? Probably none too steady to begin with. Have you ever seen those places on Poor Fox Road?" Bates Krell's house, the way he left it. Could you really pass that up? Sarah asked, flaming out at him. "Not if you really want to go there, Sarah," Byrne said. "If I'll take you to New York, I'll certainly take you to Poor Fox Road." "On the way," she said, mollified, "I'll tell you about a conversation I was just remembering." 9. "This is about where the mailman found the body of that gardener, Bobby Fritz," Ulick said as they went slowly up Poor Fox Road. "He was lying down in those weeds." "Ugh," Sarah said. with that crazy poem inside his chest. You know, I've lived in Hampstead most of my life, but I don't think I've ever set foot on this street before. She peered through the window of Burns's car at the tangled greenery bunched so thickly beside the road. Behind the wall of vine-choked bushes and trees, she could see a tall, sagging fence of wire mesh. The grounds of Greenbank Academy lay on the other side of this fence. Hardly anyone ever has. It's just stuck back here by itself. Sure doesn't look much like the rest of Greenbank. Sarah was about to agree, for scarcely anything could have been less representative of Greenbank than Poor Fox Road. But then they went around a bend in the road and saw the houses, and Sarah no longer felt like talking. She knew which house was Bates Krell's, all right. "I don't think anyone is living down here any more," Burns said, but Sarah thought she would have known that anyhow. "The Fritz boy's parents left their house after his death. I guess the boy more or less kept the family together. There was another neighbor or two, but they're gone now. I guess this place got a little spooky for them." "Spooky?" "A lady at town hall saw what I was looking up, and we had a little talk about it. She knew a painter who lived in that one." Byrne pointed at a 2-story frame house beside a lot filled with wrecked cars. "And he apparently moved in closer to town because he kept hearing funny noises at night. Apparently he never quite got over the Fritz boys being killed so close by." Funny noises. Everybody in Hampstead hears funny noises at night. He was pulling off to the side of the road in front of a house which had no number. It needed none. "I know," Byrne said. "This damn town is turning into a fun house." "Well, this obviously is it, the house that Krell built." Small, 1 story high, with its once brown clapboard split and jagged like broken teeth. The house could have seemed either bereft or sinister. The 2 little windows on either side of the door had long ago been broken in, and the roofline sagged. Whatever grass had once grown outside that door had years ago given up, yellowed, and died under the thick pelt of weeds crowding what should have been the short front lawn. Just an abandoned cottage, by now almost too far gone to be repaired. The house should have seemed pathetic, a place too shabby even for memories. But to Sarah it did not seem so. The little house was decidedly sinister, and precisely because its memories had never left it. Ulick Byrne must have felt something similar, for he said, "Are you sure the old guy isn't still hiding out in there? About 90 years old, and still, shall we say, aggressive?" Sarah did not want to leave the safe asphalt of the roadbed to step onto the overgrown path. She did not want to get any nearer that house than she already was. "There isn't going to be much in there, you know," Ulick said, off to her side. "Not much besides that wonderful atmosphere." "Let's have a look," Sarah said, wondering why she always had to be braver than whatever man she was with. "It's just an old house. We'll scare all the mice." "I think I understand those mice," Ulick said, but he followed her small, vehement body up the path. She waited for him beside the flimsy-looking door. "What if it's locked?" he said. He sounded almost hopeful. "I think you could break it down, Ulick." She wanted him to open the door, and she could feel his resistance. Then she felt him give in. He reached for the doorknob, which was pocked and darkened, but of solid bronze. Mr. Krell wanted to be able to lock his door, she thought. Closing this door and keeping it closed was important to him. This impression lifted off the serious and anomalous brass knob and spoke directly to her, an impression like music trapped in the grooves of a record. And when it came to her, another thing came to her with it. It was not about the house, though. She had remembered that Bixby had won so many of the office pools, at least 3/4 of them, that people had stopped betting on them. Burns' hand touched the knob. He glanced questioningly at Sarah, twisted it, and pushed. The door creaked open. "Come on, Galahad," Sarah said, and stepped over the threshold. She was standing in a small, dusty room, only dimly illuminated by the 2 broken windows. A window at the rear of the room had been covered over with yellowed newspaper taped to the wall. The cheap pine flooring, buckled up here and there like overlapping teeth, had never been truly straight, and now ran noticeably downhill to the far wall, thus adding to the slightly false perspective given by any empty room. It was like one of those curved backdrops into which people can seem to run for miles, an optical illusion. The walls and ceiling had been darkened by the relief maps drawn by generations of water stains. "Oh, yes," Sarah said. The house was very simply bad, and she could feel its badness. It rejected her as it had rejected all for the past 50 years. It was like a wound that wanted only to close around itself. But Sarah felt a paradoxical relief. She was here inside this place, and she could handle it. "Completely empty," Byrne needlessly pointed out. "In a way," she said. Byrne shot her a dour look and began to knead his stomach with his right hand. "Place makes me feel worse," he said. "How seriously do you want to inspect it? There isn't anything to see, really." He advanced a few steps farther than she into the room, as if to demonstrate his courage. "I want to see the whole thing." Sarah wordlessly set out toward the gaping doorway to the left, taking care to skirt the most jagged places in the floor. What she entered was another smaller room, also completely bare. A light cord dangled from the ceiling. The window here had been papered over like the window in the living room, and in the darkness the royals of dust on the floor seemed solid, almost bulky. "Where Bates lay his sleepy head to rest, I suppose," Byrne said from immediately behind her. The kitchen must be on the other side. Sarah turned around, ducked under Byrne's outstretched arm, and marched back across the living room. She had almost made it to the arch on the other side of the room when a peculiar sensation overtook her. The pitched floor seemed very slightly to sway, to roll against its slope as if to straighten itself, and Sarah stopped moving. The floor gently swung back to its original position. "Ulick," she began, "did you just—" She lost the sentence. The little room appeared to be extending itself around her, multiplying its length. For a second it was as if she stood in a vast, vaulted cavern. "Did I just what?" Ulick said from behind her. Bates Krell's house had its tricks, she saw, its own once powerful concentrations and plans. These were the distillations of the memories she had sensed when she had first seen the house. It was good that Byrne was here with her. The tricks may have lost much of their potency, but Sarah knew that if she were in the Krell house by herself, these 3 rooms and a basement could grow into a maze. "Did I just what, Sarah?" The room was folding back into itself. She lost the feeling of being a speck in a vast and terrible space. Sarah knew that whatever Telpro's role had been, this house was crucial to everything that was happening in Hampstead. She did not yet understand how the parts fit together, but Bates Krell's sinister little house was one of the largest. Eventually she would understand. Old Bixby, who had a gift for picking winning numbers, had understood before her, and she would go through his index the way Billy Graham went through the Bible. "Sarah?" "Excuse me, Ulick. I had an odd sensation just now. I wondered if you felt anything." "An intense desire to get out of this place." "One more room and then the basement. I think we really have to see it all." She continued on her way toward Bates Krell's kitchen. Here the window had not been covered, and harsh light revealed the jagged tears in the crusty linoleum, the webby constructions of dust and hair which floated up a bit in the air they disturbed as they entered. A gray metal sink the size of a washtub bolted to the exterior wall. Rusty pipes ran along the floor beneath it. "Where Krell made his renowned Krell burgers," Byrne said. "We dare not ask of what." He went forward, bent at the waist, and peered out the window. 2 rusting cars with shattered windshields grazed in tall yellow weeds. "I bet we could get this place cheap," he said. "Do you suppose the pipes still work?" Sarah shook her head, but Byrne was already twisting one of the spigots over the metal zinc. A pipe banged against the wall, and a wad of dust shot out of the spigot and puffed into nothingness against the sink. The pipe thumped the wall again. "I think there's still water coming here," Byrne marveled. The spigot shook atop the sink, vibrating with a drumming, gathering intensity. "Turn it off," Sarah said, but Byrne merely glanced at her. In the next instant the handle exploded off the spigot, and a thick, yellowish substance sprayed into the room, spattering both of them. "Hey!" Byrne shouted, jumping back. A fat stream of the yellow fluid was still jetting across the room, but in seconds it subsided to a sluggish, steady flow from the spigot into the sink. The fluid stank. It smelled like illness to Sarah, like something drained from a dying man. Already it was halfway up the side of the gray sink. Where the fluid had hit the floor, it lay in congealing puddles like cloudy jello. The smell of it filled the kitchen. "There's no way to turn that thing off," Ulick said, half in panic. "My God, what is that stuff? It's going to run out on the floor any minute." "I think it's the secret ingredient in Krell burgers," she said, paying him back a little. She inspected a fat wad of the stuff, which had landed on her skirt and now clung there. Sarah took a tissue from her bag and dislodged it. The pipes still roared. Sarah could see them moving beneath the sink, jittering into each other, knocking between the floor and the wall. The whole house seemed affected by this agitation, to tremble in rhythm with the loud pipes. "Let's get out of here, Sarah," Byrne said. "I'm covered with this stinking goo, and I really think we can do without the basement." There was only one more door in the little kitchen, and Sarah pulled it open. The hinges squealed. Behind the door was musty blackness. "Bingo," Sarah said. "I think we should go." "You go, then. I'm taking a look at the basement." She turned toward the rotting steps, which led down into the blackness, and as she knew he would, Ulick said, "Then you'd better let me go first." He was brushing at his jacket with a noticeably unsanitary handkerchief. He balled this object into his pocket and went around her to feel his way down the stairs. "There's some light at the bottom," he called up to her, and as she stepped onto the packed earth of the basement floor, she saw why. The stairs ended just before a stone foundation wall, and when Sarah walked around to the side of the staircase, she noticed the glass bricks set at the topmost level around the perimeter of the basement, 2 on each side. Less transparent than the usual basement windows, they at least admitted a cloudy light. Sarah's skin shriveled on her back, her scalp, her hands. As soon as she had stepped into the main area of the basement, she felt intensely uncomfortable. It looked much more like an ordinary basement than the house like an ordinary house, but it was not ordinary. Here was where the memories were strongest, most concentrated. When evil had taken root in this house, it had grown here first. Ulick Byrne must have felt it too, for he said, "My God, Sarah, this is a terrible place." She looked at him curiously. Then she looked straight and strong at the basement. It was merely a wide-open area bounded by irregular stone walls floored with dirt. Unclean light showed them a long, flat, wooden table at the far end. Once it might have been a workbench. Even where they stood, they could see the dents and scars on its edges. Every cell of this place, every atom, shrieked against her nerves. Byrne said, "You know, before I started concentrating on real estate, I spent a lot of time in courtrooms, and I saw my share of jails, too. I know when I'm somewhere where people have been scared and miserable. You can feel how trapped the people were, but Jesus, Sarah, this is the worst one I've ever known. I don't even want to know what used to happen down here." "Me too," she said. "I've seen enough. Let's go." Byrne sighed with relief, and the two of them turned back toward the staircase. Upstairs, a door slammed shut. Sarah and Byrne froze. Footsteps traversed the living room, entered the kitchen. They looked at each other with wild fear. The footsteps were going directly toward the stairs. Perhaps both of them imagined that Bates Krell had returned and was bent on slaughtering them. It would have been almost an inevitable thought in their circumstance, but Sarah recovered a fraction of a second before Ulick and whispered, It's some kid, it must be. Ulick nodded, but with little conviction. When the door at the top of the stairs creaked open, he took Sarah's arm and pulled her toward a corner from where they could see whoever was coming down the stairs before they themselves were seen. He pulled her in next to him, backed against the wall, and then recoiled. The wall had been furry, and it had been in motion. Ulick gasped and turned his head to look at the treacherous wall. He nearly screeched. Blanketing the wall were thousands of small red spiders. He felt a sharp stabbing pain in his hand and saw that one of the spiders had just bitten him. He bit down on the pain and flicked the spider away. The person coming down the stairs was no child. The steps were slow and cautious, the weight behind them that of an adult. The head came into view, silvery hair. Both Sarah and Byrne relaxed by an unconscious fraction. Then the face turned unknowingly in their direction, and the relaxation froze again. The man's face was a grotesque parody of humanity. Nearly dead white, it was puffy and ridged with excess flesh. The forehead seemed swollen and bulbous, the chin dew-lapped. Again Sarah was there first. She suddenly realized that the man was what the children called a leaker, and that he must be using this abandoned house as a hideout. He was only a week or two away from the stage of the disease which would require him to bandage himself. At that point he would need a safe place to hide, where he could tend himself, away from the threat of destruction. A wad of flesh on the man's cheek slid toward his dew-lapped chin, and Sarah's heart moved for the man. "Leaker," Ulick whispered in her ear. She glanced at him in annoyance, and just as she saw that a small colony of spiders was burrowing into his thick woolly hair, she realized that she had recognized the leaker. The man who had just crept down into Bates Krell's terrible basement was her gynecologist. "Your hair," she hissed to Byrne. "Your hair. Spiders." And then she stepped away from the corner and said in an almost normal tone of voice, "Dr. Van Horn, please don't be alarmed. It's me, Sarah Spry." The doctor turned toward her voice with awful slowness. Now she could see the extent to which he had been mutilated. That is what she would have called it, by the disease. His face was only barely recognizable, and shone with a slick white moisture. Flaps of skin folded over his eyes, retracted, fell again. She thought he seemed alarmed. Behind her she could hear Ulick hissing, frantically scratching at his scalp as the spiders began to chew on him. "We intend no harm, doctor," she said. "Remember me? I'm a patient of yours, Sarah Spry." It was terrible, she thought, that a wonderful old man like Wren Van Horn should have contracted that loathsome disease. Van Horn seemed to be smiling at her, and she stepped toward him, meaning to give him any comfort she could. Her shoe sank into a cool, wet pool, and when she looked down in surprise, Sarah saw that she had stepped into a small lake of blood. "Sarah Spy is a better name for you," said the grinning man at the bottom of the stairs. She almost thought that the palm of a childish hand was pushing up on the bloody sole of her shoe. For a second she felt that pressure, and the disturbed, unhappy image leaped into her mind. She moved back, afraid to look down, and said, "What?" to the doctor. His face seemed to be altering, lengthening, the eyes swimming out from under the flaps of moving skin. "Spy," whispered the doctor. And when she heard another sound from the stairs and knew that she and Byrne were saved, she ran toward the sound and then stopped and backed toward the corner where the lawyer had taken her. It was the last place she had felt safe, and she returned there by instinct. For on the top step of the staircase to Bates Krell's kitchen she had seen dead little Martin O'Hara staring down at her. His brother Thomas stood behind him and looked over Martin's shoulder with the same indifferent gaze. 2. The Fire Bat. 1. All the next day, Clark and his mistress drank with a dedicated abandon, as if they were in a contest and expected a prize. They began with beer, cold bottles of Molson's ale from the refrigerator, as Berkeley woozily cut open a package of bacon and slapped the entire slab into a blackened pan, switched to hard liquor around 11, Jameson's for Clark, for Berkeley, Stolichnaya vodka, kept so cold it was treacly, opened a bottle of wine to have with lunch. This was liver sausage on rye bread. Even sober, Berkeley Woodhouse thought of cooking as a menial task best done by other people, but the wine was a Napa Valley Chardonnay. Up until a couple of hours after lunch, Tabby thought that his father and Berkeley were handling their drinks a little better than usual, and would probably just pass out watching television. They did that every few days, and Tabby turned off the lights and stepped over their legs to go to bed. He thought, in fact, that they seemed less driven than usual. Berkeley ruffled his hair once or twice, and his father made a joke for the first time since the departure of Sherry Stillwell. "Jesus, Clark," Berkeley said, "I just realized that you were married twice, and I bet you weren't happy with either one longer than 6 months." "Happiness can't buy you money," Clark said. Berkeley barked out a laugh, and Tabby looked up in amazement. The joke disguised a lie, but it was a joke nonetheless, despite its bitterness. After lunch, even this fragile lightness disappeared. Clark and Berkeley went into the bedroom. "For a little nappy poo," Berkeley said. The arch euphemism made Clark knot his brows together. "That means for a bump, kid, you get me? Nappy poo, for shit's sake." He pushed her toward the door. Tabby was familiar with most of the noises that accompanied his father's love-making, and rather than hear this array of snorts and grunts one more time, he went into his own room. 20 minutes later he was surprised to hear sounds coming from Clark's bedroom. Usually they did not penetrate so far, and the sounds themselves were not the usual barnyard impressions. Tabby thought he could hear his father crying. Around 2 o'clock, Clark and Berkeley found their way back into the kitchen, where Tabby sat at the table reading an H.P. Lovecraft novel he had found in the library. Berkeley had large black smudges beneath her eyes, and his father's hair was mussed. Clark's mouth was set in an unhappy curl. Berkeley went straight to the freezer compartment of the refrigerator, took out the Stolichnaya bottle, slopped several inches into the glass she had used that morning, and then dropped in a handful of ice cubes. "Clark," she asked in a tentative voice, "you want some Irish?" "What else would I want?" he growled. Silently she poured his drink. Clark gloomily swallowed, grimaced. "Don't have to take my head off," Berkeley said. "Give me 2 good reasons not to," Clark muttered. Tabby cleared out. He thought that these 2 miserable people barely noticed his going. When he got back upstairs to his room, he first thought that he could hear his father sobbing again, then that he could hear him shouting. He closed his door. Eventually he put his hands over his ears. When the loud shouts ceased, Tabby put a record on his turntable, "The Doctor Is In," Ben Sidran, and blotted everything out by cranking the volume up as high as he dared. At 4 he went back down to the kitchen for a Coke. Clark and Berkeley had left the refrigerator and freezer doors open, and Tabby closed them when he had taken his bottle out. Greasy dishes several days old were piled in the sink, and after sipping from his Coke, Tabby squirted soap over them and turned on the hot water. Berkeley thought no more highly of cleaning than she did of cooking. When his father washed dishes, he broke them on purpose. Tabby quickly washed all the dishes in the sink, dried his hands, and wandered into the library. This was one of the 4 rooms with a fireplace, and a small smoky blaze stuttered in the grate. Tabby saw that whoever had built the fire had merely used newspaper for kindling, and had then tossed more folded newspaper onto the feeble flames. The television set blared out a denture cream commercial to an empty room. Tabby smelled burning paper, whiskey, some fuming and bitter emotion. While he still thought the room was empty, the bitterness of feeling that had been spilled there was as strong as the odor of his father's Irish whiskey. And then, for a moment, he saw the walls sway and ripple. He had the faintest impression that they were sliding toward him, that he flinched to one side, remembering what had happened to him in the library. A man with tea-colored eyes raising a gun as a storm boiled overhead. You should have gone to Fairley Hill, boy, with the others." His mouth dried, his heart banged. If he had not heard his father wetly belch at that second, he might have fainted. Tabby spun toward the sound, and saw Clark leaning against the brown curtains covering the window, glaring at him. He precariously held a tumbler filled with brown liquid. His father's hair had fallen over his forehead. Clark seemed almost to blend backward into the curtains, to be on the verge of invisibility. A pair of flies swooped past his face. Then Tabby saw that Berkeley Woodhouse lay on the couch against the far wall, her skirt rucked up carelessly, and her hair fanned half across her face. She, too, looked almost ghostly, as if the Russian vodka had stolen half her substance. "Go," his father said. His voice was husky, ragged, fractured by emotion. Tabby backed out of the room. He sat on the stairs for a time, too confused about what was happening to him and his father to know what he ought to do. Twice, while he sat there, his arms around his knees, Clark stumbled past the bottom of the staircase, going to the kitchen for fresh drinks and unsteadily bringing them back. The messy little fire back-puffed smoke. Tabby could smell its acrid breath. From the library, the voices on the television set contended with Clark's drunken ranting. "Gutter," he heard his father say. "Gutter." And, "Not my fault," he heard him say. He smelled the sour breath of the hearth, and for the first time thought to wonder why his father had trouble to light a fire on a warm day in August. Clark tossed another heap of newspapers on the smoky blaze, and Tabby heard Berkeley moan. 4 Hearths seemed filled with night, with shadowy intentions that required the blankness of night and drunkenness. Tabby was chiefly sure of one thing. His father was in torment, and would damage anyone who tried to aid or deflect him. Tormented, too, Tabby returned to his room. He clamped headphones over his ears, closed his eyes, and swam as far into his music as he could. An hour later, he emerged into a hallway that was too hot. The air was dry, so gritty it felt sand-blasted. The smell of fire and ash rose toward him from the ground floor. Tabby went toward the top of the stairs. "Dad?" That drunken, agonized voice went on down there, slowed by the liquor but inexhaustible. Tabby heard the fire screen in the living room scrape shut. "Dad, what's going on?" "Huh," he heard Clark say. Loud footsteps came toward the bottom of the stairs. Then his father appeared, clutching the green neck of his whiskey bottle with one blackened hand, streaks of ash dividing his face. "Making fires, that's what. Fires in the fireplaces of 4 Hearths, that's what. To get this place warm again. You going to help?" "How can I help?" Tabby asked. "Get more wood from the pile outside. Lots of it. Berkeley just threw papers on the goddamn fires. That's not how you do it. Go on out and bring some more wood back in." "Are you cold?" "Not any more," Clark said. "I think I just about got it right." His eyes were glassy. They looked like painted shells. The streaks of ash seemed to be hardening on his face. Whatever emotion surged through Clark hardened there, too. "Do you feel all right, Dad?" Tabby asked. "Are you going to get that wood inside, or do I have to make you do it?" The armored face, with its stony, painted eyes, stared up at him. Tabby moved swiftly down the stairs and past his father. He dared not look at him. Prudent Monty Smithfield had bought 3 cords of wood every winter, and every winter burned just less than 2 in the fireplaces of 4 Hearths. Now, split and sawn lengths of wood were stacked against the long back fence, enough for at least 3 extravagant winters. Some of it was so dry that the bark had lifted away from the gray wood, peeled back like a rolled-up shirt. Tabby remembered to take the carrying sling from the hook beside the back door, and went out onto the shaggy grass. He smelled wood smoke from the chimneys, and looked up to see it coiling over the house. Black rags that must have been newspaper ash sifted down. Tabby laid the sling on the ground and stacked as many pieces of the oldest and driest wood as he could lift within its webbing. Breathing hard, he lugged the heavy sling back through the door, banging it against the frame. "Okay," his father said, glowering at him out of his ash-striped face. "Get that stuff into the fire in the library." "All of it?" "Then go out and get more, about as much as you have there, and put it in the living-room fireplace." "Dad?" "We need it, Tabby," Clark said. He took a pull from his bottle. Tabby effortfully lifted the sling, and, using both arms, carried it before him into the library. The room was hot as a sauna. He set down the sling, pushed back the fire screen, and began lifting pieces of the wood off the little heap and setting them atop the sputtering fire. A cat's tongue of flame curled through a chink in the piled-up wood. An arm of flame, red and muscular, followed it. The dry wood ignited like a bonfire of dead leaves. Tabby recoiled from the sudden intensification of the heat, and painfully struck his back against the brass edging on a coffee table. He stood up, rubbing his back. Behind him, Berkeley Woodhouse groaned on the couch. Tabby whirled to look at her, having almost forgotten she was in the room. She was holding out a lipstick-blotched glass, and Tabby moved quickly to her side and took it from her. "Fix me one more, will you, sweetie?" she asked. Tabby was certain for a moment that she took him for his father. But then Clark was looming up behind him, and Berkeley blinked, and her face shuddered. She had known who he was. "The boy has work to do, and he's going to do it," Clark said, and roughly took the glass from Tabby's hand. "I'll get you another drink if that's what you think you need." Why are... Berkeley struggled with the sentence for a moment, but flopped back against the couch, letting it go unfinished. "Move," Clark ordered Tabby. "Wood, remember, you're not the bartender around here." Misery still seemed to flow from Clark, but now it was an aggressive misery. "You want more wood," Tabby said flatly, "for the living-room fireplace, then for the kitchen fireplace, and the one in your bedroom." Clark simply continued to stare at him. "Well, sure," Tabby said, "if that's what you want." "What I want," Clark said. "That's it. You and this dumb bitch remember that." He grinned fiercely at Tabby, and then swung the hand gripping the green Jameson's bottle at a pair of flies that had circled in toward his mouth. As the sunlight faded, the rooms and four hearths reddened with the fires. Tabby kept moving from the rear door to the woodpile and back again. And as it grew darker, he saw the downstairs rooms and his father's bedroom become almost unrecognizable. The jumping flames altered the dimensions of the rooms they colored, pulling in one red wall and pushing out another more shadowy wall. Throughout the house, Tabby could hear the insistent sucking sound of air rushing up the chimney stacks. He was slick with sweat, and his face, like Clark's, was smudged with ash and soot. As the hours went past, Tabby ceased to wonder why his father insisted on turning the house into an oven. It was another drunken notion, necessarily bad, and by the next day it would be forgotten, and concentrated instead on making Clark happy in his obsession. His arms ached, his head throbbed. After stoking his father's fires for several hours, Tabby could scarcely remember his name. He was half conscious of Berkeley Woodhouse weaving through the house, ignored by his father. And he thought on one of his returns into the house, with the sling filled with 80 pounds of firewood, that he had heard his father weeping again, saying, "Jean, Jean," as if he were seeing his late wife's ghost. But that was impossible, and anyhow Tabby was by then so exhausted that he scarcely recognized his mother's name. Berkeley eventually banged open the refrigerator door and took out an ancient summer sausage from Greenblatt's, on which she began to gnaw. The heat and the ache in his muscles killed Tabby's hunger. He went upstairs finally to wash his face and hands, too tired for more elaborate cleaning, and left his father downstairs grinning into the blasting red flames. On the wall of a room that he assumed was his, he saw an unfamiliar pennant, a college or high school pennant. He stared at it as he staggered toward his bed. Arhoolie. Arhoolie? This, too, he could not identify. As he fell into bed, the room seemed to distend, to warp about him. His skin felt as though he'd been broiled under a grill. "A whole plate of fire," he heard Clark screech just before he fell into numbed sleep. He dreamed, vividly, of traveling toward a great forest. Huge trees fanned across a plain, their shadows darkening the land before them. Their leafy heads fanned too, bent toward walking Tabby, shook at him. He should run, he knew. He should turn tail and run like hell. Even the trees were telling him so. From the great forest came a wave of bitterness, of evil, of what felt like evil to the boy because of the strength of the bitterness. He should have run away, but he had to get nearer, had to see what lay hidden beneath those reaching trees. As he drew nearer, he gradually began to hear the noises of animals in pain, screaming or whimpering in terror and agony. Accompanying these terrible sounds of pain and death were the violent noises of the battles still going on, bodies cracking against trees, the earth shredded by claws and hooves. Some animal screamed out in a woman's voice, high-pitched and fearful. In the forest the animals had turned against themselves, and if Tabby took one step between the thick, leaning trees, they would leap upon him and rip his heart from his body. That scream, like a woman's, unfurled over his head. When he opened his eyes, his hands gripping the warm top edge of a sheet, he saw a glimmering, twisting pool of white light in the middle of his dark room. He had seen this earlier, he could not remember where, and then he remembered his father seated drunkenly at the kitchen table a few days before, this same light playing behind his head. Tabby's bedroom had become stiflingly hot. The smell of wood smoke, prickly but comfortable, filled the room. The twisting pane of light just past the end of his bed was drawing into itself, concentrating. All those mad animals in the forest. Tabby shrank down into his bed, aware for the first time of how his perspiration had dampened the sheets. The shifting pane of white drew into itself, twisted down into a characterless face. Tabby's body tightened on the damp bed, and he inhaled a great gulp of smoke-perfumed air. The white face before him, still changing, was blank and babyish, but the forehead tilted back and erupted into bulges over the eyes. The chin grew out like a spade, the ears lapped over. The face before Tabby hardened into itself and grinned. It was the face of Gideon Winter, the true face beneath the one he had shown the world. Gideon Winter's white face leaned toward him, as had the brutal trees in his dream. Tabby was faintly conscious of black clothing imbued with a pervasive smell of wood smoke. The huge mouth opened, pointed teeth. A tongue, like a long snake, coiled obscenely out toward Tabby. From beyond his window the wounded animal screamed again, but it was not an animal he recognized. That was the cry of a woman. The face before him evaporated down into itself and wavered in the air like a wisp of smoke. Then it twisted into nothingness, leaving only a bitter smell in the air. Shaking, Tabby left his bed. Now he registered that his room was filled not only with darkness, but also with smoke. He reached the window just as another pitiful scream carried toward him through the night. When he looked down toward the front lawn of Four Hearths, he saw two people struggling in smoke and night. He had seen many such scenes over the past weeks. Everyone in Hampstead had seen these obscure but passionate battles, and that may be why it took Tabby a moment or two to identify the two people fighting on his front lawn. But even when he had seen an unmistakable arrangement of features, even when he saw a familiar blur of lipstick, he did not want to identify these brawling people. His mind fought to reject their identities. His father, Berkeley Woodhouse. Clark seemed infused with glee, strong enough to fell an oak with the flat of his hand. So even after Tabby had admitted that the man down there was his father, he found himself doubting it. Clark had not demonstrated such energy, such physical confidence, since the barely remembered days of his tennis victories. One of the first things Tabby saw was that his father had not had such a good time in years. And then he saw that Berkeley's symmetrical face was blurred with blood, not lipstick. Clark's back muscles laughed again, and his fist smashed her nose to a squashy pulp. As Berkeley's hands came up to her face, Clark kicked her legs out from under her. As soon as his mistress struck the ground, Clark kicked her with joyous accuracy in the ribs. Another of her terrible wails rose toward Tabby. Clark did an impatient, jittering jig, adjusting his stance, and then kicked her squarely in the head. Berkeley moaned, and Clark jigged down the grass toward her midriff. Her long legs were trembling, flailing against the grass. Clark aimed a particularly forceful kick at her belly. Her body was thrown back a foot. Berkeley convulsed again, a coil of white smoke momentarily erasing her face, and Clark was able to smash at her face without the inconvenience of moving. Tabby saw Clark's leg move twice, piston-like, and immediately after saw the grass at his father's feet take on an added sheen and extra darkness. Red dots spattered Clark's trousers. The white drift of smoke lazed off, and Tabby saw what had become of Berkeley Woodhouse's face. Then he could move. Tabby threw up the window, leaned out into gritty warmth. "Dad! Dad! Stop!" Clark turned around and looked up at his son. His face was as joyous as Tabby had feared it would be, unconsciously radiant. "Turn around, Tabby," Clark said. "It's your turn now." "Dad," Tabby breathed out, "I'm going to call for the ambulance." "Look around you, Tabby," Clark said in a lightly teasing voice. His father smiled at him, a smile that seemed somehow not Clark's at all, but sweeter and more formal, and walked back toward the house, leaving Berkeley's body carelessly behind him on the shiny black grass. Clark disappeared beneath the roof of the porch. Tabby heard the door slam shut. He glanced in agony at the still form of Berkeley Woodhouse, hoping that she would groan or move. He knew that she was dead. An inner door slammed, the library door. Tabby turned around, and it was as if all of Four Hearths laughed. The room was not his. It was smaller, more crowded with things. He saw skis leaning against a closet door, a trombone case beside the bed, a music stand before the window opposite. Tabby did not ski or play the trombone. He could not read music, and there was no window in that wall. The Arhoolie pennant he had seen before, the harbinger of all this change, glowed down at him from its place over the bed. Still he could smell the pervasive wood smoke, though he could no longer see it. Tabby went cautiously across the unfamiliar room to the window. What he saw when he looked out was not Greenbank. He was looking down on a longer lawn, ending not in a slope to the road, but at a white fence. Across the street were modest frame and ranch houses, much closer together than the houses in Hampstead. The trees were different. They reminded Tabby of the trees he had known in northern Florida. Black lines of tar wetly streaked the road. Down at a corner that did not exist, a street sign was visible on its tall pole. Tabby squinted to read it. Maple Lane. Like the contents of the room, this too was unfamiliar, yet somehow known, as if met in a dream. Downstairs his father roared like a beast. Tabby's chest tightened when he recognized the sound as laughter. Maple Lane, a room with ivied wallpaper and skis leaning against a closet door. Arhoolie. He thought he almost knew what he would find beyond the door. He wondered, if he went to the telephone, would he get the Hampstead police station, or the police of whatever invented world this was? Outside the room was a hallway thick with invisible smoke. It rubbed sandpaper against Tabby's eyes, threw salt in his lungs. "Help!" he called. "Dad!" "You want something?" his father's voice asked calmly from behind him. Tabby whirled around, so frightened he wanted to pee. His father's voice, but not his father. A slim, much younger man separated himself from the wall. His face was pitted with small acne scars. He looked to Tabby like someone who would have sought out the Norman twins. He looked criminal. He wore a cap on his head, and what Tabby only now recognized as a gray tweed suit that belonged to his father. Tabby stepped backward. "Get back in your room, spunks," this creature said. "I got a whole plate of cookies for you." He smiled at Tabby, and the smile froze the boy. "Whole plate, my little buddy." "Dad," Tabby said. "Daddy's here," the creature said in his father's voice, and began to glide toward Tabby. Tabby turned around and ran for the staircase he mysteriously knew was at the end of this corridor. Behind him, the creature, with his father's voice, started to laugh. The heat intensified as he rushed down the stairs. He could hear but not see the fires in the living room and library, noise of kindling, snapping flames taking all the food they could. He hit the bottom stair and ran into a living room decorated with a chintz couch and frilly curtains on the windows. A grandfather clock stood on a hooked rug beside a stone fireplace. The room seemed hot enough to burst by itself into flame. Wooden Dutch doors separated this room from the big kitchen, and Tabby ran through them, wanting only to get outside, to the real outside, to Green Bank. A woman who had been standing at the sink turned to smile at him, and that was when he realized for the first time where he was. In a modest brown dress with a white Peter Pan collar, Grace Jameson, with his real mother's face, was greeting him in the kitchen of Daddy Is Here, where so many confrontations and accommodations had been met. Along with the simple, primitive smell of fire, he caught the odor of pot roast. He stopped moving, stopped breathing. "Oh, darling," his mother said, "here you are. We've been waiting such a long time. Dinner's almost ready. Shouldn't you go back up to your room and wash up? Your daddy's waiting for you, you know." "Billy Bentley," he breathed out, his eyes avidly on the face of Jean Smithfield. She looked just as she had on the day of her death 10 years before. She was different from the way he remembered her. His memories had been indelibly shaped by photographs Clark had saved, and now he saw that for photographs she had pursed her mouth, had generally tightened up. Aged 29, his mother was shorter than he had realized, sweeter, more fragile. "Now you're just being silly," she said. "Back upstairs with you, young man." "Mom," he said. Jean Smithfield stepped toward Tabby, an expression of profound love mixed with reproach for a difficult child printed on her face. Then she smiled and playfully reached out for his shoulder. Tabby looked at her and wanted to run into her arms, but a wave of hot air as from a blast furnace, air that seemed hot enough to melt iron, flowed toward him, and he stepped back, startled. His mother was still smiling at him, but her hands were the centers of twin balls of flame. In an instant, the flames had coursed up her arms and leaped into her hair. Beneath the smiling face, Tabby saw white, glowing bone. He jerked backward again, and his mother tottered toward him, the flames spreading across her face and down her chest. Not looking, Tabby held out a hand to one side and felt it encounter the intense heat of an invisible fire. He screamed at the pain, and his mind nearly balked like an overloaded machine. The house was burning around him, and he could not see the flames. His mother sank to her knees, still reaching out for him. Tabby dodged away from the side where he had met the flames, but could not take his eyes off his mother. She was a shapeless mound of fire, from which protruded 2 upraised arms. His burned hand pulsed and fluttered with pain. Even before he looked at it, he knew that it was blistering, turning red. His father started to laugh behind him, and Tabby whirled around, bracing himself to see Billy Bentley. But it was his father, dressed in the gray suit, holding a tumbler full of Irish whiskey. When Clark splashed some of the glass's contents on the floor, little fingers of fire snatched the whiskey away as soon as it struck. "Ain't this lovely?" Clark said. "All of us together again for the very last time, and on television, too." Clark staggered to one side, wiped the sweat from his face. He was grinning like a dog, mindlessly. "Upstairs," your mother said. "You heard her, kiddo. You get on up there and get ready for dinner." Fibers on the left sleeve of his jacket had begun to smoke and darken. Within the twitching mound of fire that had consumed Jean Smithfield, a form Tabby had seen twice before was struggling to be born, stretching itself, finding its wings. Heat roared around Tabby's head. "A whole plate of fire," Clark said reflectively. "That was it, wasn't it? A whole plate of fire. I can remember you saying that so many times, right here in this kitchen." Richard. This was about Richard Albee, not him. The dragon was telling him that Richard, too, was going to die tonight. The dragon wanted him to know that. "I'll help you get upstairs, Spunky," his father said, faltering toward him. Tabby moved another step away from the hottest part of the room and glanced again at the yawning blaze in the middle of the kitchen floor. Almost he could see the head with its wide empty eyes filled with night, rising up. Then another movement took his attention, and he looked across the stretching flames and saw Billy Bentley, leaning against a blazing wall, gently smiling at him from the depths of his pitted face. Billy uncrossed his arms, brought down a hand, and produced an extended middle finger like a rabbit from a hat. "We got to get going," Clark said uneasily. There isn't much time." Tabby was retreating, not knowing where he was going, but wanting only to get away from the almost solid-looking, moving pyre in the middle of the kitchen. He felt his eyebrows crisping, the small hairs in his nose threatening to burn. Billy Bentley was still giving him the finger while leaning on a burning wall. "Is this the end of the series?" Clark asked, blinking. Billy's mouth opened in a noiseless shout of laughter. He was going to die. The house was burning, and he and his father were so trapped in this hallucination about Daddy's here that they could not even find the way out. Tabby backed farther away, now seeing the head of the fire bat lift out of the pyre, scanning toward him with its empty eye-holes. Once the fire bat saw him, he would die. The whole kitchen, the whole house, would explode like the Death Star in Star Wars. "Hey, kid," Clark asked, "what the shit happened to Berkeley? Jesus, why is this damn drink so hot?" "Dad," Tabby said, "get out! Out of the house!" The head of the fire bat turned hungrily toward Clark. One great wing crackled out of the flames and unfurled across the width of the kitchen, slamming his father into the sink and instantly covering him in flame. Tabby saw Clark's drink ignite, then saw his clothes fly off his body. His father screeched in agony as his skin began to fry. "No!" Tabby shouted, helplessly seeing his father die. Another huge wing crackled out of the flames. With a hopeless desperation, Tabby whirled around, sobbing, and ran away from the heat. He did not know where he was going in the real house that lay concealed beneath this vision of the house from Daddy's here, but the temperature of the air told him where the fires were weakest. His fingers touched a hot wall. He heard the crackling of enormous wings behind him. He slid his fingers along the wall, hoping that he was wrong, and knowing that he was not. A wooden molding slipped beneath his moving fingers. He found the edge of a door and tore at it, scarcely believing that it was there. Cool air rushed up at him, and he threw himself through the opening. A searing line stroked across his back, as if he had been grazed by a flaming sword, and he was falling into darkness, out of control, his head and arms and back thumping, cracking against hard wood. He rolled over and struck the bottom. His face was wet, cold. He thought he was bleeding. His head throbbed in a dozen places where he had struck it, and his lip was swelling. The air seemed frigid. He opened his eyes cautiously and saw only darkness. Gradually, he realized that he was in the cellar. The wetness on his face was perspiration, not blood. The cellar felt like an icebox after the intense heat of the house. He pushed himself back from the foot of the stairs, afraid that the thing upstairs would send flames shooting down after him. His legs and arms complained, but moved. He had not broken anything in his tumble down the stairs. Tabby made himself stand. For a moment he simply stood, waving his burned hand gently in the air, breathing slowly. He walked backward into a wall and propped himself against it. He felt, more than knew, that he was crying. Tabby walked himself along the wall, keeping his shoulders against the concrete block, moving into the area of greatest darkness. From the floor above him came noises of war and tumult. He could hear the fire gaining strength, claiming more and more of the house. And in the midst of that noise, he heard an undercurrent of voices calling out an indistinguishable sound that must have been his name. He inhaled and held the breath, trying to stop his pointless crying. He wiped his face with his undamaged hand. Tabby moved as far from the staircase as he could get. A single voice called out, "Come up here, son." It was his father's voice. Tabby saw Clark jigging down on the lawn, kicking the life out of Berkeley. "Get up here, now!" Tabby turned around and pressed his bruised face into the hard, cool concrete block. It was gritty and sent needles into his skin. Tabby hugged this uncomfortable wall, shaking. A roaring entered the cellar, and a cloud of heat. Tabby turned his head away, but not before he had seen a wall of fire come blasting down the stairs. He flattened himself against the wall. He heard the fire take the staircase and begin sucking at the ground. Tabby looked up and saw the burning earth reflected in one of the little cellar windows. 2. 9 hours earlier, Graham Williams had been glaring in exasperation at a young man in a red-striped shirt, bow tie, and blue blazer, who was seated at an antique desk in an elegant, bow-fronted Georgian building on the Old Post Road in Hillhaven. The building housed the Hampstead Patchen Historical Society, and the young man, the only person in the building apart from Graham, was one of the graduate students on its staff. Though momentarily flustered, the young man seemed utterly at home in the Historical Society, and this was a part of Graham's annoyance. This squirt acted like he'd been born back in the reference stacks. "You have more problems than you know, kid," Graham said, shoving his hands deep into the pockets of his baggy trousers and hunching over even farther than usually to nail the boy to his leather chair with a scowl. "Forget about this new so-called rule you just invented. I told you, the director insisted on it. We can't allow the public back into the stacks anymore. We had too many problems this summer. You wouldn't begin to believe some of them." "And don't interrupt me, Buster. You have a real problem if you call yourself a historian. You're ignorant. You never even heard of the Black Summer, one of the most crucial periods in the history of this region, and to you it's only a blank page." The boy sighed, leaned sideways in his opulent chair as if he wanted to get out from under Graham's gaze. "I'm in European history. You're talking about regional interest here. I don't feel you're qualified to attack me as a historian anyhow." "I've seen more history than you've read about." "Mr. Williams, we're not getting anywhere. I have in fact heard of the so-called Black Summer, though it is true that I'm not really up on what happened then, and if you would be seated at one of the tables, I'll go back into the stacks and dig up everything that seems even faintly relevant to it. Is that good enough for you?" "I'll settle for it, but the answer is no." Williams took a step backward and ceased trying to murder the boy with black looks. "Now we're getting somewhere." The boy stood up, buttoning his blazer. He looked smug, a little prissy to Graham. He made his way around the desk with an almost invisible smile of self-congratulation on his lips. "If you'll seat yourself in the reading room, Mr. Williams?" Graham scowled at him again. "You've heard of it, you say. What have you heard?" The boy tossed his head. "I'll try to remember when I'm getting your books from the stacks." Graham turned his back on him, disgusted, and stalked out of the mahogany-paneled anteroom into the much larger area the Historical Society had filled with long library tables. Framed maps and portraits of both men and houses lined the walls. Cases against the walls held bound manuscripts and books of drawings and sketches. Graham dropped his pens and pads of paper on one of the front tables as noisily as possible. Then he shoved his hands back in his pockets and made a rapid tour of the paintings, all of which he had seen many times before. He ended before a hand-painted map of the Hampstead Patchen seacoast. Marshes and wetlands had been sketched in. An Indian raised a bow at the site of a massacre in 1645. A redcoat soldier stood at attention on Kendall Point. The map-maker, who had made wildly inaccurate guesses about the shape of the coastline and the distances between his various landmarks, had inked in the date on the bottom right-hand corner, 1803. Graham had often wished that he could meet the anonymous map-maker, could suggest that he wait another 8 years before finishing his work. If he'd drawn the map in 1811, Graham was sure that he'd have had a more interesting image to place on Kendall Point. "Mr. Williams? Mr. Williams?" Graham turned sharply, almost jerkily away from both the hand-painted map and his preoccupations. The young man was standing before a mound of books and papers. He looked even more pleased with himself than he had before. "I found quite a lot of material," he said. "You've got copies of the New Haven papers and broadsides for the summer months of 1873, copies of the Patchen newspaper, all the books I thought might even be a tiny bit helpful, and I remembered that other thing I mentioned." With his index finger, he pushed forward on the table a slim book in a gray library binding. "Ever heard of Stephen Pollock?" Graham impatiently shook his head. "Pollock is supposed to have influenced Washington Irving. Anyhow, Pollock wrote a book called Curious Voyages, a travel book, and that's what I thought of earlier. He was in Connecticut in 1873, and he took a coach from New York to New Haven." He smiled brilliantly, pointed to the front door with a gold ballpoint. "Which means that he passed this house. He was on the Old Post Road." Graham put the Pollock book aside, intending to look at it later, and spent several hours looking through the mimeographed newspapers from the summer of 1873. What was most startling, he thought, was the deadly indifference, the calm, into which the black summer had fallen. Now and then there was a reference to the change in the coach schedules or the shipping patterns, and in the Patchen newspaper he caught a jocular reference to the sudden prosperity of the area's undertakers, the profusion of coins in the gravediggers' pockets. What was most startling was that no one had seemed startled. Half a town had died, and in the neighboring towns people shut their eyes and made jokes about rich gravediggers. They had spent years pretending that Hampstead no longer existed. Still not picking up the Pollock book, Graham sent the graduate student back into the stacks for information about the burning of Patchen in 1779. He wanted to let his mind play over various events of the 30-year cycle. Tryon landing at Kendall Point, the English and the Jaeger mercenaries swarming up over that wooded, stony land, in a violent storm putting houses and farms to the torch. The soldiers had trampled across Gideon Winter's grave to sack the town. Kendall Point. Sometimes Kendall Point seemed to reach out toward Hampstead, to grasp at it, as though it fed on the town. A chill went over Graham's body, and he saw himself as he was, a bent old man, no longer very strong. The strongest part of him now was his voice, and this was what he proposed to set against Kendall Point and Gideon Winter, because of ideas he had been chasing for 50 years, because once he had fought a madman on a boat and imagined that he had been fighting even more. How long had it been since he had seen Kendall Point? Graham realized that he had not been out there since he had begun looking into Hampstead's history. In those days, still really a boy, he had gone out for a look at the place. He had seen nothing. He had looked at trees, rocks, the water. He had walked down into the ravine left behind by the events of 1811, and there, too, he had looked at boulders, exposed earth, caverns washed out by erosion, tough, ropey weeds crawling all over. Nothing. He had looked, but not seen. He had been thinking about Tryon's soldiers and how they had landed. He had not paid enough attention to the point itself, to the heart of what was all about him. Almost without realizing he was doing it, Graham pushed himself back from the long table and stood up. Still he could feel traces of his goosebumps scattered across his back and down his arms. He turned to the painted map. In its light wooden frame, it had a decorative pastel look, like something found in the room of a small child. Graham walked toward this innocent, inaccurate map. Where Greenbank was, the mapmaker had drawn 2 little farms and sketched in extensive marshland. Graham stared moodily at these for a moment, then looked once again at Kendall Point. It was larger, more bloated than in reality. The redcoat stood at attention in the middle of this distorted point, his musket propped on his shoulder. Graham squinted and leaned closer to the framed map. He had never really looked carefully at the face of the little redcoat. Then he was frozen there, bending over with his own face only inches from the glass covering the map, because he had seen the little figure move. The redcoat was lowering his musket, spreading his legs. The little figure's mouth split open in a wide grin. He was not a drawing any more. He was antic and alive, and he was unshouldering his gun. Graham was dimly aware, in the midst of his astonishment, that the lines on the map were flying about, making jagged patterns around the little figure. The redcoat winked at Graham, raised the gun, and sighted on the barrel. When he pulled the trigger, Graham heard a pop, like the explosion of a small balloon. In the next second, a tiny starburst appeared in the glass covering the map. Graham jumped back, fearing for a second that he had been struck by the ball. Then he saw it, embedded in the broken glass, a black metal dot, gnat-sized. A tiny flame sprang up in the middle of the redcoat's chest. Just before the young man in the bow-tie rushed into the reading room, Graham finally noticed what had happened to the lines on the map. The seacoast from New Haven to the Norrington border was the snouted, horned profile of a dragon. He groaned, feeling as if he had caught a real bullet in his intestines, a sharp twist of sudden agony. "Mr. Williams, anything happen?" the young man said. He'd come in such a hurry that he had left his jacket unbuttoned. Then he saw the map. "What did you do?" He gaped at Graham, then back at the wall. Flames were sprouting beneath the glass, curling over the distorted depiction of Kendall Point. The figure of the redcoat had blackened and shriveled. "My God!" the boy said. He ran to the map and touched the frame to take it off the wall. Immediately he snatched his hands back, wincing. "It's burning," he said, still stunned. He threw off his blazer and used it to grasp one side of the frame. The boy awkwardly wrestled the map off the wall, and the glass struck the boards. "What?" the boy said, looking wildly at Graham. "Fire extinguisher," Graham said. "You need a fire extinguisher." "You wait here, Mr. Williams," the boy said. "I mean it. You just wait right here." "I think you'd better hurry," Graham said. The boy looked in anguish at the little flames lifting up from the map, turned around, and ran out of the reading room. Graham went nearer the map. He stepped on the flames and ground them out. In the depths of the building, the boy slammed a door. Graham went slowly to the long table and picked up his pens and notepads. He slipped Stephen Pollock's Curious Voyages into the stack of his papers. He was out the front door and halfway down the cobbled walk to his old car before the door deep in the building slammed again. Breathing hard, he turned on the ignition. Just before he drove away, he looked sideways at the bow windows of the Historical Society and saw the face of the young man inside shouting something at him. Graham threw the car in gear, stepped on the accelerator, and made one of the most impetuous departures of his life. He was pointed in the direction of Patchen, away from Hampstead, and flicked on his turn signal before going around the block. But after he had turned seaward, he continued straight on Harbor Road and did not circle back toward Mount Avenue and Green Bank. He was going to Kendall Point. Where the road ended in a sweep of gravel before a crumbled wall, Graham parked his car and went slowly across the broken surface of the asphalt to the gravel. He put a shoe on the low wall, feeling a barely suppressed excitement. It was the tone he had not understood before, that hectic, gleeful tone of the dragons. Looking out at Kendall Point, Graham felt 20 years drop away from him. 30 years. He had his little pain in his chest. His right knee throbbed, and his back was giving him regular twinges. But he was on the verge of discovery, of breakthrough. He knew it, and the dragon knew it, too. Like Tabby Smithfield alone on Gravesend Beach, Graham could have shouted, "Show me!" and meant all of Tabby's defiance. Before Graham was a leafy gorge, perhaps 20 feet deep, with gentle sides and huge boulders on the bottom to make it an easy matter to cross over to the other side. Beyond the gorge was a flat, grassy plain with a stand of ancient oaks and white spruce in its center. At its edges, this plain degenerated into marsh, which itself degenerated into stony beach just before the waterline. From where Graham stood, at the end of the roadway, to the farthest tip of the point, was a distance of perhaps 200 yards. The inhabited land, reached by the end of Harbor Road, the territory behind Graham now, still looked surprisingly as it had the last time Graham Williams had come out to Kendall Point. The depression had somehow hit this obscure corner of Hillhaven 10 years early, and had never left. As Graham saw it now, the dragon had spoiled this place. Directly beside the curved end of the road stood a white building with a concrete terrace partially visible behind a tall fence. The building had a long ground-floor window facing the Sound, and ranks of smaller windows in the upper floors. In one of these a pair of tights dried on a line. In another a Budweiser lamp flickered. Graham had always felt certain that this building was a bar, but it had no name, no sign. For that reason, and because of the line of little windows, he assumed also that it was a whorehouse. It looked like a whorehouse, like a bad one, a place where you just might get robbed. Down the rough street, going past the white building, stood a half-dozen little houses. They were what Hillhaven had instead of Poor Fox Road. Just as they had a generation and a half ago, these houses seemed abandoned, leeringly empty, invitations to tragedy. Graham felt now, looking at the row of dilapidated and leering houses, that they were waiting there for their victims. Graham stepped up onto the low wall, looked back at his car and the cluster of buildings, and then jumped the 18 inches down into Dragon's Land. First, he had to get down into the gorge, make his way across the tops of the boulders, and then go up the opposite slope onto the point itself. The slope down to the boulders looked easy enough. If he had been a child, he would have tried to slide down on the soles of his shoes. The wild rhododendron bushes growing down the sides of the gorge now seemed almost to invite Graham to use them for handholds, or for brakes if he found himself moving too quickly. Moving very carefully and heeling over to his right, Graham began to inch his way sideways down the slope. The earth held solidly beneath his basketball shoes. He stuck his left arm stiffly out for balance, and went down a few more steps. Soon he would reach the rhododendrons and be able to cling to them nearly all the way to the boulders. Down a few more steps, his ankles already beginning to grumble at the way they were bent. Graham bent to the side a little more, and put the fingers of his right hand against the ground, steadying himself. His left foot found a grip 6 inches down the slope. His right awkwardly crossed over it and found its own place. Graham exhaled, nearly grunting. This was more work than he had expected. He dropped the left foot again, and felt moss slither under the sole of his shoe. For a moment he wobbled, almost going over, and dug his fingers into the grass. His legs slipped out from under him, until the basketball shoe found a patch of bare earth and clung. "Jesus, why am I doing this?" he thought, straddling 3 feet of sloping ground as he drove the fingers of his right hand deep into the earth, gripping roots and a pelt of grass. "Why did I come down here?" He looked back up toward the top of the gorge, and saw the sky wheeling blackly over the rim, the land rearing up as dizzily as a roller-coaster track. Graham groaned out loud. The slope he clung to was canting up like a ladder jerked suddenly perpendicular. The light had winked out. Graham was crazily conscious of the glowing dial of his radium watch, and of a wheezing, asthmatic sound he thought was the laughter of the rotting houses, until he realized that it came from his chest. His head was swinging backward, his feet forward, in sudden night. Where he had dug his fingers into the ground, the earth scalded his hand. A tubular root against his palm suddenly burned like a hot-water pipe. Graham flailed out with both hands, reaching for any support he could find, and immediately slipped 5 or 6 feet down the slope, scraping his belly and his face against rough stones. Then it was as if a rhododendron had twined its stalks around his hands, voluntarily stopping him from sliding onto the boulders. Graham gripped at the bush, felt it accept his hands and then find his legs. For a moment he was secure. "Help me," he called out, thinking that one of the girls from the bar might hear him. "Help me!" He knew, and wished he did not, that the girls in that place would have heard and ignored many strange cries from Kendall Point. "Help! Help!" The bush or the steep hill, or both, flexed and threw him off. He felt the muscles of the earth contract, the twigs and leaves of the bush he clung to coil into themselves and bulge monstrously. And after that he felt only air rushing away from him, and his stomach falling faster than he was. After he struck the boulders, he felt nothing. A long time after, Graham opened his eyes onto a red immensity of pain. He moaned, licked his lips, moved his legs. All of him hurt so thoroughly, so comprehensively, that he was not aware of any special injuries. He himself was the injury. Yet, after a few minutes, individual reports began to come in. His head was muffled in an enormous ache, and his right cheek had grown out to twice its size. His right arm sang out with pain when he tried to raise it. His hips sent up messages of drowsiness and confusion. He blinked twice, rapidly, then twice more. He raised his left hand carefully and explored his face, wiped at his eyes. Above him, the world was again taking shape, reforming itself out of the redness. The rim of the gorge lay like a black line beneath the sky's starry and dark blue. Graham did not at first remember why he was outdoors, and he puzzled over the odd vertical landscape before him. He could remember staring at the map in the Historical Society. After that, all descended into a rushing blackness. He remembered a starburst exploding across the surface of a pane of glass. What had caused that? Graham used his left arm to prop himself upright. The world went red again and swung around him in big, dizzying orbits. He moved his right arm, and the elbow reacted as though he had been kicked there. Hissing with pain, Graham opened his eyes again. and saw how close he was to the top of the gorge. The agony in his elbow ceased as he cupped it in his left hand. Graham thought he was ready to move. He carefully lowered his right arm and put his left hand flat against the smooth surface of the boulder so that he could help himself stand. His hips agonized, but he thought he had just bruised a bone or jarred the ligaments. In fact, at this moment, Graham was congratulating himself on having survived his fall with so little real injury. Looking at the slope now, he could see dark scars, which were the marks torn by his shoes as he stepped down. They ended about 12 feet from the boulders, and halfway between the last mark and the rock was a patch from which the moss and grass had been erased, rubbed away. Graham's hip its track. He was very lucky to be alive, luckier still to be whole. He tried to persuade his legs to get under him. His hand came down into a puddle of something sticky and wet, and Graham glanced at it more in curiosity than surprise. It was black. In the starlight it looked black. Graham did not identify this fluid as blood until he smelled it, and then he gently shook his head, wondering if the wound on the side of his face were worse than he had thought. He swept his hand to one side, confused, and touched another body that had been lying beside his. It was smaller than an adult body. Graham groaned again, and this time forced himself to his feet. Then he tottered around the perimeter of the boulder so that he could see the face. He bent forward on his painful hips, his heart and gut contorted. The face was Tabby's. Tabby's neck had been sliced open, so savagely the boy had nearly been decapitated. He had been killed up on the rim of the gorge, and then his body thrown down beside Graham. The body had the boneless ease of a discarded toy. "Oh, God," Graham said. "Oh, dear God." He had begun to cry, and unthinkingly he lifted his right hand toward his nose. The elbow screamed. Graham inhaled sharply, gripped his right wrist with his left hand, and supported the right arm atop the left while he scrubbed his nose with his sleeve. "Oh, dear God," he repeated, and fresh tears jumped to his eyes. "Tabby." Tabby opened his eyes and froze Graham to his foot of rock. I'm dead, and it's your fault." Graham almost fell off the boulder. Tabby's face was merciless. "You should be dead, not me," Tabby said. "He wants you to know that." In Tabby's eyes, the old man could see the pinhead dots of light, which were the stars. He killed me because of your meddling. He killed me because you took us to that marker and read us his name. God damn you! Damn you!" The boy's head lolled back against the rock. Blood drooled from the ragged second mouth. "You asked for this, and I damn your soul to hell." "Tabby," Graham began, "if you are Tabby, you know I would never—" The boy's head rolled back again. "You know what happened in the Black Summer, don't you? Don't you? Don't you?" Graham shook his head. "Not everything, Tabby." You don't know anything. Because this is what happened. This!" The head rolled to the side, fixing Graham with a look of idiot glee. "Me! I'm what happened. Me! This isn't even what I look like now. You don't know that either. You want to see? You want to see what I'm like now? You might as well know what you're looking for." "Looking for?" "4 hearths is just 1 hearth now, Graham." The drooling mouth split with laughter, and then the whole body instantly shrank, blackening to a dwarfish mummy. The dry little husk whispered on the flat surface of the rock. Ashy sections crumbled off. Graham looked in horror at the blackened remains of Tabby's body. Shaking, he bent forward, no longer noticing the agonies in his elbow and hips, and laid his fingertips on the black crust. As soon as he touched it, the little husk cracked into uncountable pieces. Gray dust rose up lighter than air from the fractures. The thousands of shreds of ash on the surface of the boulder stirred, broke into particles the size of houseflies, spun crazily apart. Still trembling, Graham painfully straightened himself. For a second the world turned red again and canted up like the deck of a boat at sea. He was gripping his right elbow, his face locked in an old man's Mayan grimace. Tabby was dead. 4 hearths had burned down, and Tabby had been killed there. The dragon had turned lovely Tabby into a thing like a blackened cocoon. Holding his flaring elbow close into his ribs, Graham wept for Tabby, for his own weakness, too. Finally, he wandered off the boulder's flat top, back onto the slope of the gorge. "Damn you," Tabby had said to him through his blood-spattered mouth. "I damn your soul to hell." Graham's tired feet found themselves moving sideways up the mossy slope. Through wet eyes he saw where he had torn the side out of a bush. "I damn your soul to hell. Damn you." When he pulled himself over the top of the little gorge, the lights of the bar's windows struck his eyes like needles. Behind the glass, men and women, damned too, filtered back and forth through an underwater light. Fish in a bowl, Graham thought. Fish in a barrel. He fell once on the way to his car. 3 days earlier, Richard Albee had begun walking to the job up in Hillhaven again. John Rame, who knew nothing of what had happened on Richard's last walk, had been unsubtly encouraging him to leave his car at home. Rame evidently believed that when you were thrown off a horse, you got right back on again. "Best exercise in the world," Rame said, as sawdust flew from the ripsaw into his beard and fell like golden dandruff to his red shirt. "You'll stay healthy all your life, long as you walk a couple miles a day." Richard had given in, and maybe surrender was best, for despite his fears, the walks had gone uneventfully. John Rame's benign, bearded smile of total approval greeted him on the first 2 mornings like a reward. On the 3rd day, the day of the fire at 4 Hearths, the smile was there, but Richard was less sure of the wisdom of applying horse-training metaphors to Patchen County. He had been approaching the point on his walk where trouble always seemed most imminent, where that emotional disaster he feared blew trumpets and bugles at him as soon as he drew near. It was the section of Mount Avenue that traveled from one stone gate to the other, 30 yards down, of Tabby's childhood house. Walking past that gray mansion, Richard pulled back his shoulders and increased his pace. He sweated out the distance, wanting only to make it well past the other end of the drive. On the day that 4 Hearths would burn to the ground and kill everybody inside, Richard Albee had gone no more than half the distance between the 2 stone gates, when he saw that he would again have welcomed the sight of feverish little Charles Daisy. A woman, in a long dress he remembered, stepped out from behind a tree and waited for him. Her feet were bare and pale in the dark myrtle which grew between the iron fence posts and the road. The woman was Laura. As soon as he had seen her, she began coming toward him. Sweat burst from him and instantly soaked his shirt. He clutched the handle of his briefcase, clamped the rolled plans more firmly under his arm, and as firmly kept his eyes on the surface of the road before him. Pebbles, cracks in the asphalt, a pigeon feather ragged as an old toothbrush, loomed up as if magnified, and disappeared when he stepped over them. She wanted him to look at her, but he would not, could not. His body would not let him see how badly hers had been treated. He felt her pleading, and shook his head. If he saw her mangled and destroyed, saw her once again, that was the end of him. She would have him then. He heard her feet whispering through the rubbery myrtle. Her silence was worse than speech would have been. He heard also how the dress slid across her hips, brushed against the little plants. He squinted, ground his teeth, plunged ahead. He passed the 2nd gate, the other end of the long drive up to Monty Smithfield's former house, and groaned out loud when Laura's spectre did not disappear. Still he would not look at her. The myrtle had ended, and Laura's feet were moving over gravel, causing a sound like rolled dice. She did not leave him until he reached the bend in the road just before the long white stretch of Hillhaven's beach. No children there now. Parents were terrified of letting their children get near the water. But a few intrepid women in bikinis lay on the sand, reading the summer's novels and deepening their tans. Richard's eyes were nearly closed. He was squinting so that he could see as little as possible without walking in front of an oncoming car. He sensed then saw the approach of the beach through his filmy eyes. Then he knew that she was gone. All he heard was the water slapping itself into the mild froth that hissed into the shingle. He registered her subtraction from his side as a sudden push of warm air against his ribs. At the job, John Rame took one look at him and left him alone all morning. A sacrifice of self, for the old man loved to talk. Richard knew that he was getting ready to put boiled linseed oil on some of the new flooring they had cut into the dining room, and that he wanted to hem and haw about the amount of coloring to use in the oil. John Rame could cook up a good 30 minutes of ideas about such a topic, but Richard conferred with the client, who appeared to notice nothing wrong or unusual about him, marked up his plans some more, and did 2 hours' lonely work on the roof, trying to shape up a cornice. Still he bit down hard on nothing. In his inner ear he kept hearing bare feet whisper through tough green myrtle. Laura returned for Richard, while unconscious Graham Williams stirred on a flat boulder, while Tabby Smithfield flattened himself against the cellar wall and tried to shut out the voice, his father's, which came from a being not his father. She came at night, and Richard was almost prepared for her. He had gone to bed early, promising himself that he would walk up Mount Avenue the next day, and the day after that, and every day, until Laura stopped appearing. He would not even cross the street. He would do just as he had done, walk blindly on, refusing to look at or speak to her. Richard opened the book he had been reading, The Woman in White, and tried to lose himself in the plight of Marian Halcombe. The print kept receding away from him, and more than once he read the same paragraph without noticing. Richard had assumed that he would have difficulty falling asleep, as he usually did these days, and the assumption kept him from realizing that he was in fact already drowsing. For a time he struggled with Wilkie Collins' prose so stubbornly that he twice picked up the book after it had fallen from his hands. The third time the book dropped onto his chest, he put the marker between the pages and placed the novel on the bedside table. Just as he did so, he realized that he had not only assumed that he would be awake most of the night, he had wanted to be awake. Wakefulness felt like protection. Once the thought became conscious, it was foolish. Richard turned off his light and slid down between his sheets. The house was dark. A moment later, the lights in the hallway went on and spilled brightness into the room. Richard's heart gave a great startled thud. He sat up and saw the open doorway, the hall filled with light, and the door to the nursery also wide open. That door had been closed since the last policeman walked out of the house. Richard had not wanted to enter the nursery ever again. If he'd found the key, he would have locked the nursery and kept it locked. "Who's there?" he called out, hoping that the old wiring had blundered into itself and caused the light to switch on. "Who's out there?" Laura stepped through the nursery doorway and into the bright hall. For a moment she stood outside Richard's room, perfectly still. Her face and chest were streaked with blood. Blood had clotted her hair. Below the thorax she was an open wound. This time he had to look. He did not dare to take his eyes off her. She wanted him to know, or the dragon wanted him to know, what had happened to her. He looked at the mutilated body of his wife and eased himself out of the bed. The dragon had sent her, or she herself was the dragon. He remembered that night after the McLeod's awful dinner party, when he and Laura had undressed together and made love in their rented house, waterbed love, pot-bellied stove love. She had looked totemic, wholly beautiful to him. "I don't want to lose you, Richard." He was shaking, whether with fear, disgust, or rage, he could not tell. Instead, he had lost her. Laura stepped nearer, and Richard backed away toward the bathroom, keeping the bed between himself and Laura. She slowly stepped out of the light into the darkness of the bedroom. For a long moment she was only a shadow, a Laura-shaped outline against the light, and Richard almost melted onto the floor. His wife had come back. Then he was assailed by those odors another specter, Billy Bentley, had pushed toward him from an elevator in a Providence hotel. Rot, sewage, evil swamp gases, feces, death. "Get out of here," he said. She moved toward him, circling down toward the foot of the bed. Her eyes gleamed whitely. The wound in her belly flapped like a shirt-tail. "You're not Laura," he said. The end of her mouth lifted in a taunting half-smile. "Are you going to try to kill me?" he said. "Fine, kill me. I can't take this any more. I went crazy when you died. Do you think I want to live here all by myself?" She passed through a stark, vertical shadow, and when she emerged again into the light from the hallway, her skin was whole. The blood and wounds had gone, as if Richard's memories had created her fresh. Now she was his wife again, stepping nearer and nearer through the dim light. His breath caught in his throat. His skin tingled, suddenly cold. Laura stepped right up before him, still with the half-smile playing on her mouth. She reached out to him, and he stepped backward. Her fingers just grazed his bare chest. His skin raised and blistered where she had touched him. The pain sank into him like knives. Laura or not, she was real enough to kill him. Smiling, she came forward again, reaching out. "No," he said, moving backward toward the bathroom door. "Go away. I can't fight you." She forced him into the bathroom, and he continued backing away. The whites of her eyes shone in the darkness of the bathroom, and Richard's skin moved in revulsion. He could back out of the hall entrance to the bathroom. He was not cornered. All of the house was available to him. Laura crept nearer, and he jumped back, feeling behind him for the knob of the hallway door. "Go," he said. "Get out of here." She crept nearer, and his hand found the knob. He jerked the door open behind him and walked backward out into the hall. Here, the light above the staircase, the light which had announced Laura's presence, cast everything into banality. They were not in the chiaroscuro of the bedroom, but at the top of the main staircase, in real light, and his naked wife was coming playfully for him out of the bathroom door, real light falling on her real flesh and catching in her hair. She was smiling a typical Laura smile. Richard backed slowly away from her, touching the top of the banister. Here in the light, Laura's presence seemed almost ordinary. She tilted her head, then made a playful little darting movement toward him, and he jerked back. They stood unmoving at the top of the staircase for a moment. Richard knew that she meant to kill him, and here in this banal, everyday light, it seemed impossible that he should ever have been willing to die. She was a creature of the dragon, not Laura. Laura had belonged to the world of affections and friendships and work. This thing before him, so perfect, was a betrayal of her. Richard, who knew every inch of his new house, knew that one of the pickets supporting the banister was like a loose tooth. 20 times he had jiggled the picket, promising himself he would get around to fixing it. Watching Laura very carefully, Richard took another step backward and reached sideways and down. His hand fell on sculptured wood that rattled in its socket at his touch. He pulled as hard as he could, and the picket splintered away from the single nail holding it. Even before the 2-foot-long piece of wood was securely in his hand, Laura was rushing at him. He had time only to try to jump out of the way and club at her. She groped for him, but he moved sideways, bringing down the picket. It struck her smooth shoulder and knocked her into the banister. Where it had touched her skin, it darkened and released a wisp of smoke. Laura straightened herself, then deliberately touched the top of the banister with her forefinger. An orange flame the size of a match sprouted on the molded banister, blistering the layers of paint. Richard remembered how that touch had felt carving into him. The little flame guttered out. Laura dashed at him, and again he swung hard at her, connecting with one of her arms. A tiny flame shot up on the picket, disappeared when Richard swung his weapon around in the air. That terrible odor of rot and death boomed toward him again. He saw that where Laura's feet had trod, the carpet had blackened and scorched. She charged at him again, driving him backward through the open nursery door. As she entered, he swung at her head, and she raised her arms too late to deflect the blow. The impact knocked her sideways. She sprawled onto the hardwood of the nursery floor, blackening the varnish. Richard jumped forward and brought his club down again, smashing her forehead. What he was doing seemed almost geometric to him. A series of steps he had to go through cleanly, in perfect order, and without emotion. Long bruises were already appearing on Laura's skin. Her right arm dangled. He chopped down at the head again, and she reached out and grasped his ankle with her left hand. Searing pain knocked him down. She was grinning at him, and an alligator had closed its teeth on his ankle. In a rage now, Richard drove the ragged end of the picket into her face. The picket jumped into flame, and she released his ankle. Richard got on his knees and battered at her as she tried to crawl toward him. Then something happened that he did not understand, was not even sure had actually happened, until Graham Williams talked to them all late that night. The picket, now burning like a torch, seemed to tremble in his hands. It seemed living. He smashed it down on the Laura thing's head, and for a moment it seemed lit from within, golden. He raised it and battered down again, and it quivered in his hands like a bird. "You're not Laura," he breathed, and smashed once again at her head. She had ceased to move. He pushed himself across the floor, away from her. A film of blue flame ran lightly across the naked body on the hardwood floor, flickering lightly across the splayed legs. Richard sat up and watched the flames feed upon each other, redden and grow. He had not been geometric. He had beaten this thing into defeat in the same room where his wife had been murdered, and now he was drained by his feelings of rage and triumph. A shape stirred and expanded within the fire over Laura's body. Before it became definite, Laura rolled up into the flames and was consumed. Then the flames concentrated, and Richard saw big wings flicker out of the center of the fire. He drew back from the suddenly intensified heat, and a bat made of flame lifted from the charred floor. Heat rolled over Richard, rolled into him, and the force of it pushed him back into the wall, as if a giant hand had given him a shove. For a moment the entire room shimmered, blue lines of fire chasing wildly over the floor and walls, and then the window exploded outward, and the flexing fire bat exploded out with it. Richard peeled himself away from the wall. His face felt sore and dry, sunburned. The nursery was full of drifting ash and the smell of frying wood. On the floor was a large charred circle, on the perimeter of which lay his picket, or what was left of it. The stub of the picket was black, too, and glints of red rose and died along its length. Richard managed to stand. He went slowly across the blackened floor to the hole where the window had been. A furious, raging fire rode on its own wings into the black sky. When he looked down, he saw Tabby Smithfield standing down there on his front lawn, staring up at him with a face like a white smudge. "And I looked down," Tabby told him in a shaking voice, "and I saw a lead pipe just lying on the floor of the cellar. So I picked it up and smashed the window, just smashed it. And then there was some old stuff in there, trunks and stuff from my grandfather, and I piled it together and climbed up on it. And then I climbed out of the window. I cut myself, but not too bad. Anyhow, I got outside. I saw my house burn right up. It was like one big sheet of flames, the whole house. And I knew my father was dead, so I ran over here." "And you saw the fire bat, that's what you call it?" Tabby nodded. "Where have you seen it before?" "One night when I was on the beach. That night all those houses on Mill Lane burned down, and all those firemen were killed." "Jesus," Richard said. "And in my house, tonight. But it was like I was in the Daddy's Here house." "Oh, my God," Richard said, remembering the nightmare from his earliest days in Hampstead. Billy Bentley. He was there. Shouldn't we call Mr. Williams and Patsy? Don't you think we ought to see if they're all right?" Richard did not want to tell the boy that he had already tried to call Graham and Patsy. While Tabby had been washing his face in the downstairs bathroom, Richard had dialed both their numbers. Neither Graham nor Patsy had been in. He said, "Look, it's almost 11 at night. Graham will be in bed sound asleep. Patsy, too, probably. We'll try to call them in the morning. In the meantime, I guess this is your home now, if that's all right with you. I wouldn't mind the company." Tabby had pushed himself deeply into Richard's guest bed, and now he rolled over and locked his face into the pillow. His shoulders were trembling. Richard, too tired to be perceptive, finally understood that the boy was crying. He patted Tabby's back and sat with him for some minutes. Finally, he said, "Your father and my wife. I suppose we could be sorry for each other instead of being sorry for ourselves. You want to try that?" Tabby nodded into the pillow. Richard stroked his back and said, "Besides that, you need someone like me, and I need someone like you. Tomorrow we'll go get you some clothes and anything else you need, okay?" Still crying, Tabby nodded into the pillow again. He did not want Richard to see his face. "I'm going to bed," Richard said. My room is right down the hall in case you need anything." Richard did not think he could sleep. He was exhausted, but his inner pulse raced. He lay in his own bed with all the lights off, trying to calm that inner engine that chugged and chugged, wanting him to get dressed and go out to search for Graham and Patsy. He would have if he'd had a single clue as to where they were. He and Tabby had escaped the dragon. Could Patsy and Graham do the same? Interspersed with his anxious thoughts about the other two were worries about the boy now sleeping down the hall. Part of Richard knew already that he wanted Tabby Smithfield permanently in his life, but would the boy accept him as substitute father? And could he really be a substitute father? Wouldn't Tabby resent any attempts to replace his true father? And wouldn't he have relatives, family, whose proper role it would be to raise him? But when Richard Albee thought of Tabby Smithfield's family, he saw himself and Patsy McLeod and Graham Williams. And where were they now? Did the fire bat visit them, too? Were they alive? In the midst of these spinning circles, Richard fell asleep, and was instantly dreaming. He was carrying a huge heavy sword in his hands, so large that he had to support it across his forearms, so heavy that all the muscles in his arms were shrieking, but he could not stop. He could not rest. Around him was the pure, the primal bad place, a dank countryside of craters and leafless trees, of burned farmhouses and stinking pools. Richard trudged forward, his arms shaking with pain, toward a flat yellow horizon. When it was time, and when he had reached the right place, he stopped. Now the burned farmhouses were far behind him. On the surface of the gray tarn, some 20 feet before him, smoke or fog corkscrewed up. He planted his feet on the damp ground. In his arms the sword was becoming lighter, had begun to glow. He grasped the handle with both hands, and lifted the sword as high as he could in the air. Then, already bringing it down, he saw that Laura lay on the ground directly before him. Richard screamed, but he could not stop the descent of the sword. It cleaved through Laura's body and bit into the earth. From both wounds a fountain of blood erupted, drenching all the landscape and instantly soaking him. Richard moaned, opened his eyes, and expected to see a red world. Instead he saw Tabby's face, so worried it was pinched far down into itself. "It's Patsy," Tabby said. "She's going to die." 4. Patsy, lonely, had tried to call Graham Williams. When Graham had not answered, she dialed the first 4 digits of Richard's telephone number and then hesitated. She was not sure she could trust herself around Richard Albee, especially this late in the evening, and especially in this mood. Patsy had been feeling restless, indeed almost reckless, most of the day, and she'd had very little to do except read and watch television. She had found a copy of one of Graham's books, Twisted Hearts, at Books and Bob's, and was halfway through it, but she did not want to gulp it down. It was too good for that, Patsy thought. She was a little surprised at how much she liked Graham's novel, but she did not feel like reading now, and television offered only the usual popcorn. She would have liked to spend several hours with Richard, just seeing what would happen if they were alone in the same room. But Richard, she knew, would never begin anything with her. He was out of practice. He had been married too long. He was unsure of himself. And Patsy was unsure that she could initiate anything with Richard, or indeed that it would be right to do so. Richard was still deeply in mourning. His emotions were scrambled. If she began anything with him, he would make too much of it. It would touch him too deeply. And wouldn't it seem too pat, almost cornball, in fact, the widow and the widower? That was unaesthetic. Patsy gently put down the receiver. She could always take a bath. If she still felt this way tomorrow, she would go out and spend too much money on clothes. When she pulled out her credit card, only she would know how virtuous she was being. She got about 6 paces away from the phone when she decided that she would call Richard anyhow. She didn't need a bath, and she didn't like shopping. Patsy turned around, and that was when her telephone rang. She would have bet $100 that the person on the other end of the line was Richard Albee, but she would have lost her bet. The caller said, "Patsy, I'm really glad you're home. This is Graham." "I just called you," she cried. "You're not there." "I just got back. Patsy, I've discovered something, and it could be the clue to everything." I think I know where he is, Patsy, and who he is. Tell me, she said. Can you tell me over the phone? Not now, Graham's voice said. Trust me, Patsy, there's a reason. I want you to meet me someplace. Well, sure, okay, she said, pleased and a little flattered. You name it. Do you know Poor Fox Road in Greenbank? I never heard of it, Patsy said. It's a little obscure, but it's... Oh, I know. It's where that Fritz man was killed. I remember, the gardener. Can you find it? It's just across Mount Avenue from the entrance to Gravesend Beach. You have to look hard to see it. It's not marked. It looks more like a driveway than a town road. I think I've seen it, Patsy said. Well, there are 3 or 4 houses down the end of that road. They're all vacant now. I want you to meet me at the little brown clapboard place next to the house with all the junked cars on the lot. Doesn't it have a number? No number, but you can't miss it. Brown clapboard, sagging roof. Just look for the place you'd choose if you wanted to store your shrunken head collection. Just go inside. If I'm not there, I'll be along in a second. I have to get some things together, some things I want you to see. Brown clapboard, sagging roof, shrunken head collection. You seem very excited, Graham. You'll see why. I'll see you on Poor Fox Road as soon as I can get over there. He hung up. Patsy went straight to her bag, which was sitting open-mouthed on the kitchen counter, and began to search inside it for her car keys. Only 5 or 6 minutes later, she was pushing down her brake pedal, looking out the windshield of her car at what almost had to be Poor Fox Road. Her headlights illuminated a narrow track over which the overgrown trees and tall bamboo-like marsh grass seemed to lean. Patsy caught a disturbing glimpse of the moon sailing up into the sky, just an image of it between 2 black looming maples, and did not recognize until a moment had passed that she had been disturbed because the moon had seemed too large, almost twice its normal size. She was traveling very slowly, still not absolutely certain that she was on the right road, and when she went around the bend where Bobby Fritz had so happily met Dr. Wren Van Horn, she began to hear what sounded like the noise of working machinery, a pounding, a drumming. Patsy assumed, without even really registering the thought, that the academy was the source of this sound. Then her headlights found the first of the houses, then the second, which sat in a sea of junked cars, then the third, and her heart sank. It was brown, or something like brown, and clapboard, and the roofline noticeably sagged. Black windows gleamed at her as she drew her car up before it. But she immediately saw that she had been mistaken. The glass was broken in, long gone. The mistake seemed of a piece with the house. What had caused her despair had not been the shabbiness of the house. She had expected that. It was the atmosphere which surrounded it, of being permanently apart, selfish. She did not want to go in there. The headlights of her car brought the little building forward, emphasized its isolation and starkness. Patsy cut off her ignition and turned off her lights. She contemplated the house. She examined the sharply defined masses which were trees, and the hulks of abandoned cars, somehow made almost beautiful by the streaming moonlight. She gazed without interest at the other houses she could see, and saw that none of these were inhabited. Poor Fox Road was a little ghost town. She looked back at the house, and found that it had lost whatever particularity it had previously had. It was just another empty building. Really, there was no reason not to take a look at it, and Graham had been so excited. Patsy opened the door of her car and stepped out. The machinery sound, that pounding as if jackhammers were at work in the center of the earth, abruptly ceased. She looked over her shoulder at the school property, startled, but saw only the mesh of the fence crowded with moonlit leaves. In front of the house, she hesitated for a moment, hoping to hear Graham's old car grinding toward her. There was no real path up to the front door any more, only a mat of weeds. Patsy looked down the narrow track of the road again, really expecting to see Graham's headlights sweeping through the moonlight. Patsy thought for a second, "He's never going to come," and then shook her head at her foolishness. She went up through the thick weeds and felt the remains of the path through the soles of her shoes. "Come on, Graham," she said aloud. The house, she thought, must have been connected to whatever happened to Graham in the 20s. As she put her hand on the brass doorknob, Patsy realized that this mean, crumbling house must be an important part of the story that involved all of them. Patsy decided to follow orders. She turned the knob, and pushed open the door. Then a squeaking bat swooped out of the house and clamped itself over the side of her face. Too startled to scream, Patsy tried to tear the creature off her face and felt its tiny claws digging into her hair, into her cheek. Her fingers found the small furry body. The bat's high-pitched squeaks drilled into her ear. She felt its head moving, burrowing in her hair. Her eyes closed, dancing frantically back and forth. Patsy half stumbled over a sill as she entered the house. The door slammed shut, but in her terror Patsy hardly heard it. The bat's furry body revolted her. But not only did she have to touch it, she had to wrap her fingers about it. Slapping it with her hand had only increased the frequency of the shrill, hate-filled noises echoing through her head. She could feel its tiny teeth working on her scalp. Patsy's breath came in short, rapid surges, and she heard herself begin to release an eerie, un-Patsy-like wail as she worked her fingers under the body of the clutching animal. At last she thought her grip was secure enough to dislodge it. The bat's heartbeat throbbed like a bird's in her hand, and she tore it off her head. The bat had gone sailing away as soon as it was free, and as Patsy opened her eyes, she threw out her arms and moved in an agitated circle. Her eyes told her nothing. She was in a black, flat environment. Holding her arms and hands over her head, still panting, Patsy started to move quickly across the room. That jackhammer drumming sound seemed to envelop her, to rise up all about her. Patsy could not really see the floor at all. She was vaguely conscious that it was a pattern of darker and lighter patches, but had no time to imagine what that meant. She was now as terrorized by that overwhelming sound as by the possibility of the bat making another pass at her, and she moved straight toward the door. That sound seemed to boil out of the walls. Patsy had taken only a couple of awkward and hasty steps, when it seemed that the floor rose up and slapped her down. She landed on her side, grunting. Now she could see what had felled her. Before the moonlit square of window, a broken floorboard slanted up like a broken spar. Her head was only inches from the ground. Above her, she was suddenly conscious of black wings, of more than one body zigzagging through space. Patsy crawled forward around the hole in the floor. The boards pitched beneath her. That pounding noise rose straight up through the floor. She scrabbled across the treacherous floor, scraping her palms on broken boards, for what should have been twice the distance to the front door. The bats whickered overhead. How many she could not tell. When her hand touched a sticky metal pipe, she cried out. She had gone deeper into the house. All her crawling had taken her farther away from the door. Patsy used the pipe, then the metal tub above it, to lever herself to her feet. Something slimy and foul covered her hands. She felt it on her legs, too. Then she saw two bats whirl past the square of window. Hadn't there been two windows? And shrank away just as she took in that their faces were white. The two bats swooped past her, squeaking in fury, and Patsy saw that one of the bats had flowing red hair and a woman's face. The door just opposite her flew open, revealing a solid wall of flies that instantly dissolved into a million buzzing particles. They instantly covered her, fell on the sink, blackened the air. Patsy lifted her hands to wave them away, and was given a sudden vision, as if it had been beamed into her head, of Les McLeod yelling and stamping down on the accelerator in the last seconds of his life. Through the screen of flies, a reddish light had begun to filter, pulsing with their comprehensive buzzing. The cellar door, the source of this reddish light, threw itself fully back against its hinges. Patsy stood transfixed as the red light washed over her. The flies exploded up into the air again. At the bottom of the cellar steps, a red liquid washed and lapped over the wooden treads. This liquid blanketed the floor. It appeared to be at least several feet deep. In pulsating red light, it surged up to take another of the treads. Then Patsy saw a red hand break the surface of the turbulent lake. Another hand broke free. A head followed, small, well-shaped, the head of a young person. The streaming body tried to find its footing on the bottom step. Another hand broke free of the surface behind it, then another. The first body was that of a boy or young man, Patsy saw. It grasped the rail with one hand and yanked itself forward and up. She could see the filmed eyes moving sightlessly, painfully. Another swimmer's head broke through, back in the vault of redness, the mouth wide open in a soundless shout of triumph. "Tabby?" Patsy sent out unthinkingly. "Tabby? Where are you, Tabby? Tabby? Tabby?" Patsy, Tabby thought, coming abruptly out of a miserable half-sleep tormented by images of Gravesend Beach lathered with a bloody surf. Patsy? He felt as though he'd been tickled by a cattle prod, as though a powerful wave of electric current had just gone straight through him. Patsy was in trouble, mortal trouble. Tabby threw back the sheet and sat straight up in bed, more alarmed even than he had been in his own house. Patsy, are you all right? Are you? He felt nothing before him but the conviction of mortal danger. Tabby jumped out of bed. He felt small and frantic. Where was Richard's room? Patsy, he thought despairingly, and suddenly saw a barren room with an oozing sink and a ruptured floor. Tabby turned blindly into the hallway, going toward the main staircase through the darkness. He heard deep, even, rhythmic breathing, interrupted sporadically by snorts, and turned toward the sound. Tabby held out his hands, whimpering because of his urgency, and groped until he felt the edge of a door-frame. He eased through the empty frame, and then wiped his hands up and down the wall until he found the light switch. Tabby flicked on the lights. Richard Albee lay back on his bed, open-mouthed and snuffling. The sudden light did not awaken him. Tabby ran to the side of the bed. Richard snorted loudly, but did not awaken. Tabby shook Richard's shoulders hard. "Wake up," he said. "You have to wake up, Richard." Richard's eyelids fluttered. His mouth smacked. He uttered a half-audible moan. "Hey," he said. "It's Patsy," Tabby said. "She's going to die." "What?" "She's going to die," Tabby said, and his voice broke. "She's in some terrible old house, and something's going to kill her, Richard. We have to help her." "Help her? How? How do you know this, anyhow? What can we do?" Richard was now wholly awake, but not yet fully in command of himself. "Call Graham," the boy said. "He'll know where the house is. He has to know." "You're sure?" Richard said, then wiped his face and looked at the boy. "Of course you're sure. I'll call him right now. I just hope he got back home." Richard lifted the bedside phone and put it in his lap and began to dial. For Tabby, everything was moving with agonizing slowness. He turned his back on Richard, hearing the maddeningly slow clicks of the dial, and closed his eyes. "Oh, Patsy, hang on, please. We'll find you, Patsy. God, we will. Don't die. I love you." Behind him, a surprised-sounding Richard was talking with Graham, when Tabby heard him say, "You think you know the house?" He could concentrate no longer. "You think your arm's broken?" he heard Richard say, and that snapped his concentration for good. "Get your shoes on," Richard told him. "Graham's coming over right now. I'll just throw on a bathrobe and we'll get going in my car. He thinks he knows where she is." As much as she heard Tabby speaking in her mind, and that was only dimly, the air about Patsy seemed charged with a particular Tabbiness, a fresh sprinkling of his personality that was curiously detached from Tabby as a person, the essence without the form that gave the essence its meaning. Instantly the crowd of flies filling the air seemed to lessen. Down there the redness and the pulsing light were diminishing second by second. The blood-soaked creature on the cellar stairs retreated, still holding out one arm toward Patsy as if he expected her to help him escape. Even after his head had disappeared beneath the red tide, the arm still reached out, imploring. Watching that arm sinking slowly into the red tide, going to the elbow, then to the wrist as the fingers stretched hopelessly out, Patsy began to weep. The tide of blood in the basement fell back slowly from the stairs, going down some invisible cosmic drain. She looked toward the spotted ceiling. Hundreds of flies buzzed in circles up there, throwing themselves against the crumbling fabric, trying to get out. Patsy stumbled, then went blindly out of the kitchen. She stepped over the holes in the floor, skirted the board that had brought her down earlier. Now she could see the door clearly in the moon-washed interior. It was even open, a crack, and an oblong of light had fallen into the room. Across Poor Fox Road, black and white leaves stirred and whispered. She waited in the middle of the road. She busied herself in plucking drying flakes of yellowish gunk off her clothes. When she chafed her palms up and down her calves, most of the pasty yellow stuff shredded away. Patsy crossed the street to her car. A few seconds later, headlights poked around the bend of the little overgrown road. She could see their faces through the open side window of Richard's car, 3 white ovals pressing toward her. Patsy saw that Graham's right arm was in an impromptu sling made from a red paisley bandana. An enormous bruise purpled his right cheek. From Tabby she felt a warming, uncomplicated blast of concern and love. "Can you drive your car, Patsy?" Graham boomed at her. "We shouldn't leave it here all night." Patsy nodded. "Sure?" Richard asked, leaning over Tabby to get a closer look at her. "Why don't you let me come with you?" "Yes, okay, I'd like that." "Then drive back to my house," Graham said. "None of us is going to get any sleep tonight." 5. Patsy and Richard sat on Graham's old couch. Graham straddled his typing chair and sat facing them across his coffee table, scowling. Tabby sat cross-legged on the floor before Richard and knew that the scowl was chiefly meant for him. He could tell, too, that Graham was as angry at himself as at him. Now they all knew what had happened to one another that day, and each of them, Tabby thought, was thinking that his luck must be running out. "I asked you a question, Tabby," Graham said. "How did you know that Patsy was in trouble, and how could you describe the setting so well that I could identify it? What's going on here, Tabby?" "I just knew," Tabby said. "Just knew? Pah! Don't you realize, son, that everything that happens to us is important, part of the pattern? And that if we can't read the pattern, we can't do our job? You can't hide anything from me, Tabby, not if you're serious about helping us." "I'm serious, all right," Tabby said. He didn't mind telling Graham and Richard about the connection between Patsy and himself, not if Patsy didn't mind, but he could not tell Graham Williams and Richard Albee what he had been doing the night he and Patsy had discovered the connection, even though he felt closer to them than to anyone except Patsy. They would not understand. Tabby himself barely understood any more how he had let himself get talked into going with the Norman twins. Tabby was serious. How serious Graham and Richard would learn when they found out that he had destroyed the dragon. "Prove it to me," Graham said. "You bet I will," Tabby thought, and said, "Okay, you want to, Patsy?" He looked up at her, and she was nodding at him. "Okay." "I don't know what you call it exactly, but Patsy and I, we can—" "Telepathy," Patsy said. "We can send messages to each other." Behind Tabby, Richard Albee inhaled sharply. "Ah," Graham said. He was smiling. "Of course it had to be that. I knew the first time I saw the two of you together that you were two of a kind. Good. Thank you for telling me. When did you first notice that you had this ability?" This question led to paths Tabby did not wish to take. He said, "It just happened." "Nothing just happens, Patsy." "It was the first night all four of us were together," Patsy said. "The night I had the fit and saw the dragon head coming out of that book." Graham straightened up and adjusted the sling on his arm. "As long ago as that," he said. "But it does fit. You see, it fits beautifully, because we came together and we fit. And we fit because we had to. And the reason we had to is that our enemy was just finding his real strength then. He and the four of us turned a corner together. Tabby, do you have anything to tell us? Anything to add?" Tabby shook his head. "Well, let me tell you what is in store for us. Let me tell you about the Black Summer, and then you might want to change your mind. Of course, by now you can probably guess what went on then, at least some of it, because it's going on around us now. I think Gideon Winter is trying to reenact the summer of 1873, and I think he's doing a pretty fair job. We have people moving out of town, we have the fires and all the deaths." His face pinched with pain, and he carefully adjusted his improvised sling again. "Pretty soon the trains will just go past the stations here, Greenbank and Hampstead. The drivers will just forget to stop one day, and then pretty soon they'll forget again, and before long they'll hardly even see those stations when they run past them. Once in a blue moon they'll look and see the big red Hampstead sign, and they'll scratch their heads and wonder why it gives them a twinge. And you know, it won't make any difference at all. No one's going to be waiting for the train anyhow. Those platforms will be deserted. We're going to be sealed off, friends, and the town is going to accept it. It's already halfway there. And Hampstead could be nothing but a big graveyard for the next 2 years, the next 5 years, the next 10. Graham fixed them all with his glare, then rubbed his throat with his left hand. "Dry. I'm going to need some lubrication. Tabby, you step over to the refrigerator there and get me a bottle of beer, will you? Patsy, you want anything? Some of that gin? Richard? Might as well settle down. It'll be a long speech. I'm going to tell you about that summer of 1873, but I'm also going to let you in on what happened between me and Mr. Bates Krell, whose house we saw tonight. It's about time you kids let me get all that off my chest." Tabby got a beer for himself, too. 3. The Burning River. 1. "I was 20, Graham began. Closer to Tabby's age than either of yours, which is something you ought to remember as we go along. I was working on my first novel, one I published 8 years later. I thought I had a pretty good subject for a novel, and in fact the subject was going on right around me, because I wanted to deal with the disappearances of women from Hampstead. My parents had known one of these women, Daisy West, and I knew that Daisy's husband, Horace, who was actually a very mild man, had fallen apart when Daisy vanished. He went down to the police station and threw a punch at Nails Kletzka, the chief, and Nails put him in a cell for the night. That was the sort of thing I wanted to work on, the effect on other people when somebody disappears, how lives are changed by that. Anyhow, I had me a little notebook in which I had scribbled my ideas, and I'd take long walks getting away from people, my family, I guess I mean, and write down the little things I thought of. And most days where I walked was alongside Rex Road, that road that runs along the river from Greenbank Road all the way into town. In those days, almost all the left side of Rex Road was open field right down to the river. You could walk for 2-3 miles and never lose sight of the water. I'd watch the traffic on the Nowhatton, write down some notion, and amble along. When I got hungry, I'd sit down and take a sandwich out of my canvas backpack. I always had a couple of books in there, too, maybe a little volume of John Donne or Rupert Brooke. I was a high-toned young fellow, if I wasn't always as discriminating as I imagined. High-toned, naive, and about as capable of writing the book I wanted to as a hamster. Me and my Don and Rupert Brooke, they weren't the weapons that let me survive that summer. Well, one day, I was sitting there in the field beside Rex Road, watching the boats on the Nowhatton and eating my sandwich. I looked up, and my eye was caught by a man puttering around on the deck of a chunky little lobster boat making its way toward the Sound. He was bearded, a big guy with a heavy blue coat on his back and a cap jammed slantwise on his head. For some reason, I felt a sudden disturbance. I felt disturbed, but I mean more than that. I felt a disturbance, a hitch, an error in the pattern of things somehow, as if I'd glimpsed 2 moons in the sky. I felt a sudden wrongness. Maybe that's the best way to put it. I put down my book, and the sandwich went dry in my mouth. The boat swung out, shifting itself in the current, and the man in the cap held onto the railing beside his cabin and raised his head. He was looking straight at me, as if all along he'd known I was there on the bank. Graham stopped. Patsy's face had gone white and alarmed. Her eyes looked widely dilated, and he knew that, whatever she was seeing, it was not the 4 of them in his shabby living room. Then Tabby said, "You knew," and he looked at the boy, who had the look of kinship to Patsy that Graham had seen the first time he met them. Tabby's face, too, was frozen in white. "You knew," Patsy echoed. They were seeing it with him, seeing it better than he, because he was looking back through his memory, and they were seeing it freshly, directly. "Yes, I knew," he said. "I knew that I had seen a devil, the way you're seeing him now." "My God," said Richard. "Are you, Patsy? Tabby?" They nodded almost in unison. "My God," Richard repeated. "I suppose we ought to be getting used to things like this by now, but—" "You saw the world go crazy," Tabby said. "Once in my life I was like you two. I had some kind of a vision, and it rocked me. I saw the world turn black, or maybe my sight went black for a second, and then I saw smoke lifting up off the ground, and I saw flames covering the surface of the Nowhatton. The river was nothing but flame. It stank like a dump. Then the vision went away. I was just looking at the good old gray Nowhatton again, and a tubby little lobster boat was putting out to the Sound. That man on deck had paid no more attention to me than he would to a dog." "So you felt you had to follow him," Patsy said, and Tabby chimed in with, "to find out about him." "I was back there the next day, and I had my notebook and my lunch, but I wasn't hungry, and I hadn't written anything. I was tense as a whippet. You know, I think I was waiting for that terrible vision to repeat itself, and I was sure it would. It was the confirmation that I wanted, confirmation that there were realms of existence, realms of being, beyond anything I had known before. I couldn't take my eyes off that little boat, docked only a little way downstream. Well, the man appeared. He started up his engines. He went right past me, just as he had the day before, and just as he had the previous day, he lifted his head and saw me standing on the bank. His glance just glided over me. He was a stocky, powerful-looking man, and I could still feel the touch of his eyes. The boat chugged past me. Nothing at all happened. I stood there like a rejected suitor and watched it go. I felt empty and flat. The boat went on, an ordinary lobster boat around a bend in the river, and me standing there with my mouth open. "So you're right," Graham went on. "I had to find out about him. Late that afternoon I was across the river. I pretended that I had a message for one of the lobstermen, but that I had forgotten his name. "A big man," I said, "with a beard. He wears a cap. This is where he docks his boat." A scrawny little mate grinned at the others and said, "It's Krell. He means Bates Krell." He turned back to me, and I saw sheer malice glinting in his eyes. "Have a message for Bates Krell, do you? He'll have one for you and all, boy." They all laughed, and another fisherman said, "He'll have more than a message, sonny." Of course, I didn't understand then what they meant, but I understood something. They were afraid of the man. Well, I waited for him to come in with his catch. I didn't have a clue about the meaning of what had happened, but I thought I understood that this man Krell was in some way responsible for the very thing that had led me to my first sight of him, the disappearance of Daisy West and those other women. Krell brought his boat in just before sundown. He had a small catch, and I hung back on the edge of the docks and watched him as he negotiated a price for his lobsters with the fish merchants who came there for that purpose. He seemed surly, aggressive, not at all stupid. He seemed ordinary, but I knew he was not. I wanted to know where he lived. I wanted to know all about his life. The aura of that extraordinary vision I'd had clung to him, and I felt a kind of obsession with the man. When he went home, I followed him. I didn't think he saw me. He walked those 2 or 3 miles up Green Bank Road, just looking straight ahead, just marching along in his rubber boots and little cap, as if the whole world belonged to him. It had grown dark, and there was nothing on either side of Green Bank Road in those days but fields and marshes, no lights. I went through the fields, covering myself in burrs and thistle, ruining my shoes and pants. So that was how I learned where his house was. And as soon as I saw it, I knew that it was no more ordinary than its owner. It was absolutely his, or he was its. I hid in the trees on Poor Fox Road and watched him slouch up his path, open his door, and go inside. That terrible little house closed around him like a fist. I backed away, almost with the sense that the house itself was seeing me with Krell's eyes. I was suddenly spooked. Everything around me seemed threatening, and I took off for home. And when I got there, and survived the treatment I got from my parents for showing up so late and in such a shabby condition, I had to think of what I could do next. For knowing what I was pretty sure I knew, I had to do something. I couldn't just write a book about a fisherman who killed people. I had to step over the line and act. I think I had the worst nightmares of my life that night. But in the morning I knew what I was going to do. I was going to get the evidence that would send Bates Krell to jail, and I was going to get it by secretly boarding his boat in the middle of the night and finding something that one of the women had dropped there. As a fisherman, I'd realized Krell had the biggest pocket in the world to hide things in. The Powhatan, Long Island Sound, the Atlantic Ocean. He could have thrown half the women in Hampstead overboard, and as long as he'd taken the precaution of weighting them down, no one would ever find them. Graham, intent now on his story, did not see the odd expression, half of apprehension and half of stubborn determination, that went across Tabby Smithfield's face. 2 nights later, Graham continued, I did it. I got on board Krell's boat. I found something, but it wasn't what I thought I was going to find. I had to wait until my parents were asleep, and then make damn sure I didn't wake them up. You know what parents are. Everything wakes them up. So I didn't get moving until after midnight, and I just crept into my clothes and went down the stairs like a ghost, terrified that my old man would start shouting. When I got outside, I closed that door so quietly even I didn't hear it click. Then I tiptoed into the road and got about 50 paces away, and then I ran like hell, and I didn't stop running until I got to the bridge. I hadn't seen a living soul the whole way, not even a car. Hampstead was really just a small town in those days, and small towns go to bed early. I flew. I couldn't have walked even if I had wanted to. My body wouldn't have let me. I suppose my footsteps might have disturbed the sleep of a citizen or two, but I thought what I was going to find would be much more disturbing. Proof that Daisy West and the others had been murdered, just like the women before them, back at the start of 1924. By the time I got to the bridge, I'd run about 2.5 miles, and my legs were pretty sore, but I don't think I was even breathing hard. That's how keyed up I was. I leaned on the iron railing of the bridge and looked up the river. I could see it. Krell's boat, the Fancy, was docked just where it had been the day before. There wasn't a single human being in sight. I walked the rest of the way. There were a couple of taverns down that way even then, speakeasies they were, and a few late-night drinkers went past me on Riverfront Avenue. I turned my head away, and I suppose they did the same. As soon as I could, I ducked between the buildings and got closer to the river. It was slapping against the pilings. The smell of the water seemed to be much stronger than during the day, but maybe that was because my senses were so refined. Every little detail went through me like a knife. I remember that in the moonlight, the pattern of the grain on the boards of the dock seemed to ripple, to flow down the dock. Bates Krell's boat was lifting and subsiding with the movements of the water, rubbing itself up against the dock like a big old dog. All I had to do was jump on board. There wasn't another person in sight. The boat almost seemed to be welcoming me, inviting me on board with those little sighing lifts and bumps. But I hesitated. Was I really going to bite the apple? Commit a crime? I rested my hand on the rough wood of the boat, up and down, and then I mentally said to hell with it, and vaulted onto the deck of the Fancy. My shoes raised a cloud of dust. I could smell fish and mold. When I took my hand off the railing, it came away black. Krell's boat was one of the filthiest things I've ever seen. I crouched down below the level of the railing just in case anybody might happen to be looking my way, and sort of duck-walked across the deck. I didn't know what I was looking for exactly, but I guess I had the idea that maybe Krell had kept souvenirs of his deeds. My fantasy was that I'd open a little locker somewhere on the Fancy and find a cache of women's handbags or shoes. The trouble was, I couldn't seem to find this locker anywhere on the deck. I made a complete circuit, crouched over like that, and all I got was a backache and smudgy marks on my clothes wherever I'd brushed up against anything. I'd found nothing at all in the wheelhouse. The only place left to look was the hold, and there were two reasons why I was reluctant to go down there. I'd smell of fish and lobsters for days, and once I was down there I wouldn't be able to tell if someone was coming. The last thing I wanted was to be caught on board the Fancy. Then, almost by accident, I saw something I'd missed before. The moonlight was touching a small brass handle just a little bit farther down the deck from me. It was about 6 inches beneath the railing. I thought I could see a kind of a shadow line beside the handle. It looked just like a secret cabinet Krell had built into the side of his boat. This was it. I knew what was going to happen. I'd slide that door open, and all sorts of necklaces and rings would spill out onto the deck. I was going to find treasure, real treasure, and to get rid of Bates Krell, all I'd have to do was take a few baubles to Kletzka. The murderer would be salted away before the sun came up. I scuttled over to that gleaming handle and shoved it to one side. That sliding door moved like it was greased. My eyes must have been like dinner plates. By now I was convinced that I was going to see not just a heap of women's shoes, but a fortune in jewelry. But that little cabinet Krell had built into the side of the Fancy was almost empty. There was a stained old coffee cup in there, and beside it was a wine glass. That was all, a cup and a wine glass. I didn't understand, not at all. I took out the wine glass and looked at it. The crystal was etched with leaves and blossoms, and was about as heavy as a square inch of air. It caught the moonlight. It sparkled. This fancy damn glass spooked me a little bit, surrounded by the filth of that boat. It was like holding a flashlight. I put it back in the secret cabinet and slid the door back. Now there was only one more place to check, the hold. I decided I'd just look down there, not actually climb in. You opened the hold on the Fancy by using a polished length of wood, maybe 8 inches long. You slid it into a catch and then used the piece of wood to lever up one of the big doors. I worked this out when I saw the wood hanging by a thong on an upright next to the hold doors. I lifted the wooden lever off its peg, pushed it into the catch, and swung hard on the door. It opened, and I almost fainted and fell in. What I saw down there was a lake of blood. That's right, just what the rest of you have been seeing. It looked like it was rising, coming right up to the top of the hold and the doors. It was seething, and for a crazy second it looked somehow conscious. I wobbled on my feet and only just managed to drop the door before I blacked out and fell in. Then, of course, I had to be sure that I'd seen it. As soon as I was steady enough, I pulled the door open a bit, but this time I smelled only the old odors of fish. There was no smell of blood at all. I opened it farther and saw that I was looking down into an empty hold. That was it for me. I got off that boat as fast as I could, and I wasn't breathing normally again until I was back on the bridge going home. The next day, I worked out another strategy. 2 damn peculiar things had happened to me, and I wasn't about to quit. If anything, I was even more positive now that Mr. Krell had killed all those women, and that for some reason I was meant to bring him down. It was my job, mine. So I worked out another plan. I was sure that he'd had assistance. All those lobstermen did. No man, no matter how strong, could do the job by himself. Usually their sons helped them, or they hired the boys who hung around the docks. In later years, you always saw teenage boys fooling around in gas stations, hoping for jobs, most of them. In those days, in this part of the world, the same kind of boy haunted the docks. I was sure that I could learn something if I could find one or two of Bates Krell's old deckhands. Well, it turned out to be a lot more difficult than I thought it would be. I asked questions around the docks, and I asked questions in the little speaks down along the river. The Blue Tern, that was one of them, and it's still there. I made up some elaborate story. Maybe it didn't fool anyone. Maybe they just didn't want to talk about Bates Krell. One old river rat I cornered in the Blue Tern finally told me, after I poured about a gallon of rye down his scrawny throat, that Krell abused his deckhands. "They runs away on him," he said. "They clears out in the middle of the night, and so would I. You can be hard, and a boy will respect you, but no boy today will stick out being half-kilt. When I was that age, you took what you got and was grateful for it." I asked him if he knew where any of those boys were now, and he said he imagined that they'd gone upstate, getting as far away from Krell as they could. "All of them?" I asked. "Isn't one of his old hands still in town?" He chewed on it for a bit, and I poured more rye into his glass. Rye is what they called it, anyhow. I think it had been in a barrel just long enough to lose the chemical smell. "Might be one," he finally said. "Boy named Burgess. Pitt Burgess, he called himself. A funny one. He quit on Krell, brave like a crazy dog can be. Never came around the docks after that, and nobody missed him. Never took to him, do you see? None of us here ever took to him." "Where does this Burgess boy live?" I asked. "In the marshes," he told me. There was an evil old glint in his eye, too. Now, there are no more shacks down on the marshes. But in the 20s, right through the Depression, in fact, there were people who lived in tar-paper houses on that swampy ground just inland from Gravesend Beach. Lone men, mainly, who lived on the shellfish they caught at low tide. So I knew where to look, though I wasn't very happy about it. I was going to ruin another pair of boots. And those shacks on the marshes, well, nobody in his right mind would relish the thought of going down there. Those few crazy loners were a law unto themselves. But I thought this Burgess boy was probably my last chance to find out about Krell. So the next afternoon I hiked down Green Bank Road to the entrance to the beach and jumped over the little tidal estuary there. Then I squished off through the marsh and went toward the shacks. There were 6 or 7 of them strung out from the waterline back toward the direction of the mill pond. I wouldn't have known which one to approach first, except that I saw a tall, skinny kid with dirty blonde hair messing around outside one of the most distant shacks. The kid saw me and didn't think twice. He just ducked inside his door. My boy, I thought. I plodded over the wet ground to that hovel and knocked on the door. 3. And a frightened-looking boy pulled the door open and blinked at Graham. He was no more than 17. His eyes seemed froggy. Graham finally noticed that he had absolutely no eyelashes. "Get away," he said. "You got no business with me." "I need your help," Graham said quickly. "I'll pay for it. Look, I brought you some food." He thrust forward the wrapped package in his hands. In it were cans of beans, some sliced meat, and 3 bottles of beer. The boy reluctantly accepted the package and began prodding and fondling it with his hands. They, like his pinched face, were gray with dirt. "You're Pitt Burgess, aren't you?" The boy glanced up at his face, as a convict does at a guard's, then nodded. "This is food?" "I tried to figure out what you might need." The boy nodded again, and looked almost stupefied. Graham realized sinkingly that he was semi-retarded, on the bottom edge of a normal intelligence, or beneath it. "Some beer, too," Graham said. Burgess licked his lips and smiled at Graham. "What kind of help you say you need?" "Just some questions." "You ain't getting any of the beer." "It's for you." Burgess nervously backed away from the door, and Graham went into the dingy single room. It was stiflingly hot, and as dirty as the boy himself. While Burgess clawed at the package and opened one of the bottles of beer, Graham noticed how beads of water adhered to the inside walls and the rungs of the 2 cane chairs. Moisture had instantly appeared on the side of the boy's beer bottle. The plywood floor was furry with mold. A picture of a Marmon coupe torn from a magazine was tacked to one of the walls. "Beer's good," Burgess told him. "Guess you can sit if you like." "Thanks," Graham said. He did not want to alarm Pitt Burgess. The boy still seemed as nervous and liable to bolt as a doe in the woods. "Do you mind answering some questions?" "You ask, and I'll see." He watched the boy take another swallow of beer. "When was the last time you worked?" Burgess squinted at him and washed beer around the inside of his mouth. "Who sent you, anyhow?" "Nobody sent me, Pitt. I told you I need some help you can give me." Suspiciously, the boy cocked his head. "Okay, I was working about 4 or 5 months ago. That was the last time." "What was the job?" "Deckhand on a fishing boat." "Why were you fired?" "Hey, mister, I quit. Nobody ever fired me. I quit. You hear I got fired? Is that what you heard?" "Why did you quit, then?" Now the boy seemed even more nervous than usual. His unprotected eyes could not remain still. "Wasn't treated right," he muttered. "Did he beat you? Did Krell beat you?" Then nothing changed in the room, but everything was different. Beneath his layer of grayish dirt, the boy had gone the color of curdled milk. Even the slow drops of water sliding down the walls seemed to stop and tremble where they were. "I have nothing to do with him," Graham said. "I've really only seen him once or twice." "He hit me," Pitt Burgess said softly. He was relaxing from the outside in concentric circles. "Yeah, that's why I quit." He still would not look at Graham, so Graham stayed quiet, cannily, winning the boy's confidence the way he would a dog's. He looked at the picture of the Marmon and did not move. "He hit me a lot," the boy finally said. Another long pause. Graham was afraid he would fly apart from sheer muscular tension. Then Pitt Burgess said softly, "And he began to look younger, didn't he? Younger, sure he did. Handsome." "Did you think he was handsome, Pitt?" Graham whispered. The boy nodded, and his Adam's apple jerked in his throat. Then the boy's naked eyes, for the first time in 30 minutes, found Graham's face. He was. He was awful handsome. Sometimes you don't mind things so much, you know, if... A vein in Graham's head began to pound. He was getting a headache. "I see," he said. "You're nice, bringing me food," the boy said. He paused as if giving Graham room to express something he did not trust himself or the situation enough to say. "That's all right," Graham said, horribly embarrassed now. "I was as scared of him when he got so handsome," Burgess said after another of his pauses. "I was thinking about what he'd done." "To look younger?" Graham asked. "What he done before he started to look younger. He had boys before me, mister." Pitt Burgess stared at Graham with a new expression in his eyes. There was calculation in it, and shame, and bravado, and some mysterious thing that made Graham want to run from the shack. "And he beat those boys, too. How many were there, 3 or 4? The boy cleared his throat. "About so many, 3, 4. He took them home with him. I wouldn't let him take me home. He made me a scart." "Pitt," Graham asked. "I'm not even sure what I'm asking. But did you ever see anything funny on board the Fancy?" The boy had coiled up inside himself again, and his eyes looked reptilian. "Look," Graham said, "it sounds strange as hell, but did you ever see anything like a lot of blood?" Pitt shook his head. "Did you ever see anything that wasn't normal?" From the oddly intelligent, because ironic, look on the boy's face, Graham knew that nothing aboard the Fancy had been entirely normal. "Maybe I'm not asking the question the right way," he added miserably. "I know," the boy said. "I know what you want. Something he wouldn't like me to say, but I'll say it to you. One time I heard this terrible noise. I looked at the wheelhouse. I couldn't believe it. The whole wheelhouse was filled up with flies. Maybe 1 million of them in there.
But I knew something. I knew they weren't really there. He hit me because he knew I saw him, though. He liked to hit me." This last sentence was almost flirtatious. "Oh," Graham said. "He took the other boys home with him," Burgess said. "I don't know what else he done, but he took them boys home with him. And nobody ever noticed." "Noticed?" "Those boys went off upstate, I guess. Looked for jobs on the New Haven docks, I guess. I guess nobody ever saw them again." "Oh, my God," Graham said, finally understanding. "Nobody," Pitt Burgess said, half smiling at Graham. "And nobody cared. They was just nobodies from nowhere. So I quits him and slides off up here to the marshes, and I never have seen my handsome Mr. Krell since that day." Flirtation. This was a flirtation. Graham stood up, having learned both less and more than he had come for, uttered a conventional and inappropriate and panicked leave-taking, got out as quickly as he could. As he squelched back across the marshes, he could feel Pitt Burgess standing in the door of his squalid shack, watching him go. With what emotion, he could not have said. 4. At home, Graham took a long bath. He felt as though the greasy, damp atmosphere of Pitt Burgess's shack had sunk into his skin, and he scrubbed himself with the loofah until he thought he'd blister. He had never before felt real moral revulsion, and never before had he met anyone he had considered degraded. But Pitt Burgess was degraded, and Bates Krell was responsible. Graham felt as though he had seen down deep into a pit, and had escaped with his life. One more step, one more second, would have seen him fall into it. Very likely that was the reason for his nightmares. 3 nights running, Graham's nights were troubled, feverish. He dreamed he was sleeping in a coffin in a room curtained with black velvet. His hands, his mouth, were stained red. He wanted to fly, to rise out of the coffin and sail through the night sky. The following 2 nights, the dream altered. He slept beside a pit in a deep wood. He thrashed, moaned in his sleep. At the bottom of the pit was something awesome and powerful, an object or group of objects that called and called to him. He could not look. He would not be able to endure it if he were to crawl to the edge of the pit and stare downward. These second 2 mornings, Graham awoke with the distinct, particular feeling of having looked backward in time. He found himself unable to speak to his parents. When he looked into their kind, successful, and blinkered faces, he felt himself an outcast. He wanted to cry or to run away. He ran. He locked himself in his room. He was polite when they came to his door, but he would not leave his room. If they left food outside his door, he would eat. If not, not. After a very short time, he could feel his parents' misery lapping at him, could feel their questions scratching at his locked door. This period of madness in effect, Graham's mini-breakdown, lasted 4 days. On the 5th day, he awoke feeling shaky, but himself again. There had been no nightmares for 2 nights. He had lost the sense of some monstrous self heaving beneath his own skin. He came down for breakfast, and apologized to his parents for his behavior. He implied that he had been working too hard on his book. And as soon as he was done with his breakfast, he gave in to obsession, and walked all the way down Greenbank Road, crossed over the bridge, turned up Riverfront Avenue, and went back to the docks. The fancy was in its slip. Graham hadn't quite expected this. In coveralls and a blue knit cap tugged down over his head, Bates Krell staggered back and forth from a disorderly pile of lobster traps, throwing them on the deck of his ship. When Graham saw him this time, instinctive and unreasoning fear leaped out at him from his own heart. He thought of those 3 or 4 boys Krell had taken home with him, and who had never been seen again. Graham was unable to take his eyes off Krell, but he did not want the man to see him. He went slowly backward until he was in the narrow alleyway between the fish market and the Blue Tern, and there he hovered, mutely watching Krell load the traps onto his boat. The world did not tremble. The river did not burst into flame. There were none of these gaudy supernatural signs. A bull-like man in a blue knit cap threw boxy traps onto the deck of a boat. Graham watched him as if he had been put under hypnosis. Krell's face was unreflective and flat, his eyebrows thick and black like his beard. A man given to sudden storms, you would have said, to meteorological outbursts, but nothing more. Graham found that he was panting, taking in air in short, quick gasps. The small man darted out the door of the Blue Tern, gave Graham a look of startled recognition, then sloped away toward the docks. It was the scrawny ex-fisherman who had given him Pitt Burgess's name. Graham's stomach tightened as he saw the man weave toward the diminished pile of traps. Then the little man's head jerked sideways, and Krell stopped moving. The little man had told him something. Now the thin old man was wandering away down the docks. Krell had stopped his work and was standing, head bent so his chin was on his chest, hands in the hip pockets of the coveralls. Get out, Graham thought. He knows. Krell turned sideways, tilted his head, and fixed Graham to the side of the Blue Tern with his eyes. Graham straightened up. Above his panic floated the realization that ordinarily these theatrical bully's mannerisms would have amused him. Krell half smiled, then took a step toward Graham, who moved out of the narrow alley to meet him on the dock in plain view. The man stood directly in front of him, only inches away. The odor of fish and dried sweat, chiefly the former, clung to him. He was about Graham's height, and his muddy eyes went straight to Graham's. A surprising quantity of suppressed gaiety lived in those eyes. A second after looking into them, Graham wondered how he had ever thought them muddy. Graham first felt the threat of the man. A second later he felt what he could only have called charm. "You know," Krell said in a husky, high-pitched voice, "I can't help myself. I'm interested." "Yes?" Graham said. "Interested." Krell nodded. "I just can't figure out why you should come down here asking questions about me. I've seen you before, though, haven't I? You were on the side of the river." "Yes," Graham said. "Yes, I was." "Well, let me in on the secret. I don't suppose you want to invest in a lobster boat." Millions of contradictory impressions were streaming toward Graham. He sensed violence flickering about Krell, but along with the violence came the sense of a powerful and powerfully unified personality. Krell was an unregenerate being with the native appeal of those who are wholly themselves. Everybody Graham knew would have thought Bates Krell awful, but the man had accepted his awfulness so thoroughly that he had nearly succeeded in making it a positive quality. Then Graham understood something else, that this man would have been very attractive to women. He told as much of the truth as he dared. No, of course not. I'm a writer. I'm just beginning, actually. My name is Graham Williams, Mr. Krell." "A book writer?" "I'm trying to write a book. When I saw you that day, I thought you'd make an interesting character." "Was that the first day you saw me, or the second?" Now the eyes were positively sparkling. "Both." Krell took a step backward. Still half smiling, he glanced toward the fancy, then back at Graham. "A character in a book, eh? That's something new. A book by Graham Williams. Now I have an idea for you. I'm going out for a couple of hours right now, as soon as I get the last of these new traps on board. Why don't you come along? You can see if you really want to put a lobsterman in your book, Graham Williams." He suddenly left Graham and returned to the little heap of traps. He tossed another on the deck while Graham stared at him, and then turned around with an appraising look. He wiped his hand down his handsome beard. "I'll even give you a glass of wine while you see the work. I understand you writer fellows have nothing against a sip now and then." Graham remembered the sparkling wine-glass in that dusty cupboard. The memory was darkened with threat, and he said to himself, "This man kills people." But if the story he had told Krell were the truth, wouldn't he accept the invitation? And if Krell were suspicious of his motives, wouldn't that somehow be more apparent? The man was anything but an actor. If he went out on the boat, Graham thought, and kept his eyes open, he might learn something that would help to convict Krell. Graham went forward and picked up the last two traps. "Let's get going," he said. Krell lifted his thick eyebrows, nodded, smiled. He waved Graham onto his boat with a mockingly courtly gesture. A moment later they were chugging up the Powhatan against the tide. "How do you remember where you put your pots?" Graham asked. He was looking at the spot on the bank where he had been standing the first time he had seen Bates Krell. "Markers," the lobsterman said. "You'll see them when we get out there." "The town looks so different from the river," Graham said. "I've never seen it this way before. It looks—" "Wild and woolly," Krell shouted from the wheelhouse. That was not the term Graham would have chosen, but it fit. From the middle of the Nowhatton, Hampstead looked raw, unfinished, a frontier town. The backs of the buildings seemed to droop toward the river. When they had passed the last of the buildings, and the final series of docks had washed behind them, the river banks looked as though they led off to an infinity of marshland and tall, waving broom grass. The illusion broke when the Fancy rounded the headland at the mouth of the river and swung out into Long Island Sound. On the bluffs above their private beaches, the houses of Mount Avenue, far up the coastline, hung like colored lanterns between their wealth of trees. Nearer, the town's beaches luxuriated against the edge of the water. "How far out do you go?" Graham called to Krell, who merely waved toward the upper end of the Sound. A light bluish haze in the air subtracted Long Island. The Fancy pushed itself through the water, going always farther from the land. Soon the Mount Avenue houses were the size of matchbooks. Dwarf trees curled over them. The Hillhaven beach, just to the right of the tiny houses, hovered above the water like a puff of smoke. Graham saw a flash of yellow bobbing on the water, then two more, a long way ahead, appearing and disappearing with the folding, unfolding of the waves. Krell's markers. He was about to turn toward the wheelhouse and ask about them, and then decided not to, for the first of them, now identifiable as two painted sticks nailed together to form a cross, was already slipping past the bow. Krell had not cut his engines. Someone else's markers, then. Graham leaned against the rail. And then his intuition, or the gift he had momentarily shared with Patsy and Tabby, long before either of them was born, saved his life. He suddenly caught the smell of blood, as if an ox had been freshly slaughtered on the deck behind him. And some animal was behind him, a grotesque thing, a monster. He knew this. It was a thing so terrible that the sight of it would turn his muscles to rubber. Yet it would kill him where he stood if he did not turn around. In his mind was a picture of a spider the size of the wheelhouse, and he turned to face it. Bates Krell was halfway across the deck toward him. The door to the wheelhouse sagged open. Krell was holding a long wooden rod fitted with a sharp metal point like a bayonet. Coming toward Graham in order to gaff him, the lobsterman smiled. His eyes blazed beneath the thick demarcations of the eyebrows. Krell's entire face was a mask of joy, power, purpose. "I was as scared of him when he got so handsome," Graham remembered. Krell laughed out loud and stepped closer. 5. "So there I was," Graham said, "without a weapon, and that madman circling in toward me with a gaff. He was going to open me up, I could see that all right. He was going to slice me from gullet to belly button, and then feed me to the fish. Bates Krell. He couldn't have looked happier if someone had given him a steak dinner." Graham closed his eyes. For a moment, sitting backward on his typing chair, he lowered his head. A few lone white hairs protruded through his scalp. When he raised his head again, his eyes seemed very large. "And it should have ended that way. I could never have defeated Bates Krell in a fight." He blinked, and, just for a moment, he looked very young to Tabby, as young and as frightened as he had been when he had faced a murderous Bates Krell on the deck of the Fancy. "But I did defeat him. Tabby knows. Tabby saw it happen the first time we met. But I don't suppose you understood it, Tabby." "I don't know," Tabby said, looking up at him. "What did I see? I saw you pick something up. Didn't you do that? Wasn't there something—" "Well, what is it?" Patsy asked. "A club? I have an idea. It's like a club, isn't it?" "No, not a club," Graham said. "But it was the only weapon I could think of then, that 8-inch polished piece of wood that I'd used to open up the hold. I looked sideways, and there it was, still hanging from its thong. I sort of darted to the side, and Krell jabbed at me and missed. He didn't care. He knew he was going to get me eventually. A little thing like that wooden pin wouldn't stop him. He jabbed at me again, and I ran for it. I lifted that little wooden pin off the upright and held it in my hand and faced him just like I knew what I was doing, just like I had a chance. Graham looked at them all, having come to the hardest part of his story. And Krell came in for me, sort of twitching that deadly gaff at my gut. He said, "You know nothing, Williams. You know nothing." I damn near fell apart. I was panicking. Right then I thought I heard the buzzing of a million flies. My back was to the wheelhouse, and I remembered what Pitt Burgess had told me and thought they were in there, a million flies blacking out the windows. And then he scanned their faces and saw that he had carried them with him so far. "This is just the hardest thing to say," he said. "Somehow—" The expression on Patsy's face stopped him. Patsy was glowing like a candle. She had seen. She was looking straight down into the triumph he had made of that day, and feeling that triumph as if it had been her own. Seeing all that in her face, he could have melted with love for her. He reached out and took her willing hand. "Oh, you had a sword," she said, her eyes glowing and looking back more than 50 years. "Oh, Graham, you had a sword. You had a sword, and you were beautiful." She had carried him right through the difficulty. It was she who was beautiful. "It's what happened," he said. "I felt about 8 feet tall. I felt as strong as God. And that damned little 8-inch piece of shiny wood in my hand, it was a sword, just as Patsy said." Graham put his free hand over his eyes and was silent for a moment. "A sword." His voice trembled, and he shook his head. "I'm not going to cry, I'm not. But, you know, I'm living through all this again." He shook his head decisively and took his hand away from his wet eyes. He put that hand, too, over Patsy's. The whole day changed. I felt a sort of crazy radiance all around me. Krell was screeching at me. His eyes were different. They were big as golf balls, and they had no whites and no pupils in them anymore. His eyes were black, jet black, with a kind of a golden pattern across them. They looked like stones, precious stones. He rushed at me, screeching like that, and I knew what he was feeling. The same wild triumph that was charging through me. But I knew I was going to win. Everything had turned inside out, and I was going to destroy Bates Krell. I swung that sword through the air, and it bit Krell's gaff in two. Krell screeched again, and then he threw himself at me. Graham straightened up on his chair. He still gripped Patsy's hand with both of his own. And I swung that sword again, knowing just what was going to happen, or it swung itself. Krell's face was only a foot from mine when the sword went into him, and I thought I saw two faces there, both of them crazy with evil and that wild joy. I felt the sword slide into his middle, and I put my muscles into it. Krell's face looked like it was magnifying, bloating up like a balloon. And then I felt the sword sever his backbone, and I really hauled at it, and it came out on the other side of him. Blood shot out like out of a hose. The momentum of the sword and the weight of it nearly took me overboard. Krell's face changed again, went blank, and his top half fell over and splashed onto the deck. His legs stayed upright for a moment longer, and then they went down, too. I felt like singing. I had a moment of pure elemental fulfillment. The strongest moment in my life. Jesus. And then it faded. Everything faded. The day went back to being just a day. That gold sparkle went out of the air, the boat was chugging around in circles, and my sword was just a wooden pin again. Blood was still spilling out of Krell's corpse, and I watched it foaming into the cracks between the deck boards. Graham gently released Patsy McLeod's hand. "Kids, when I got into trouble in the 50s, the power of this memory is what saw me through. I'd fought a devil, I thought, and some power had saved me. Then all my strength flooded out of me, and I almost had to sit down, I was so weak. Already that strange, wonderful moment was getting mythical, vague. Two halves of a man were oozing blood onto the filthy deck in front of me. It almost made me sick. But I had to get rid of them. That was what was uppermost in my mind. I never considered the consequences. It never occurred to me that no one would believe me. I closed my eyes tightly and grabbed his trunk by gripping it beneath the arms. I hauled that part of him up and dropped it over the railing. Then I heard it splash into the sound. Like a good old dog, the fancy toiled around the place where his head and chest went down, like it was waiting for him to come back. I grabbed one of his ankles with each hand and flipped the rest of him over the side. I leaned over the railing and watched his boots disappear under the water. They sank like stones. They went straight down. Then I turned away. The wooden pin I had been holding was rolling across the deck, and I snatched it up a second before it rolled into all that blood. Then I threw that overboard, too. I went into the wheelhouse and straightened the boat out. For a second I thought about just sailing straight up the Sound, pushing straight out into the Atlantic and never coming back. But I turned the boat around and went back toward the mouth of the Powhatan. Of course, I didn't have a clue about how to dock a boat like the Fancy. Sailboats were more in my league, and luffing in toward a slip was tricky enough for me. Once I spotted the rear windows of the Blue Tern, I turned the wheel in toward the pier and cut off the engines and hoped for the best. Well, the Fancy hit that dock like a truck running downhill out of control and chewed a big hunk out of civic property. I probably knocked a few glasses off shelves inside the Blue Tern, too, and I put a sizable dent in the side of the boat. I jumped off, tied the lines to the nearest posts, and took off at a dead run for the police station. That magical rightness had left me all right. I sat in Nails Kletzka's office and told him everything, from my first sight of Krell all the way to bruising the hell out of the dock in back of the Blue Tern. And he just thought he was listening to a boy who'd gone out of his head from reading too many books. Nails Kletzka was a good chief, and he was a tough boyo. He was even good enough at politics to hang on to his job for more than 30 years, but what I was saying was too much for him, and of course I should have known it would be. I should have known enough to soften that story up, to make it more acceptable to a Polish roughneck in his first year as chief. I should have bowed to the realistic tradition. I sat there pouring out my crazy story, and I saw Nails getting at first more and more uncomfortable and then downright fidgety and finally just plain angry. When it came to Krell's death, I said that I grabbed the gaff away from him and stuck him with it, pushed hard enough on that gaff to force Krell over the railing. I had that much sense, anyhow. So you decided that this Krell fellow murdered those women, all those women, and that fruitcake boy out on the marshes persuaded you that he'd killed his deckhands, too, 3 or 4 of them. Nails looked at me, and I saw that he'd just as soon lock me up for wasting his time with a story like that. I told him that was right. So how many citizens did you decide this Krell did away with altogether? 7, 8, 10? Something like 10, I said. So where are the bodies? Kletzka shouted at me. I mean, where are all these dead boys? Where are their mothers? Why hasn't anybody listed them as missing? And what sort of proof do you have that Krell had anything at all to do with the women who've disappeared, or even the poor women we found dead? Is there any goddamn proof at all? I had to shake my head. We don't even know for sure that you killed this man in self-defense and threw his body overboard. I did, though, I said. You can see the blood on the deck of his boat. That's some kind of proof. Proof of nothing, he said. I want to tell you that I spent the whole day in that office. Kletzka sent a man down to the docks, and the officer came back with the message that, yes, the Fancy did seem to have been amateurishly berthed, but that no one had seen it come in. No one had seen me leave the dock with Krell. There was some blood on the deck of the Fancy, but that proved nothing. Anyhow, in 1924, we didn't have the sophisticated blood tests we do now. Finally, though Kletzka never said it directly, I began to get an idea, and it helped explain some of his anger. I began to see that some men in town had been complaining about this Bates Krell. They thought he had been bothering some of the local women, their daughters, or their wives. Somebody had thought they'd seen Krell entertaining a woman on board his boat one night, and I started to see that I had botched up Nails's investigation, to describe it charitably. He hadn't been able to begin any real investigation because all they had against Krell was the suspicion of a guy who thought he might be a wronged husband. At the end of the night, I understood one thing more. Kletzka was half inclined to believe that I had killed Bates Krell, but he was never going to arrest me for it. In fact, he was going to pretend I never came in. He'd tell his department that I was that young would-be writer, that I had too much imagination, and he was going to wait and see if the disappearances and murders would stop.
It was rough justice, but he knew that was better than none. I went home that night with no charge against me, and I burned every note I'd taken. The deaths did stop, and what had happened to me out in the middle of Long Island Sound began to seem more and more a fever dream, something I'd imagined. I didn't see Chief Kletzka again until 1952, 28 years later, when I was pretty much a disgraced character. I was riding the bottle pretty hard in those days, and I wasn't sure of my legal status. Most people here had decided I was a threat to the American way of life, if only because Senator Joe McCarthy seemed to think so, not to mention Martin Dyes. I was about to go back to England. I wanted to go while I still had a passport. One man in town stuck up for me, Johnny Sayer. He knew I wasn't a communist. Johnny Sayer knew that for me, people on the left were better company, better talkers, and hell, just more interesting than your usual 50s Patchen County Republican with his three-piece suits and his recipe for the perfect brandy Alexander. So he made sure that he invited me out to dinner with him, at the country club where everybody would see him with me and me with him. We were going to get together in London on his actual birthday. He and his wife were going over in a day or two, and I was to follow shortly after. But Johnny wanted Hampstead to see what he thought of me. And at the end of that evening, I was having my first conversation with Nails Kletzka in 28 years. So much time had passed that nobody but an old-timer like me called him Nails anymore. He hadn't done his carpentering since before World War II. He was just the chief. By now, he had a great big belly and a lot of lines on his face. But he remembered me. I saw in his eyes that he remembered that day in his office, and all those women that had died. And there we were, standing over the body of one of the best men ever to live in this town. "What is it with you, anyhow?" I could almost hear him ask me. By then I thought I knew, though I couldn't have told him any more than I could have in 1924. The next day we went in a little party to Johnny's office, me, John's widow, Chief Kletzka, and that little red-haired reporter from the Gazette, Sarah Spry, the one who writes that social column. I was just along to hold up Bonnie Sayer, and Nails didn't much want me there, but he couldn't refuse the widow's request, could he? It was Sarah Spry, the woman from the paper, who first saw John's telephone pad. "Anybody know who these men are?" she asked. Nails and I leaned over to look at the pad, and we both saw that name at the same time. Bates Krell. I thought someone had just clubbed me. Nails didn't say a word. He just walked out. I didn't even have time to ask him if he knew the other name on the pad. Sarah Spry kept asking, "Does this mean anything? Does this mean anything?" And her voice grated like a fingernail on a blackboard. But I didn't blame her. It was a reporter's question, and she had been one of the first people to see John's body. I couldn't tell her. I went downstairs to talk to Nails, but he was already gone. 6. After that episode between myself and Mr. Krell, I started to look back into this town's history. Graham told them. I didn't have any idea of what had happened to me. After a couple of weeks, I could hardly be sure any more that anything had really happened. It seemed more and more like a dream. I'd go down to the docks and stare at the fancy and try to convince myself that I wasn't as crazy as Nails Kletzka thought I was. If I had any proof of my sanity, it was that Bates Krell had disappeared for good. His boat sat there getting dustier and increasingly battered, and 6 months later the town of Hampstead sold it to pay off the taxes. There was another factor that gave me the impetus to start investigating local history. When Daisy West had disappeared, I'd overheard my father say something to my mother about a black summer. He clammed up pretty soon when he saw that I was paying attention, but the phrase stuck in my head. Black summer. I'd sort of had my own black summer by then, you know. And then I had a feeling, one of those feelings you can't ever prove to be true, but which you think is true anyhow. That feeling was that things had always been funny in Hampstead, that Hampstead was a natural place for black summers. So I began to dig around in the old newspapers and in History of Patchen, and from there eventually to Dorothy Bach herself, and to all my researches into what happened during the Black Summer. And I'm still learning about it. An offensive young snob at the Historical Society gave me another clue just this noon. Richard could not hold the question in. "Well, what did happen, Graham? From what you said before, I guess the town was somehow cut off." "Gradually but surely," Graham said. "And because of that, Hampstead almost died altogether. No mail, no coaches stopping, no ships arriving. None of the trade and contact that keeps the town alive. Of course, it didn't start that way. Like this summer, it started with a series of brutal murders. Then the dragon became more powerful, as he clearly has this summer. There was a terrible fire on Mill Lane, where that fire this summer killed most of the firemen in 3 towns. Well, think of that. Just about 100 years before the Black Summer, General Tryon's men, aided by one of our local gents, burned down most of Green Bank and Hillhaven. That's 3 major fires, roughly 100 years apart. A Williams and a Smith died in 1779. At least one person from each of our families died in the Black Summer, and serious attempts have been made on our lives this summer. I'm just suggesting to you that the dragon seems to be strongest and hungriest just about once every 100 years. They were looking at him, but for a moment their eyes were vague. They were remembering what the dragon had done to them that day. Curiously, Tabby Smithfield, who had been left an orphan by the events of that day, was the most intent. He had finished only half of his bottle of beer and was leaning forward cross-legged, his jaw muscles working. "What was on Mill Lane in 1873? Richard asked. "Houses?" "A cotton mill," Graham said softly. "The Royal Cotton Mill took up that whole peninsula. Royal Cotton wasn't one of the biggest in the country, and the cotton business was always a little slow in Hampstead, but Royal Cotton was an important part of this town. It employed hundreds of people. And if it had prospered, the entire nature of Hampstead would have changed. Its character would be entirely different by now. What are we, really, but an affluent bedroom for New York? We could have been a town that supported itself, that depended upon itself for its destiny. Do you see what I'm saying? When Royal Cotton burned to the ground in June of 1873, Hampstead lost its significance." He stood up, put his left hand in the small of his back, and stretched backward. Graham took a few aimless steps toward his desk, then turned and faced them again. "Nobody ever found out how the fire started, or how, once it had started, it spread so quickly. This was a genuine mystery, my friends, and it still is. Royal Cotton had no furnaces. It had fireplaces in the manager's offices, but in June they would have been stone cold. Was it arson? No one knows." He touched the bruised side of his face. Graham looked unnaturally white now, as if the effort of talking had drained him of most of his strength and energy. Even his resonant voice was frayed and tired. Royal Cotton had been supposed to bring prosperity to Hampstead, but instead it brought ruin. The fire spread across the marshes from the mill, jumped right across that little estuary beside Poor Fox Road, and gobbled up houses all through Green Bank and Hillhaven. The area must have looked much as it did when Tryon's men fled back toward their ship. And it spread the other way, too, burning the crops and the houses nearly all the way to where the country club is now. The town was ruined. Its throat had been cut. Hundreds were dead." Graham turned toward the window, as if he wanted to face down the mocking ghost there. "But that wasn't the worst thing that was going to happen to Hampstead." He went to the coffee table in front of the other 3 and picked up a small gray book. "Half of the people in town picked up and left. A lot of them just walked out on everything they owned. I think they felt something. They had the shivers, and they wanted to get out." Then Graham gave a long, despairing sigh. "They knew worse things were coming. And we know what those worst things are. We've seen them now. Richard has seen it. I saw it on the bottom of a ravine. Tabby heard it calling for him. Patsy—" His face showed his torment. "Patsy saw it coming for her, and only Tabby could save her." He shook his head. "Those who left the town, they did the right thing. It was the ones who stayed behind who made the mistake. Let me tell you about this book." He held it up. "Curious Voyages by Stephen Pollock. If he's remembered today, as I have just learned, it's for only one story. Dread. It pops up in anthologies every now and then. But Washington Irving met Pollock and wrote The Legend of Sleepy Hollow after Pollock had talked to him. The real setting for The Legend of Sleepy Hollow isn't Tarrytown, New York, or the other villages that are sometimes mentioned. The real setting is Connecticut, where Ichabod Crane, according to Irving, was born and raised." Richard Albee raised his eyebrows. For a moment he almost seemed to smile. "Yes, Richard, Ichabod Crane. One of the visions from Mount Avenue.
Shown to you because you were the only one of us who would recognize him. The dragon was having fun." Graham turned his chair around and sat. In one of the chapters in this book, Pollock describes a journey he took by coach from New York to New Haven during the summer of 1873. I want to read you a couple of paragraphs. It won't take long. He opened the book and began to read. My companions in the coach began to manifest all the signs of nervous discomfort as we drew nearer to Hampstead. This was latterly a village of some charm, situated most pleasingly on the coastline of Connecticut, but some months previous laid waste by fires. These poor beleaguered citizens of America, each the girth of a hogshead of ale, and blessed with excellent health, functional teeth, and the republican absence of excessive humility, found that they could not bear the mention of Hampstead, far less the spectacle. Nothing would do but that the coach's curtains be drawn, and as tightly as possible. Soon we had reached the place itself. Unfortunate Hampstead. The others in the coach ceased their conversations. The two women closed their eyes with what looked to be painful severity, and their husbands fixed their eyes firmly upon non-existent horizons. They had paled, all four. Gradually it came home to me that my companions were one and all fairly paralyzed with fear. As their terror grew, my curiosity imitated it. What on earth could have inspired the superstitious dread of an obscure coastal village? I was determined to peek through the curtains and see the place for myself. The coach was rattling along at twice its normal speed, and the five of us were consequently thrown about within the interior. As soon as I was pressed against the window beside me, I snatched at the curtain and looked without. One of the women screamed, and her husband made to sever the offending hand from its wrist. I dropped the curtain and pacified him. I hoped the speed of our carriage would double, then double again. None of us breathed properly again until we had crossed over the border into Patchen. 2 nights later, at my temporary lodgings in the university town of New Haven, I wrote to postpone the appointments I had made, and devoted myself to the telling of a tale. Within the passage of a few fevered hours, I set down my story, Dread. Graham closed the book. He took a look at Hampstead, and 2 nights later he wrote Dread. Do you know the story? I do, Richard said. I read it in high school. It's about a man who fears that he is living in a city populated only by the dead. In college, one of my teachers said that it was supposed to have had some influence on James Joyce. What did Pollock see in those few seconds? I think I know. And I think you do, too. Graham looked at them each directly, unsparingly. I think he saw, or thought he saw, corpses moving through the street, because I think that's what happened to Hampstead, and I think that's what is happening now. Do you doubt me, Richard? Richard shook his head. I can't after tonight. And you, Patsy? You, Tabby? Patsy said, I don't think I doubt you. And Tabby merely nodded his agreement with Patsy and Richard. That's the dragon at his most powerful, Graham said, standing again. What the devil time is it, anyhow? 4:30? Too late for an old man like me to still be making sense. You people are going to have to let me go to bed pretty soon. Though as soon as we can, I think we ought to talk about changing our living arrangements. We can't afford to be so scattered anymore. We'll have to work something out. I want to ask you a question, Tabby said. Graham nodded at him. What makes the dragon be more powerful in some years, like he is now? I think I know the answer to that, Graham said. He went to his desk and switched off the lamp that had been burning there. Instantly his living room filled with shadows and looming spaces. Our families each had at least one person employed at Royal Cotton. And I think people from our families, at least one person from each of the 4 families, stayed in Hampstead during the Black Summer, stayed to fight the dragon, and I think they eventually located him and killed him. He crossed his arms over his chest. But he has never been as strong as he is now. I hate to say it, but I think we make him stronger. Patsy asked, Is the dragon always a man? In Dorothy Bach's book there is a reference to a woman named Hester Poole, who was interred on Kendall Point in 1812, for having grievously transgressed, was the explanation. No, I don't think the dragon is always a man. I just think it feeds on us for as long as we let it." He threw up his hands in a gesture almost despairing. The others stood up and began to move awkwardly apart. Tabby went to Richard's side. Patsy hovered alone by Graham's typing table. Graham opened the door and let Richard and Tabby out. For a moment he stood in his door and watched them go across the street in the dark. Then he turned to Patsy. "I don't want you to think I'm forward," she said, "but I'd like to stay here tonight." She smiled at him, and exhaustion showed starkly on her face. "Do you have a spare bed somewhere in this library?" Graham smiled back. "There's one buried under a mound of books across the hall from me. You even have your own bathroom. I'll get you some sheets and a pillowcase. You beat me to it, you know. I was going to ask you." "I don't think I could stand being alone in my house," Patsy said. "Not after today." "You shouldn't be alone anywhere," Graham said. "None of us should, really. It's too dangerous. I should have known all this was coming that first night when we went to the Marker Stone. In fact, I did know. I just didn't believe it." Patsy suddenly yawned. "Oh, my, let's get you upstairs," Graham said. "I just want to give you one more bit of advice, okay?" She tilted her head. "Shoot." "If you hear somebody rapping on your door tonight, don't let him in." Patsy laughed out loud and put her arms around Graham's neck. 4. The Bottom of the Mirror. 1. In the second week of August, while Tabby Smithfield readied himself to imitate Graham Williams and attack the dragon single-handedly, two seemingly unrelated events occurred which might have been supposed to affect the life of every human being in Hampstead, Hillhaven, and Patchen. But of course nothing was what it seemed, and the two events, Dr. Cheney's first announcement of Dobbin's syndrome, and the press conference conducted by Dr. Theodore Wise and Dr. William Pierce in a Butte City motel, were intimately connected, and Hampstead and the other towns rolled on as though nothing had happened. That was confirmation of their madness, if any was needed. After the press conference, none was. The dozen or so surviving leakers, in fear of their lives and tired of hiding in abandoned houses, had found their way to the safety of the Yale Medical Center. There, Dr. Cheney supervised their cases and worked out an increasingly brilliant series of life support systems for them. Cheney finally designed a foam and fiberglass structure that could be molded to the patient's changing requirements. When the patients were in the final stages of the disease, they were surrounded by a kind of exoskeleton, a dish of a firm but pliable, rubbery substance with a strong resemblance to an egg coddler. Dr. Cheney thought he was ready to announce the appearance in Patchen County of Dobbin syndrome in a splashier forum than the Lancet, which had been sitting on his article for more than a month. Dobbin syndrome, if not Dobbin himself, had become his cause. He invited a medical reporter from the New York Times to New Haven and drove to the train station himself to pick the man up. In the black leather folder clamped under his arm as he waited at the top of the ramp were 12 8x10 color photographs that would help prepare the young reporter for what he would see at the medical center. The reporter, it is safe to say, had never seen anything like Cheney's photographs, nor had he ever seen anything in the line of his work that affected him like the sight of what remained of Pat Dobbin. At that point the illustrator was suspended in a container like a small pink bathtub. Ted Wise and Bill Pierce read the reporter's article on their computer screens in Montana. Since the disappearance and presumed death of General Hagajas, their division had been stripped down to just the two of them and a secretary. Their laboratory had been dismantled 16 days before, all the other scientists scattered at Telpro plants and installations, some of them in universities, across the country. Wise and Pierce had supervised the virtual destruction of the project they had headed for nearly 2 years, sent off the rest of their staff, and carefully isolated and bottled their entire stock of DRG-16. They knew they would never create a DRG-17. In the afternoon of the 8th day of their existence in an essentially jobless limbo, a Telpro truck driven by an Army Spec 4 in civilian clothes carried away the padded crate which held the big metal bottles. Wise and Pierce had loaded the crate onto the back of the truck themselves. The Spec 4 jumped up into the truck's bay and slapped a gummed label to the crate. Machine tool parts. "What do you suppose they'll do with the stuff now?" Bill Pierce asked his boss as they stood by the gate and watched the truck turn east on the dusty road toward the highway. The truck already looked very small, dwarfed by the immense desolation of the landscape. Wise knew. "It'll go in the drink," he said. "They'll put it in another container and drop it off a boat and hope the stuff will sit on the bottom forever. There won't be any records on it." "Do you think we'll get another project?" Pierce asked. The truck was still in sight, the size of a matchbox toy. "What do you think?" Wise said. His lips were dry and chapped, and the prominent front teeth looked dirty. "I say we got a chance." "Sure, if Haggajoss turns out to be immortal." He ran his tongue over his front teeth. "Remember Leo Friedgood?" he suddenly asked. "I hope that son of a bitch got what was coming to him." After another 8 days of their limbo, Pierce gave a peculiar shout while reading excerpts from the New York Times on the computer service. Wise looked up blearily from his cot in the office. "They find Haggajoss?" he asked. "Oh, God," Pierce said. "Come here and take a look at this." Wise staggered over to the terminal. After he had read the first 2 paragraphs of the article the young reporter had written about Pat Dobbin and the others, he no longer felt tired. "That's it," he said. The memory of Tom Gay screaming behind a glass wall, never far from his mind, momentarily blotted out the green-on-charcoal words on the terminal. "That's really it. A wild card. That's what I told Friedgood, isn't it?" He rubbed his eyes, then leaned closer to the terminal, as if that might change the words. "What do we do now?" Pierce asked him. "I think I know what I want to do. I think I'll do it, even if you don't agree." Wise gave him a look that for a moment was purely fearful. "You know what the consequences will be, don't you?" "No, neither do you. But I think we've been sitting on this too long already. I say we call up this reporter and his editor and anyone else we can think of and start telling the truth." Wise passed his tongue over his front teeth. He looked at the glowing terminal again. "That's what I say, too." 2 of the consequences Dr. Theodore Wise had foreseen took place immediately after the impromptu press conference at the Best Western just outside of Butte. He and Dr. William Pierce were fired, and half an hour later were held for questioning by the Montana State Police on the telex request of the State Police of Connecticut. The press conference had been a wilder affair than he had imagined. Television cameras had materialized around him. Reporters had shouted questions at the tops of their voices. Someone always seemed to be running into the suite with a headset over his ears and another loud question. "How does it feel to know that you killed all those children?" a woman in sunglasses and a fringed buckskin jacket asked him. Wise swallowed. He tasted cigarettes, though he did not smoke. "Well, that result," he began, trying to answer the question honestly. "That result was one of the reasons Dr. Pierce and I assumed that our work was unrelated to the tragedies in Connecticut. Our results fell within certain parameters, and that was really pretty far off the map. Children drowning themselves, I mean." His face reddened. "I still cannot think that our product was responsible for such a thing. Agreed it is morally shocking, but in our subjects we never saw any inclinations towards suicide, whether individual or mass." "Your subjects were apes!" a man in a plaid shirt yelled from the back of the room. "No, they were monkeys," Wise said. "We did see frequent cases of instantaneous death to a total percentage of 5 to 8, ranging through all categories of DRG." More pandemonium, and such a flurry of questions that Wise answered the only one he was certain he had heard correctly. "Yes, I would assume that the DRG was responsible for a portion of deaths in the area on the day of the accident." Bill Pierce stood up. He had seen 2 policemen enter the suite. "What should they do in Hampstead?" a man's voice called through the shouting evoked by Wise's answer. "Put a fence around it," Pierce said. That was only the first of dozens of news conferences dealing with Hampstead and DRG. The Telpro press officer held one, then another,
and then another. At each of these appearances he denied what he called the allegations. He defended the record of General Henry Hagajas. He promised a full review of the situation. He said nothing. The Pentagon press attaché said no more, but said it only twice. The parents of Harvey Washington, one of the 3 young men who had died, held a press conference in their living room to accuse the Telpro scientists of racism. The Secretary of Defense, questioned about the Hampstead Führer, for it was that by now, said, "Happily, we're in a condition of complete deniability on that." So many demonstrators were appearing in front of the Telpro building every day that the New York police cordoned off the sidewalk on East 59th Street to keep the pedestrian traffic moving. A Senate subcommittee was formed. The subcommittee subpoenaed a truckload of files and documents from Telpro, and then it promptly got lost in them. 2 film deals had been nailed down before Dr. Wise and Dr. Pierce had spent as many weeks repeating their story. Time magazine ran a feature titled, "The Strange Story of Patchen County." Newsweek asked, "What's happening in Hampstead?" Newsday wondered, "Did DRG create a killer?" As Graham Williams had predicted, the commuter trains no longer stopped at the Hampstead, Greenbank, and Hillhaven stations. Once Pat Dobbin had pitied the men so driven that they lined up on those platforms even on a Saturday, but even if Dobbin had pity enough now to give some of it away, there was no one left to take it from him. The trains swept by empty platforms. Now and then a man, not always the same man, showed up where he had been used to catching his train to Grand Central. His suit was very likely misbuttoned and his hair uncombed. His briefcase was empty. He could not have explained what precisely he was doing. In any case, he had arrived at the wrong time. This composite man rubbed a bruise on the side of his face or nudged a loose tooth with his tongue. He had a murky but satisfying memory of a fight in the parking lot at Kittytown, or at the bar in the Chez Normand, or in front of the checkout counter at Grand Union, but could not quite remember why he had been fighting, nor why it had felt so good. Eventually the man wandered off, or jumped down to poke around on the tracks, or took off his clothes, or smiled and tossed his briefcase through a station window, or whatever it was he did. If he was still there when the next train rushed past, the noise and furor and color of Conrail's hasty visit probably frightened him. Graham Williams had not foreseen that the state police would install roadblocks on the throughway exits and entrances for Hampstead and Patchen, but he would have known that the effect of the state closing off these towns was almost negligible, at least in the towns themselves. Hampstead people could not drive to New York anymore, not unless they took Route 1 up to the far end of Patchen and could talk their way through a police inspection post. But Hampstead people did not often feel like coming out anymore. By the time of Wise's press conference, all those who wanted to go had left. Those who remained had enough to think about without bothering themselves with trips to Bloomingdale's. For even the most deranged and the most violent, for even the 15-year-old who had discovered a mad, blooming joy in splashing gasoline on a wooden house and throwing a blazing book of matches at it, Hampstead had come to be filled with odd dreads and terrors, as if they too secretly were leakers and could be tracked down and destroyed. Hampstead people heard voices at night, drifting down the attic stairs or whining outside the bedroom window. The voices were almost, but not quite, recognizable. It may be the mind fought those recognitions. Even the craziest, even the most violent, made sure now to lock their doors at night, and to lock the bedroom doors, too. Walking the tree-lined streets, people kept their eyes straight ahead. Golfing, they silently agreed to skirt certain fairways. There were places that made you feel funny, that was all, and you stayed away from them. More and more, sudden holes appeared in the fabric of daily life, holes that once had been filled with people. Both Archie Monahan and his partner, beefy Tom Flynn, just stopped coming to their office in the last week of July. Their secretaries continued to come to work until they had typed up the last land contract, duplicated the last will, filed the last deposition. Then they found their way down the hall to the offices of another law firm, Shobin, Schuyler, Mink, Fine, and McFeely, where the secretaries had brought in a television set and spent the days engrossed in soap operas and game shows they sent out to the deli for lunches. Chauvin and Fine had left town in early June, Schuyler a week later. Mink had been killed in a hit-and-run accident outside the Framboise restaurant, and McFeely's body was later found in the same spot of rough on the golf course that yielded up the bodies of Archie Monahan and Tom Flynn. The women felt better being together. They wanted one another's company. Around the Krell house on Poor Fox Road, the weeds had started to die. No one saw, so no one asked why, but the crabgrass and dandelions, the wild timothy and ragweed, were beginning to shrivel and turn black around the edges. On Kendall Point the plants were dying too, and sometimes the ground seemed to breathe out a gray, dingy smoke, but that must have been mist. 2. A troubled Tabby Smithfield was walking down Beach Trail in late afternoon sunlight 3 days after the long night in Graham's living room. For these 3 days Tabby had spun back and forth across a difficult internal point. Knowing that he had to make a decision, he had succeeded only in confusing himself. Tabby had withdrawn a little bit from the other 3, afraid that his uncertainty might force him into saying too much. He did not want to discuss what was on his mind with anyone until he was sure of his feelings, and even then he wanted to talk about his decision with Patsy, alone, before the 2 men got involved. With any luck, they would not get involved until everything was over. Tabby knew that Richard and Graham would never approve of his going alone against the dragon. When Tabby reached the end of Beach Trail, he turned left. He looked over his shoulder and ran across Mount Avenue, the simple physical release of pushing himself off the crumbling blacktop momentarily blotting out his problems. After a few seconds of comparative bliss, he slowed to a walk again. A moment later, he again looked back over his shoulder. All he saw was the gently curving length of Mount Avenue, unreeling itself beneath the oaks to Gravesend Beach. Tabby paused, put his hands in the pockets of his tan corduroy jeans, and made sure no one was hiding behind one of the big old trees. Finally he shrugged and turned around, began walking again toward the house where he had been born. He still had the nagging, persistent feeling that someone was following him. When he looked around again, he saw only the crumbling and pitted road, the massive old trees, the glossy banks of myrtle before brick walls. Sunlight trembled on the road, cut into patterns by the leaves. Tabby lifted himself onto the balls of his feet and started walking forward again. Still that prickly feeling persisted. The 4 of them had eaten their meals together since that long night of talk. Graham and Richard spent most of their time trying to figure out if there had been any pattern in the kind of person chosen by the dragon, or if the killings had revealed anything they might have overlooked. Patsy sat in on these discussions. She pretended to be thinking as concentratedly as the 2 men, but Tabby had always felt her sliding away, sending him little questioning darts. He had resisted these, but the notion of rejecting anything Patsy McLeod offered him contradicted everything he felt about her, and helped send him back into himself. At meals he ate little, said almost nothing. He could do it, he held to that. Graham's long story about Bates Krell had been narrated in a kind of code he alone had understood. Deciphered, the code meant that only Tabby Smithfield of the 4 of them could destroy the dragon. But did it mean that he had to act single-handedly, as Graham had? Much of Tabby wanted to do it alone, to prove himself to the others at the same time as he kept the secret of the attempted burglary. All of that now swarmed with shame and blackness for Tabby. He could not imagine or remember how he had wound up crouched in the back of Gary Starbuck's van. Everything leading to that moment had been like a whirlpool hauling him down into itself against his will. Graham had made a point of stressing that when he met Bates Krell, he had been closer to Tabby's age than to Richard and Patsy's. And at least to Tabby, most of the emphasis of Graham's story had been on his isolation. Graham had trusted himself to act alone, and when he had needed help, he had found it. You could not go bobbing through as many schoolyards as Tabby had without learning that the great gifts in life went to those who acted all along as though they expected them. When he thought about that long wing of fire lashing out to murder his father,
Tabby knew that he had to kill the dragon. It was only when he actually thought about doing it that he had to confront his fear. When he thought about going back into Dr. Van Horn's house, his stomach froze. Now Tabby stood before the iron pickets of the fence, looking across the yellowing lawn to the house his grandfather had owned, the house Monty Smithfield had probably assumed would pass in time to Tabby. On this land, 300 years ago, Gideon Winter had set in motion the series of events that would irrevocably alter Tabby's life. For Tabby, that was the strongest proof that he was meant to destroy the old man in the house above Gravesend Beach. The very fact of his birth in this house was part of his having been chosen. Yes, Tabby said to himself, the killing of Wren Van Horn was his job. A shadow fell across the baking grass just before him, and Tabby jumped. He had been deep in his private world. He whirled to face the shadow's owner, frantic, convinced that Wren Van Horn had followed him up Mount Avenue and was now going to try to kill him. And instead of the doctor, he saw before him the one person he would truly have been willing to see. "I'm sorry," Patsy said. "I guess I sort of sneaked up on you. I didn't mean to startle you, Tabby." "Oh, Jesus," Tabby said. Okay. I guess you really did startle me. Wow, I must have jumped about a foot." They smiled at each other, and Tabby felt her mind brush his. He deliberately shuttered his thoughts and felt the brusqueness of it. If Patsy had excluded him in that way, it would have felt as though his fingers had been caught in the door. "Sorry," Patsy said. "I shouldn't have done that." Tabby shook his head. "No, it's me. I guess I'm nervous or something. What are Richard and Graham up to?" "The same thing they were up to when you left. Talk, talk, talk. I think they're actually having a wonderful time in spite of their frustrations." "And so you decided to follow me? Or did Graham tell you to follow me? I guess everybody thinks I'm holding out on them." Patsy shook her head vehemently. "Of course Graham didn't send me after you, Tabby, and if he had, I would have told him to go to hell. I came here because I wanted to talk to you, and I thought that I'd find you here. Nobody sent me. I'm not spying on you." "Yeah, I guess I believe you." He smiled back at her. "You do believe me, don't you? It's important." "I do. You know I do." "But you're still holding out on us." "Patsy, I think you want to tell me. I think you want help." Yes. Okay." "Okay," Tabby repeated. "You're right, I do. I do want help, but only yours." "Mine is the only help I can offer." "You know what I mean." She nodded. "The only thing I don't know is why." "Didn't you ever do anything that embarrassed you? Can't you understand that?" A faint trace of color appeared in Patsy's face. "You'd risk all our lives because of embarrassment? Is that all that kept—" "No, that's not all," Tabby said quickly. "Maybe embarrassment is the wrong word." "I bet it's not so bad," she said, coming nearer, and daring now to put her hand on his shoulder. "Whatever you were doing, Tabby, it wouldn't seem so terrible to us." He shook his head. "But you know also that you can't keep silent any longer. If you know something—" Their eyes met. "Oh, I know," Tabby said. "I was just thinking about that. I watched you when Graham was telling us about Bates Krell. I could tell what you wanted to do. You want to kill the dragon by yourself, don't you? Just like he did. It was written all over your face." He nodded. If she had seen that much, then she knew the most important thing. "I could kill him," he said. "If Graham could do it when he was only 20, I could do it now." "You know who he is," Patsy said, finally stating the real subject of all their conversation. "I thought you did." "I'd like to bring you his head on a plate," Tabby said, smiling grimly. "That's what I'd really like." There was an electric silence between them for a moment, and then, before Tabby could speak again, Patsy said, "I'd rather come with you. Let's both put his head on a plate." It was just what he had been thinking, advanced another step in reasoning. He inhaled. Now she would never leave him alone long enough to do anything anyhow. Patsy had forced his hand beautifully, and made it impossible for him to make any choice but the one he most desired, but had not yet come to. He and Patsy would kill the dragon together. "He killed my father,"
Tabby said. "He made everything be this way. I saw his face when I was 5 years old. I was a little boy, and I saw him murder someone." Tabby's sense of outrage seethed, then calmed. "I want to do it tonight," he said. "Let's do it tonight." "Two of us should have a better chance than you alone," Patsy said. "And we've been each other's good luck, haven't we?" He could see the fear in her face and knew it matched his own, but she was strong enough to carry both of them through. Tabby's hesitation died. "Tell me his name," she said. "It's that doctor who lives in the big house just above the beach, Dr. Van Horn." "And you're sure about that? I won't ask you how you know. I just want to be sure that you really do know." Tabby nodded, seeing amazement and surprise, and, even more than these, confidence in him replace the fear in Patsy's face. "I really do know," he said. "It has to be him. But you have to promise me. You won't tell Richard and Graham." "I should." She looked into his implacable face. "But I won't. I promise." "Tonight," Tabby finally said. "About 6 or 6:30? I usually go out for a walk around then. I don't want to make Graham suspicious. And there's something I want to pick up from home." "I'll meet you out on the street. Richard and Graham are so tied up in each other they'll never notice we're gone." Patsy gave him a nervous smile, acknowledging the rightness of this. "And you really won't tell the others?" "I promised you." "You're pretty special," Tabby told her. He was seeing her suddenly, and for the first time, not as someone separated from him by the disparity of age and sex, but as an equal. A robin began its song. Standing a foot away from Patsy McLeod in the hazy sunlight before his grandfather's old house, Tabby took in this small woman with prominent cheekbones and delicate lines around her large brown eyes. "You too, Buster," and was the adult man he would be some day, looking at a woman he had known so long and with so much affection. What? Tabby? That his imagination could follow hers by instinct. Around Tabby the world wildly swayed, and he was 20 years older, the true partner of Patsy McLeod, and so much information about himself and Patsy streamed out from her that he could not sway with the world. Fields of flowers, glistening with rain, lay about them. He took an awkward, lurching step backward, and that broke it. The world was still, and Patsy's history, which had somehow miraculously been the history of himself and Patsy, was no longer flowing into him. That odd singing vision had left him. The robin's song had ceased. "What the hell? Patsy, how? What was that?" she said to him. Her face was wild. She stepped right into him and put her arms around his chest. "My God," she said. "I can't, he began. "I can't, He blinked rapidly, then stepped back from her, still holding her arms. Holy mackerel. They dropped their arms and moved apart from each other. "Okay," Tabby said. "Okay, 6 o'clock." He watched her go away from him. She turned and waved just before she went back up Beach Trail. Tabby decided to walk up to the hole in the ground filled with blackened rubble that until 3 days ago had been 4 hearths. This was his father's only grave. As he walked up the hill, Tabby again had the crawly sensation that he was being followed, but he did not even bother to look over his shoulder. The feeling was a part of that weakness for which Patsy McLeod and 4 hearths were the cure. 3. "What time is it, Richard? Should we be getting back inside?" Richard Albee, sprawled on a lawn chair, raised his arm and squinted at his wrist. "About 5 to 6. Why go back inside? It's so nice out here. But I suppose I ought to start dinner soon." Graham took a long draw on his cigar, and then released a thick plume of smoke. "I guess I don't associate thought with my backyard. Thinking is indoor work. But if you want to stay out a little longer, that's fine with me. Where did Patsy wander off to?" "You got me," Richard said. "Maybe she wanted to talk to Tabby." "Yes," Graham said,
The sling was gone. He had not, after all, broken his elbow, but only bruised it. He, too, lay back on an untrustworthy lawn chair, the straps of which were frayed and rusty. The tallest of the weeds pushed up against these plastic straps, and indeed felt much tougher than them to Richard. If the straps finally let go, the weeds would probably hold him up by themselves. Graham said, "They're very close." "Well, they would be, given what they have in common." "I'm sorry you weren't there the first time they met." Richard rolled over on his side to look directly at Graham. Beyond the old man, who was particularly garish this evening, in a red sweatshirt and the yellowish-tan tweed trousers of what must have been a 40-year-old suit, the unkempt backyard straggled in a wilderness of weeds and knee-high grass, 40 yards to an impenetrable wall of foliage. "After Tabby and Patsy had seen each other, I think Patsy got 10 years younger on the spot," Graham said. "They share something we'll never really understand, no more than a person blind from birth must understand the concept of color. But even so, I think it'll work for us. It's part of our arsenal." "Graham," Richard asked, "what do you think is really going to happen to us? Believe me, I wouldn't ask this if Tabby and Patsy were here, but have we got any kind of a chance at all?" "Yep," Graham said. "Of course we do. Even after the Black Summer, our people destroyed him. It's harder for us now, of course. Everything else has changed, too. 100 years ago, it didn't matter quite so much if Hampstead was cut off. We grew most of our own food, you see. Most of this was farmland. We lived off the land. But pretty soon the grocery stores are going to be damn near empty, and things are going to get serious. We're going to have riots over food. People are going to get killed for meat and flour and sugar." He drew on his cigar again and held it up as he exhaled. "There won't be any more of these, either. Oh, I don't know if the government will really let it get so far as food riots, anyhow. I suppose they'll allow in just enough food to keep us from starving." "You're thinking of that Telpro story on the news," Richard said. "The world thinks that is the reason for all our troubles here. They think that stuff is driving us all crazy. And I think it is, too. DRG. "One of history's jokes," Graham said. "The name, I mean. Or it could be a sign that our enemy has 1,000,000 weapons lined up against us. Or, get this, Richard, maybe it's all this DRG. Maybe we're completely out of our heads." "Do you really think that?" "Nope," Graham said, and was going to say more, when a great commotion on the other side of the tangled screen of trees made both men sit up on their stretched-out chairs. "What the hell?" Graham began, and looked over at Richard, who was already on his feet. The sound coming from behind the dense gathering of trees had already doubled in volume. It was as loud as a rock band, and twice as cacophonous, filling every particle of the air. "Get up!" Richard shouted, but knew that his words, too, were lost. Graham seemed helpless, his face working foolishly and his big hands flying up and down. Finally, Richard saw that Graham could not get out of his chair, and he grabbed his forearms and pulled him out. A hot breeze, springing up from nowhere, flattened the old man's sweatshirt against his back and pulled at Richard's hair. The sounds of white-hot metal being plunged into cold water, that was the image in Richard's mind, now were joined by the more obvious noises of fire. Graham got to his feet just as the nearest trees burst into flame. And then Richard was standing still with his hands clamped around Graham's wrists because what he was seeing had stolen his power to move. The hot wind fried his skin. The furry tips of the weeds nearest the property line were popping into flame like little candles. A fiery ball of light had burst sizzling out of the trees, leaving a smoking black hole behind it. Richard stood open-mouthed until the huge ball of light slammed into the ground. In the middle of a burning circle stood a giant black dog. It swung its head and snapped its jaws at nothing. Richard and Graham were already moving backward toward the house, and in the sudden clarity of the silence they heard the dog's teeth click together. Its growl seemed to grow right out of the earth. The low, powerful sound vibrated in Richard's belly. He was dimly aware of Graham picking up his lawn chair and dragging it along as they moved backward. The dog radared its massive head toward them. Richard estimated that he and Graham were perhaps 12 feet away from the back door, 3 or 4 seconds. Graham was moving as quickly as he could and still fumbling with that chair. Neither of them wanted to turn his back on the dog,
which had begun to bristle and crouch. A stiff ruff of hair stood up between its taut shoulders. The dog's mouth quivered uncontrollably over the long white teeth. Strings of saliva looped out and collapsed into the weeds. If it jumped at them, it could tear them to pieces before they got a foot nearer the back door. The huge black head tracked from Richard to Graham, back to Richard, to Graham. The dog moved slowly toward them, still crouching, tracking the men. Richard felt a blanket of perspiration rise up out of his skin and instantly soak him. A drop trembled from one of his eyebrows and splashed down into his eye, and his vision blurred. He was afraid even to blink. The giant dog crept nearer, slavering and trembling. At last Richard could no longer bear not knowing the distance to the back door, and he twisted his head and glanced over his shoulder. He was immediately aware of a massive displacement of space, as though a building had taken flight. That rumbling low growl now hung in the air behind him, and Graham's door, propped open for the ventilation, was only a few feet away. He reached for Graham just an instant after he saw the blur of preposterous colors that was the old man convulse. Richard caught a flailing arm and pinned it to Graham's chest, pulling both of them backward, and realized that Graham had thrown his chair at the giant dog. They fell back into the house and landed heavily, Graham on top of Richard, on the kitchen floor. The dog's muzzle jumped toward them through the door and then stopped suddenly as the animal's shoulders caught in the frame. "Screen door!" Graham yelled and rolled away. Richard squirmed out of the way of the gnashing teeth and flattened himself against the wall. As the dog snarled and stared at him with black eyes the size of footballs, Richard worked his way around the back of the screen door. He slammed it on the dog's head, feeling the frame bend when it met bone. The dog retreated for a moment, then slammed itself into the doorway a second time, shaking all of Graham's house. Richard heard a thud-thud slap from the other end of the house. Books were tumbling off the shelves. He used all his strength to smash the frame into the dog's head. Now the animal was uttering a crazed set of squeals and roars. Richard's heart was trying to jump out of his chest. He gave the head another battering, running the frame into the muzzle, and the dog violently waggled his head and shook Richard off balance and onto the floor. One more charge and he'll knock the wall in, Richard thought, and got back on his feet. The black football of the eye swiveled furiously toward Richard. He put his shoulder to the screen door and drove it again into the muzzle. The dog yelped and drew itself backward, leaving a 4-inch thick trail of drool on the floor. Richard saw a ribbon of blood spurt from the dog's nose and soak into the hairs and whiskers beneath. A red stripe formed down the side of the muzzle, and the dog backed all the way out of the door, making a high-pitched keening sound. "Got him!" Graham yelled. "Got the bastard!" The giant dog lowered its head to the ground and clamped its paw over its muzzle. Richard opened the screen door and quickly grabbed the doorknob of the yawning door and slammed it shut. Then he locked it. He could still hear the dog crying outside as loudly as if the animal had a microphone in its throat. Then he turned around and looked at Graham. The old man was dancing on the balls of his feet, his long white hair floating around the sides of his head. "Did you see it? Did you see it? I nailed the son of a bitch!" He danced back a few steps, then forward again, jabbing with a long stainless steel carving knife. "I shoved this damn thing right into his goddamned nose. Ha!" "Good work," Richard said. "I think he was just about to break down your kitchen wall." "What's he doing now? Is he still nursing himself out there?" Graham dashed to the window, and Richard followed. The dog was supine on the carpet of weeds. When it saw the men looking at it, the dog picked itself up and barked twice. Then it swung its head around, sending splashes of blood flying onto the lawn, and looked for something to attack. Finally, the dog saw the upended lawn chair Graham had thrown at it, picked it up with its long teeth, and flipped it up and down until the chair was only a collection of long sticks held together with plastic rags. "Should we try to get out the front door?" Richard asked. "And go where?" Graham asked. The question seemed to sober him. He put the knife in the sink and passed his trembling hands over his face. "How far do you think we'd get? We wouldn't make it across the street." Though it still bled, the giant dog now paced back and forth over Graham's weedy lawn, watching both the door and the window. "Let's try something," Graham said. "You go to the front door. Just look out. Let's see what happens." As soon as Richard left the kitchen, the dog ceased its pacing and loped around the side of the house. Graham followed Richard through the house and found him peering through the window set in the front door. He did not even have to look outside.
The dog was uttering its repertoire of squeals and yelps and interrogatory whines so loudly that Graham would have had to shout to speak to Richard. He tapped him on the shoulder instead, nodded, and jerked his thumb back toward the kitchen. The dog beat them to the other side of the house and was already pacing the backyard when they looked out the kitchen window. "We're trapped," Richard said. "I think that's the point," Graham said. For a moment all his force of character deserted him, and he resembled a weary and badly made-up old clown. "Do you have any idea where Patsy and Tabby are?" Richard shook his head. He still did not understand. "That thing out there is keeping us from them. If it had been able to kill us, that would have been fine and dandy, but the main thing is that we can't help Patsy and the boy. Gideon Winter is after them." Graham's eyes looked stricken. "He knows where they are, Richard, and he's going to try to get them. I bet you Tabby got all worked up over my story about Bates Krell, and thinks he can do in the dragon all by himself. And Patsy insisted on going with him because she would know." "Damn that boy," Graham said. "I knew it, knew it, knew it. Tabby was holding out on us." "I'm not sure about that," Richard said. He glanced outside to where the giant dog was trotting relentlessly back and forth through the weeds. "Well, there's one thing I am sure of," Graham said. "We have to get out of this house." "I don't suppose you have a gun." Graham tilted his head, rubbed his hands on the red sweatshirt, drying his palms. "A gun? Christ, I have something around here somewhere. A shotgun. Shells, too. I haven't looked at it in 20 years. Got it in London. Hang on, I'll see if I can find it." Graham walked past Richard and went out of the kitchen, almost literally scratching his head. Richard watched the dog loping back and forth across the backyard and listened to Graham's progress through the house. After a minute or two, Graham called, "Found it!" from the top of the house. He came into the kitchen with gray ovals of dust on his knees and a long double-barrel shotgun in one hand. "Up in the attic, still in its case, never even got dusty." He handed Richard the shotgun and thumped a box of shells on the table. "Here, you try her. I never was much of a shot." Richard turned the shotgun over in his hands. The stock gleamed. An ornate pattern decorated the barrels. "Purdy," he said. "When you said you had a shotgun, you weren't kidding." He looked curiously at Graham, then cracked the gun open and peered down the barrels. Satisfied, he slotted in 2 shells, and then scooped out a handful more and jammed them in his pocket. "Still couldn't hit anything. That's how I know I'm not much of a shot," Graham said. "But in those days I was young enough to think that if I bought something, it ought to be the best." Richard was already pushing the kitchen window up just far enough to slide the Purdy's barrels through. Then he cocked one of them, knelt down, and waited for the dog to trot into his sights. 4. At 6:30 that evening, just about the time Richard Albee was taking his second futile shot at a giant dog, Tabby Smithfield and Patsy McLeod were standing immediately inside the gates of Wren Van Horn's property. Here were no fields of flowers. The trees beneath which Gary Starbuck had parked his van shielded them from the house. For a moment Tabby saw all the windows in the long white facade as eyes, and was afraid that he would disgrace himself by being too terrified to move. Tabby made himself remember his father standing confused in the kitchen while a long wing of flame whickered toward him. Then he made himself remember his father's screams. Tabby bent down and picked up a gnarled stick about 1.5 feet long from the packed, needle-littered earth beneath the spruce. Then he turned to Patsy and smiled whatever reassurance he could at her. "How are we going to do this exactly?" Patsy asked. "Just remember Graham's story," he said. "Somehow, when we need it." "Yes," Patsy said. "So it's simple as that. We knock on his door, and when Dr. Van Horn opens it, you'll cut him in half with this sword you'll suddenly be holding." "Something like that," Tabby said. "I don't think we knock on his door, though. There must be a way to sneak into his house." He saw the faint lines about her mouth slightly deepen. "Are you making fun of me? You're really a strange woman, you know." "You don't know the half of it, dear one." "I can't believe we're standing here joking around when we could be dead in 20 minutes. Now Patsy gave a real smile. "I can believe it. I'm scared to death. Do you think we'll have as long as 20 minutes?" Maybe 19, Tabby said. You and that silly stick, she said. I know. I'll ring the bell. Then you jump out of the bushes and saw him in half with your stick. Weird, Tabby said. Or maybe I just shoot him in the heart. Shoot him? Patsy nodded, putting her right hand into the waistband of her trousers. When she brought the hand back out from under her loose shirt, one of her husband's, Tabby irrelevantly thought, it held a small pistol. Maybe you're not so weird after all, he said. Should we go? We couldn't maybe give ourselves another 30 seconds? We're going to put his head on a plate, remember? For a second they just looked at each other, tasting their own fear and seeing it in the other's face. Okay, champ, take it away. No more sobbing. They left the shelter of the spruces together. As if by agreement, they went slowly up the far left side of the property, out of the direct line of sight of the front windows. Tabby made no effort to conceal himself behind the various trees he walked past, nor did he crouch. Patsy, not sobbing, followed a step behind. He was aware of her as a fluttering presence in his own mind, a warm, companionate buzz of emotions. When Tabby went up the last little rise, he did crouch, and then ran toward the side of the house. Squatting down, with his back against the long white boards, he saw Patsy just slipping up beside him. She took several short, sharp breaths. The pistol was still in her hands. Now where? Around back. Patsy half stood, bending over so that she could go beneath the 2 ground-floor windows on this side, and crept to the corner of the building. Then she looked back at Tabby and nodded. He crept toward her, seeing the sound behind her grow longer and more massive as he approached the edge of the bluff. Patsy was looking at him questioningly, and when he was beside her at last, she pointed to a green bulkhead door set in the ground. He nodded. Anyone in the house would have to be looking right at the door to see them breaking in. Beautiful. Locked? Let's see. Tabby slipped around Patsy and ducked into the little screen of bushes around the bulkhead. These continued down the rear of the house to the long wall of windows. He went down on his knees before the door. From the dense, spiky bushes came an odor of sap and green nuts. Tabby put his hands on the bulkhead and leaned forward to try the handle. It turned in his grasp, and he experimentally pulled upward on it. The green door creaked and lifted. He put his feet under him and leaned forward again and swung the door fully open. Just as Tabby was about to turn triumphantly to Patsy, something huge raised itself from behind the bushes and clamped down on his wrist. Tabby went pale with shock. His wrist was in the grip of an enormous and filthy hand. He looked up over his shoulder and saw the dead face of Dickie Norman scowling down at him. 5. Richard braced himself between the floor and the windowsill when he saw the giant dog come to the far end of its circuit and turn back toward him. "Try to get a head shot," Graham said. "Hit him where it'll do the most damage." "Have you thought about the possibility that that thing isn't even there?" Richard gently put his finger against the trigger. In his sights was the narrow stippled trunk of a sapling. "It's real enough for me," Graham said. "It did a fair bit of damage to that door." "It's real enough to do that, all right," Richard said. "But I wonder if anyone but ourselves could see it." "Here he comes now," Graham said, pulling on his sweatshirt out of excitement. "Cock both those barrels, Sonny. We mean business." Richard cocked the other barrel and put his finger over both triggers. The black head pushed into his sights, and Richard saw the dog instantly register the fact of the gun. It ceased pacing and lowered its head and trotted toward him. "He's after the gun! Richard, he's after the gun! Shoot!" Richard was already pulling back the triggers. The explosion, loud as a bomb in the kitchen, pushed him back into a chair. Richard felt as if he had been kicked in the shoulder. He looked up as he pulled the shotgun safely inside, hoping to see the animal fall. The enraged dog threw itself against the window. Richard heard wood splintering. The animal had cracked the frame. The dog retreated, and Richard saw where his shots had gone. At the base of the dog's neck, a spiral of gray smoke curled from a sizzling wound. "It isn't even bleeding," Richard said, looking up at Graham. I don't think the Purdy is going to get us out of this one." "Try for his eyes," Graham said. The dog threw itself against the window again, cracking the bottom pane. Both Richard and Graham saw the wall bulge in as the heavy body smashed into it. "For God's sake, reload," Graham said. "Try to get both barrels in his eyes." 6. The vast face swam toward Tabby, dead rubbery skin and eyes that looked as if their color came from swamp water. Another hand locked onto his shoulder. For a terrible second, Tabby thought that Dickie Norman was going to take a bite out of his face. He sensed Patsy's almost equal shock and terror booming at him from the side of the house, but could not even tell her to run. His mind was frozen. "You're a good little fucker, Tabs," Dickie said. "I knew you'd come here. I knew you'd help." "Help!" Tabby managed to get out, and then realized that this monster was holding him with 2 hands. Dickie had lost an arm on the night of his death. The bloated, dirty face before him was inhaling, then blowing out foul air. The dead would have no need to breathe. "Bruce?" he said. "Yeah, sure," the vast face said. And, "Patsy, don't shoot, don't shoot," Tabby sent out as loud as he could. "Who's that?" Patsy asked, lowering the pistol as she came into his vision behind Bruce's enormous arm. He had stopped her a second before she would have put a bullet into the back of Bruce's head, and she still looked as though she thought that was a good idea. "It's Bruce Norman," Tabby said. "The dragon killed his brother." Bruce's eyes moved incuriously to Patsy and took in the pistol she was still pointing at him. He released Tabby's wrist and gently closed his hand around the gun. Patsy backed away from his touch. Bruce had hardly seemed to see her at all. He returned his gaze to Tabby. "Good little fucker," he said. Tabby gestured with his head. "Let's get around the side, Bruce, where he won't see us." Still clamping down on Tabby's shoulder, Bruce Norman allowed himself to be led to the side of the house. The 3 of them knelt down on the dry grass. "You came to kill Van Horn?" Tabby asked. "I've been following you," Bruce said. "You never saw me, did you? Not once. I knew you'd come back here, Tabs. We gotta kill him." "Dr. Van Horn killed your brother?" Patsy asked. Bruce made no response. The question just sank into his skin. The huge moon face lolled before Tabby, gray with fatigue and layered with streaks and splashes of dirt. In Bruce's open mouth, yellowing teeth stuck up like fence posts. Particles of earth, fragments of dead leaves, matted his long Indian hair. "I keep hearing him, Tabs," Bruce said. "You know, it's like Dickie sometimes was right in the trailer with me. I could hear him moving around in the living room. Finally, it spooked me so bad I had to sleep outside. I've been doing that for weeks now. And I seen some funny stuff, Tabs. I sure have seen some funny—" Bruce's eyes slipped out of focus. "I saw a snake the size of a house come along and swallow a little boy, Tabs. He just opened up this huge fucking mouth and picked the kid right up and swallowed him down. When I slept on the beach, I saw dead kids come out of the water. And Tabs, all this shit is coming from him. He's making it all happen." Bruce's eyes darkened. "Finally, I wound up sleeping on Dickie's grave right in the cemetery. That's where I go at night now. Just go to sleep right on Dickie's grave there." "Does Dickie—" Tabby began, and then stopped. He did not want to know if Bruce conversed with his brother during the nights in Gravesend Cemetery. Bruce Norman, Tabby now almost unwillingly saw, was what Graham Williams must have been like when he had killed Bates Krell. Everything he had undergone had given him an authority that was undeniable but not sane. This degree of reality had left sanity far behind it. "So let's go do it," he said to Bruce. The massive, dreamy face before him acknowledged Tabby's readiness with a smile. Bruce led them down the bulkhead stairs into the cellar, and Tabby quietly closed the metal door behind them. In semi-darkness, he went the rest of the way down to find the others.
The Van Horn cellar was a warren of small rooms and chambers, some of them seemingly filled with stacked wood, and others still containing the hooked rugs and headboards of the servants who had once slept in them. Tabby found Bruce Norman confusedly moving through the narrow corridors and gave him a push around a corner. "Tabs, we got to find the stairs," Bruce uttered in a stage whisper. "They're right here," Patsy called softly, and Bruce and Tabby turned toward her voice. In the middle of the vast cellar space stood an incongruously small oil furnace on a circle of bricks that had once supported a multi-armed giant. Overhead, copper pipes and shiny, boxy vents cut through a spaghetti of electrical wiring stapled to the joists. Patsy was standing just to the side of a wide, straight staircase which came to an end 5 feet before the little furnace. Bruce grunted, and they went past the furnace toward the stairs. Then suddenly Bruce stopped moving. Tabby bumped right into him and felt as though he had collided with a structure made of concrete and angle irons instead of flesh. "What?" he said. "Tabby," Patsy said from the other side of Bruce, "look at the gun. It's like what happened to Graham. I think it really is like what Graham said." Tabby moved around Bruce's side and immediately saw the twisting knot of light coiling and darting on his open palm. A silvery radiance played over Patsy's little pistol, flickering out, then surging into a wide, dazzling beam that swept across the busy ceiling of the cellar like a searchlight. "My God!" Patsy said. Tabby could not speak. He was caught between awe and joy, between jealousy and impatience, too. He took in the expression of single-minded pleasure on the face of Bruce Norman. "It's going to work," he said, almost as if he had not believed in Graham's account until that moment. The dazzling bar of light flashed out again, and for a moment, for something less than a second, seemed to be irradiated with a rainbow of colors, and in that same fraction of a second, something glittering and golden flickered around Bruce Norman. Then it was gone. The little pistol seemed to suck all the light into itself and shrink it down to a last failing gleam against the barrel. "I'm going to kill him," Bruce said, and Patsy got out of his way as he tottered toward the staircase. They came up into an empty hall. The three of them stood indecisively before the open door, each looking a different direction. Tabby realized that he was still holding the gnarled stick from beneath the spruce tree, and gripped it in a more businesslike manner. Bruce Norman was staring heavily down the length of hall toward the big room at the back. Patsy seemed suddenly unsure of herself. Tabby watched her, nervously scanning their surroundings. He took his eyes off Patsy's face and noticed the odd, slimy-looking streaks and stripes along the walls. They looked almost like the tracks of giant snails, but also as though some decaying matter had been repeatedly brushed against the walls. Tabby had time enough to register the strong, sharp, yeasty odor that filled the house, and then Bruce's hand swallowed his. "He's here," Bruce said, and smiled lunily, and turned and dragged Tabby behind him to the living room. In his other hand he held the little pistol. They entered the long-windowed room in a clattering rush, Patsy flying along behind the other two. Tabby pulled away from Bruce's grip, confusedly thinking, "There's something wrong. They had a break in here." A chair was overturned, a lamp lay shattered on the floor. Then he saw an amoeba-shaped blood stain, 6 feet wide, gone rusty with age, covering the wooden floor and part of a rug. "Dickie!" Bruce bellowed, and Tabby whirled around. The mirror, in the ornate oval frame, was doing something impossible. It was at this that Bruce Norman had yelled, but Tabby could certainly not see Dickie in the mirror, nor did he see a reflection of the room and the now rather streaky wall of windows. The mirror's surface had filled with billowing smoke and lightning-like flashes of sudden brightness, and Tabby had the illusion of depth, as if he could put his hand through into this curious storm. "Dickie!" Bruce screeched, and everything changed. Suddenly Tabby heard that monstrous rhythmic buzzing of a million flies he had first heard on Gravesend Beach. Overlying it now were the sounds of many voices, as if a humming crowd were just outside the door. The air darkened, or Tabby's vision went dark, and he understood that things had just slipped totally out of control.
that he and Bruce Norman and Patsy McLeod had no chance against Dr. Van Horn. He reached out his mind for Patsy, but felt his panicky, fluttery effort crash against something hard and cold. The air was filled with flies and grasping hands and open mouths, and he had lost Patsy. Crazed, inhuman noises roared in his ears. Tabby shouted her name and could not hear his own voice. Someone stepped into the room through the door they had just used, and Tabby jumped backward, knocking over a small glass table and dumping a statuette of a dancer to the floor. He had a glimpse, in the confusion tearing through the air, of Patsy backed up against the windows and staggered toward her. "So you're here at last, Mr. Smithfield," someone said or thought straight into his mind. "Do you like it?" A few feet away from Patsy, he turned around to face the man who had addressed him. Once again he heard Bruce Norman bawl out his brother's name. The air was clear again, and the sounds and the grasping hands were gone. "You killed Dickie!" Bruce screamed, and lifted the gun. Then Tabby saw for the first time that Wren Van Horn had become a leaker. The doctor was far advanced in the disease. His ruined skin shimmered and moved, and he was already wearing gloves on his hands. "In a way I did," the doctor said. "This is your little raiding party, is it?" He made a ghastly parody of a smile. "You arrive on my last night here. Excellent timing, Mr. Smithfield." "You're dying," Tabby said, still not quite believing it, that he was doomed no matter how many tricks he could play on their minds. "Fuck that, you're dead," Bruce said, and aimed the pistol at the doctor's chest. He pulled the trigger. The explosion was quieter than Tabby had expected, the sound of a branch cracking in half. There was a little gray meander of smoke from the gun. Dr. Van Horn put his hands to his chest and took a neat, almost dancing step backward. When Bruce shot him again, the doctor collapsed gracelessly to the floor. Bruce let the gun fall and stood motionless, as if his will had taken him to the end of its designs. He was panting slightly. He opened his hand and stared without recognition or curiosity at the pistol, then let it drop to the blood-stained rug. Tabby watched Patsy move forward to pick it up. Then, still stunned by the ease and rapidity of Van Horn's destruction, he looked back at the doctor's body. The right hand was scrabbling in the carpet, the fingers digging into the fibers. He realized that he felt almost cheated. Monsters should not die so easily. Tabby took a step nearer the doctor and saw the grimace on his molten face. The doctor was not dead yet, but he was surely dying. "Well, at last it's over," he thought, moving cautiously nearer to the doctor's body. Maybe this time the dragon was dead for good. Maybe the cycle had been ended. He came nearer, barely attending to Patsy's whisper of warning, and looked down at the dying man digging his fingers into the pile of his carpet. Dr. Van Horn turned his face so that he could look into Tabby's face, and the boy was startled by the expression of malicious amusement on the ruined face. It just leaped across the distance between them. And then, as if all of this were carried on the doctor's glance, cacophony burst into the room, and Tabby again heard the millions of flies hovering about him, and the keening, exultant voices, and saw the arms reaching out for him. "No!" Tabby shouted, and went through the crowded air until he stood directly above Dr. Van Horn. He saw white hair fanned across the carpet, the shifting and oddly Neanderthal face of a leaker, gleaming, powerful eyes. In fury and disgust, Tabby shouted something, lost in the turmoil of voices around him, and in a deliberate act of revenge for his father's death, kicked Van Horn's chest as hard as he could. His foot sank deep into the doctor's body. It had been like kicking a sand pile. Tabby felt loose, soft substances like pillows crumbling beneath the pressure of his foot. Before he could pull his foot out of the doctor's body, white liquid poured across his ankle. For perhaps a second, the long, disordered room fell perfectly silent. Those hallucinatory noises in Tabby's ears abruptly ceased. He was standing over the now undoubtedly dead body of Dr. Van Horn, and warm white fluid was soaking into his shoe. Patsy's questioning eyes found his. Sunlight glittered on the tall, streaky windows. Then an explosion, much louder and more resonant than the firing of Patsy's gun, shook the room. Tabby put his hands to his ears as he staggered back from the doctor's corpse. His whole head was still reverberating from the force of the explosion. Someone was screaming, and the room had filled with smoke. Across from him, Patsy was pointing toward the mirror. Tabby turned his head, his eyes burning from the smoke, and uncomprehendingly saw that its source was the mirror. Greasy blackness boiled through the jagged slivers of glass still adhering to the frame. And within the tumbling clouds, a figure took shape. The screaming behind Tabby raised into a new key and then choked itself off. And still half in a daze from the suddenness with which his triumph had curdled, Tabby turned again and saw what had happened to Bruce Norman. As the mirror had exploded, its flying glass had shredded Bruce's face. Long splinters protruded like quills from his chest and stomach, but the mooning face was no longer recognizable at all. Blood spurted and flowed from every bit of sliced, mangled tissue. Bruce's features had been cut off his face. Just as Tabby finally recognized this, Bruce toppled over and hit the floor with a spongy thud. A tall, thin man with an elongated and pale face stepped forward in the room. Drifts and curls of smoke hung about his black clothing. He stepped out of the mirror, Tabby heard Patsy say in tones of the utmost disbelief. Gideon Winter glided toward Tabby between the bodies of Wren Van Horn and Bruce Norman. Tabby, unable to move, saw the black arms raise above him. Then his heart burst and his head burst and his life went elsewhere. Gideon Winter wrapped him in his arms. 7. Richard fired both barrels straight toward the dog's head, and this time he could almost see the wads of pellets fly, a squad of hornets, across the narrowing space between, and sizzle into the wide black forehead. A dozen more smoking holes appeared, all of them concentrated around the eyes, and then the animal crashed again into the back of Graham's house. The window frame slid an inch or two away from the wall, and plaster dust showered onto the floor. Long, ragged cracks jumped across the wall. The dog had circled away and was moving toward the back of the yard before it made another run at the house. As Richard ejected the spent shells and dug new ones from his pocket, he could see sparks and flames jumping all across the dog's crown and muzzle. "One more time and he'll be in here with us," Graham said, sounding admirably calm. "See if you can shoot his goddamn nose off. I don't know what else would stop him." "I don't think anything is going to stop him," Richard said. "Do you want to try to run for it?" He looked up over his shoulder, but Graham was already shaking his head. "Get his nose. Remember how he yelped when I got him with the knife?" "Whatever you say, boss." Richard braced himself again. He watched the dog turn around and lower his head, preparing to charge the window once more. Then the dog was flying toward him, and Richard tried to find the dot of blackness which was the nose in the midst of all that other speeding black. He moved the sights in a tight circle, almost getting it, and then he was sure he had it. He began to pull his finger slowly back on the triggers, and then blinked. The wall of blackness, almost at the wall now, was losing shades of intensity. Almost instantly it was not black at all, but gray. Then again, almost instantly, light gray. Before he had finished pulling back the triggers, he could see that hole in the greenery still smoldering through the head of the dog. Richard lifted his head and relaxed his finger. "Hey!" Graham was saying above and behind him. Like Billy Bentley's cat, the giant dog was fading into invisibility, washing away into nothingness, even as it launched itself into the air for its final assault on the window. For a second it was only an outline, a huge shape suspended above the weedy lawn. Then it was gone. An almost impalpable gust of warm air gently spent itself against the window. Richard sat back on his haunches, breathing not at all. "That means it's over with Tabby and Patsy," Graham said hoarsely above his head. "Whatever the hell was going on is over. I suppose we'd better get out there and see." "See what? Get out where?" Richard still did not quite trust himself to move. "Ask me an easy one," Graham said, and patted his shoulder with a trembling hand. Richard pushed himself up on his feet and looked at Graham. The old man looked slap-happy with relief. "Do you really suppose I could have shot off his nose?" he asked, and was surprised to find himself smiling too. "That's an easy one, but I don't want to answer it," Graham said. "Let's go outside and check the damage." As soon as they went out into the back garden, they smelled smoke. Richard assumed it was from the sizzling patches of hair on the dog's hide, and took a look at Graham's exterior kitchen wall. The frame was badly cracked, the whole wall bowed in. To Richard's eye, it looked like about $15,000 worth of damage. "Don't bother with that," Graham ordered him. "Come around the side and look in the direction of the beach." Richard followed Graham around the side of the house and did not have to be given any more directions about where to look. A giant column of flame and smoke was erupting out over the Sound, twisting perhaps 50 feet in the air before shredding into falling bits of fire and wind-blown smoke. "What in the name of heaven is that?" Richard asked. Graham gave him a look of unhappy compassion. "I think it's the place of my old friend, Wren Van Horn. There isn't another house right down there, unless it's a fire right on the beach." "That doctor's house, the one right—" Richard was remembering the first time he had seen that house. With Laura, in Ronnie Wrigley's car, he had asked about its cost. On the heels of this memory came another. Wren Van Horn had been Laura's doctor. "I think our friends went on a dragon hunt," Graham said. He was already moving toward his car, and Richard hurried after him. Richard slid into the passenger seat just as Graham released his clutch and shot backward into Beach Trail. He twisted the wheel, changed gears, and jerked forward. Graham did not stop at the Mount Avenue corner, did not even look. He stepped on his accelerator and spun around the corner to the right. "I suppose Wren was your Laura's doc," he said. "Yeah," Richard said. "I'm just thinking out loud," the old man said, not knowing that he was about to express something that occurred to, then eluded, Bobo Farnsworth one night outside the Penny Whistle Cafe. "But you know, the only people who recognized our killer were the women who opened their doors to him. How many men know what their wives' gynecologists look like? If they saw him in Franco's, would they know who he was?" "Jesus," Richard said, but even he would not have known if he was responding to Graham's suggestion or to the spectacular pyre that they saw commanding the top of the bluff as soon as they had swerved in through Dr. Van Horn's gates. Nearly all of the long white house was invisible behind leaping yellow flames and billowing smoke. From the bottom of the long hill leading up to the bluff, the column of mingling smoke and fire was even more impressive than it had been from Graham's back garden. "Poor Wren," Graham said. "He wasn't as strong as Johnny Sayer." "Jesus," Richard said again. As they came nearer to the huge body of fire up the drive, Richard finally saw Patsy McLeod on the front lawn. Patsy was trembling from her shoulders to her feet, shaking uncontrollably like a fever victim, and when he jumped out of the car and ran toward her, he saw that she was weeping. 5. Graham through the looking-glass. 1. Now I want to talk to you in my own voice again, because what happened right after Richard Albee and I piled out of my old heap and ran toward Patsy has to be told that way. My faith in the exact old relationship between myself and the rest of the world was tipped over on its head. We went, the three of us, Patsy and Richard and I, into Mirror Land. And nothing was real, but everything could have killed us anyhow. So these events are like the giant dog, it seems to me. And when Richard Albee asked me if I really thought that all of us were just out of our minds on DRG, I said nope. But it was never as simple as that. All I can do is tell you what I saw with my own eyes. What I thought I saw, was sure I saw. That way I stay honest. And if you want to brood about reality, you do it on your own time. While Richard was comforting Patsy and trying to get her to tell him if Tabby managed to get out of the house in time, I was looking at that house, trying to accept that my old friend and fellow widower had been our enemy.
Wren Van Horn. That was a blow, one I could hardly begin to come to terms with. He'd been even more a part of Hampstead than myself, one of those men who carry out their duties with the light-hearted grace that illuminates what it touches. He had always been jaunty, and old age has taught me that that's a spiritual quality. Hanging on to it beyond the age of 20 certainly takes spirit. His patients had respected and loved him. He had been one of those people who instinctively know how to live well, but most important, Wren Van Horn had been one of my people, and the dragon had turned him into garbage. I thought of my admired old friend knocking on women's doors in town, of him picking up Stony Freedgood at Franco's, of all the things the dragon had made him do, and felt a terrible mixture of emotions. Richard was still trying to get Patsy to unlock herself from the paralysis of whatever had happened to her, and I walked up to them and put a hand on one of her shoulders. The house before me was rushing into nothingness, consuming itself with an awesome single-mindedness. The rented houses on Mill Lane must have burned down that way, and the Royal Cotton Mill, I realized with a start. The flames had marched straight down the facade of Wren's house and completely hidden it. From somewhere now not far above the top of the first-floor windows, the building was solid flame, shooting and twisting far up into the air, and through the windows I saw that the downstairs rooms were a swirl of fire. I heard or imagined that I heard the screams of a score of lost voices from inside the house. Then I looked up to where the smoke and flames were boiling and twisting together so far overhead, and just as Patsy finally found words, I saw what I never had seen before this moment, though I have described it to you a couple of times. It was a great bat made of fire, and it spread its enormous wings up in the smoky confusion. Patsy McLeod's dear shoulder jumped beneath my touch, blood surged and pounded in her skin or mine, and I realized that my hand was trembling too. "I think Tabby's dead," Patsy sobbed. "Gideon Winter took him away, and now I can't reach him at all." Her face strained toward mine, twisting to see me over Richard's shoulder. "I always could," she said, "always, but now there's just this terrible coldness where Tabby ought to be." When I looked up again, the fire bat was gone. "It's all cold," Patsy said, and both Richard and I heard the despair in her voice. Her shoulder was calming down, but my hand wasn't. I lifted it off so I wouldn't actually start shaking her. "There's nothing else. There's no Tabby there." Richard and I looked at each other, and then walked Patsy a few yards down the long lawn away from the fire. I saw in his face that he was no more in control of himself, faced with the likelihood of Tabby Smithfield's death, than I. "You said that Gideon Winter took Tabby away," I said to Patsy. She wore a dizzied, glazed expression that made me want to scream out loud or smash something. "Does that mean that Tabby got out of the house?" She nodded, blinking, and I felt at least a fraction more optimism. I'd been thinking of the husk I had seen on a flat rock at the start of Kendall Point. "Tell us exactly what happened, Patsy," I said. "We'll never see Tabby again unless you help us now." "Tabby is dead," she said flatly. "Then I want to give him a burial, but I want to know for sure. And I want to kill the dragon, Patsy. I want to break him into a million pieces." That startled her into taking another internal stride forward. Her eyes widened, and she lifted her head and began to tell us about meeting Tabby in front of his grandfather's old house, about everything that followed. She finished by saying, "Tabby just crumpled when that thing touched him. He turned white. Then they were gone. And I tried to find Tabby, but I couldn't. I couldn't find anything but cold, cold, cold." "They were gone?" Richard asked her. "They just weren't there anymore. Then the fire started up all around me. I ran. I got outside, and you were coming." "They just weren't there anymore?" Richard asked, looking first at Patsy and then at me. "What's that mean? Graham, did they kill him or not? And I thought that if someone destroyed our dragon the way you destroyed Krell, that it was over. What the hell is going on here?" "I think it always was like that," I said, and tried to work out what we were going to have to do next. "It looks like Gideon Winter isn't ready to give up yet." "You think it was Gideon Winter?" "I hate to say it, but I'm sure of it," I said. "He really is stronger now than he ever has been. Strong enough to survive the death of the body he's selected." I inhaled a long, trembling breath. The ante's been raised, that's what it is. He took Tabby with him because he wants us to come after him. This time he wants us together, and he wants to get us all at once. Those two people, who were half of the only real family I had left, moved even closer together. He would have killed Patsy otherwise, I said. He wanted us to hear her story, and he wants us to come after him. If we knew where to go, Richard said. Well, I think I do know where to go, I told him. Patsy isn't going to like it much. She stiffened, her eyes darting over my face. She understood, and I was right. She was instinctively resisting. Oh, Richard said, and tightened his arm around her. I see. He was nodding. Where several boys were murdered, and both he and I know it. Bates Krell's house. I turned away from Patsy's desperate face and looked out at the Sound. The water, which should have been calm, churned and boiled, throwing itself forward in a way that had nothing to do with tides. I jerked my gaze back to Richard and Patsy. She was still trembling, but I saw her strength returning to her and said, It won't be like going there alone, though I was suddenly as uncertain of that as of everything else. Well, I'm going anyhow, I said. I have to. I think Tabby's still alive. He's the bait. I started walking down the long sloping lawn, at first forgetting completely about my car and then thinking to hell with it. I didn't want to drive to that house. I wanted to go on foot, the way I had in 1924. They could come with me or not. I took a couple of misleadingly determined-looking steps, knowing that nothing on earth could save me if I went into that house alone. This was not 1924, and the game had changed. I took another lonely step, mentally seeing Long Island Sound writhe against the shingle. Then I heard soft footsteps behind me, and an arm took each of mine. Cranky old bastard, Richard said. After all this, did you think you were going anywhere by yourself? I looked from Richard on one side of me to Patsy on the other, and thought we were like the three incomplete companions in The Wizard of Oz. I think it's going to be quite a ride, I said. 2. It wasn't until we were going through the gates and back out onto Mount Avenue that I saw Richard checking the shells in his jacket pockets and realized that he was still carrying my shotgun. As usual, at least when he was not tearing bricks out of a cornice or stripping paint off masonry, he was dressed up, which is to say in the way everybody used to dress way back when, even me, in a jacket and real pants, not jeans. Also real shoes instead of those pedigree running shoes guys in Hampstead wear even when they never run as far as the length of their driveway. Anyhow, the point of this is that when I noticed him still carrying my shotgun, it somehow seemed a part of him. Richard and the old Purdy in those businessman clothes were strangely cohesive, like Magritte in his bowler hat. The sight of him there at my side as we walked into Mount Avenue gave me a quick boost of confidence, or at least of willingness to really play out the thread now, to accept everything that was going to happen, as if Richard and his good clothes and the Purdy could give all three of us an irrational amount of protection. Richard Albee, with the gun in his hand, had that much authority, and in that second I felt younger than he. Maybe what I'm saying is that I felt leadership pass from me to Richard, or understood that it had been his all along. People, attracted by the tower of smoke and flame from the Van Horn house, had begun to appear on Mount Avenue, walking slowly toward us, their faces tilted up so that they seemed to be watching a high-wire act. I wondered if my heart was up to what was to come. I wondered if Tabby could really be alive. The three of us stepped onto Poor Fox Road, more or less in unison. The sky changed. Without any transition, it went from the hazy blue it had been to a gaseous, bubbling red. Patsy stopped moving, and I stopped too. What was above us looked like the expression of an ultimate rage, anger taken to a total limit. 1,000 soundless but vivid explosions tore the sky's fabric, sending waves out to thrash and pound against each other. A moment later the sky was bright yellow, then a hard monochrome blue no sky ever was before, then a deep violet purple, and then it was black. 2 moons hung over us, one that ferocious bubbling red, and the other white and dead. All of Poor Fox Road was illuminated by cold moonlight.
Patsy gripped my arm so tight it hurt. "Okay," Richard said, and we began to go forward again toward Bates Krell's house. When we came to the place where the road bends, I saw a dark shape hanging from one of the big trees alongside the academy fence. It slowly spun and twisted as we came nearer, a shadowy, elongated cocoon. Both Richard and Patsy had seen it, too, and I felt Patsy tighten her grip on my arm again. A second later I saw that it was a body hanging upside down from the tangle of branches. The body twisted around to face us, and the silver light fell directly across it. The chest had been sliced open, and the ribs broken, and the whole middle section of the body was a black hole. Beneath the slashes and wounds, I recognized the face of Bobby Fritz. The terrible face was laughing at us, the mouth split into a Halloween grin. Bobby Fritz's corpse screamed, "You're dead! You're dead!" Patsy gasped and pulled at me. Bobby's dangling arms burst into flame. His hair shriveled and twisted in the heat, and a moment later it too began to burn, making a little puff as it went alight. Richard reached back and gave me a yank, and I pulled Patsy along in my wake. We moved awkwardly forward for a few paces, and then Patsy seemed to find her rhythm again. "I'll be okay, Graham," she said. "You don't have to frog march me." She pulled her arm away from mine and then looked back over her shoulder. By reflex, I too looked back. The blazing corpse of Bobby Fritz spun around like a mechanical toy, and beneath the flames we could see his mutilated features. Patsy McLeod snapped her head forward, and her eyes found mine. She said, "I told you I'm okay," and marched right past me. Just a few minutes later, we saw the Krell house come into view, past a wasteland of wrecked cars, and all three of us slowed our pace, as if we thought we could sneak up on it. The windows, or the black holes where the windows should have been, shone redly, but we knew Krell's house was not burning, and we knew we could not sneak up on it. We were walking more slowly because suddenly we were in no hurry to do what we knew we had to do. Even when I was 20 and straight and pretty well muscled, that house had spooked me. I knew a lot more about it now. Richard quickly moved on ahead of us, and went right over the moon-washed scurf of weeds to the door. He held a shotgun straight out at his hips and looked back at us. I saw his jaw muscles jumping. Patsy went straight toward him. I came up beside the other two, and Richard said, "Here goes nothing," and turned the knob and pushed open the door with the barrel of the shotgun. Patsy flattened her hands over the top of her head. Red light spilled out over our legs. You will have worked out already that Patsy covered her hair because of the bats, but I didn't get it until I had looked in. Richard was pointing the shotgun into the room as if there was going to be something he could shoot. Maybe half a dozen bats came wheeling and skittering out of the corners of the room. Richard tried to wave them away with the barrels of the gun, but two of the bats merely circled off and flew back toward us. Then I saw long red hair streaming from the head of one of the two bats taking another dive past Richard, and I took in that both had white faces. I did not want to see their faces. I knew I would recognize them, and that would have been worse than the sight of Bobby Fritz hanging upside down from the tree. Richard gasped and let the barrel sag down. He had recognized one of those tiny faces. My temper jumped up inside me like a wild beast. Tabby's own face shone in my mind, and I gripped Richard's free arm as he had done mine 4 minutes earlier, and I pulled him into the house with me. "It's daytime," I shouted. "Daytime!" For a second or two, maybe more, it was. We saw the real sunlight splashing against a wall, the real barrenness of the place. Ruptured floorboards, cracked walls, thick dust. We saw it. There were no bats. Patsy rushed inside and got right up next to me, and I felt strong enough to take on 3 Bates Krells. My temper still sizzled. Giant dogs and bats with human faces. 2 moons. This stuff turned my stomach. A movement at my side registered in the corner of my eye, and I turned my head and moved forward at the same time. What I saw was Les McLeod standing in the doorway to another room, wearing striped pajamas and a gaping robe, and already pulling the trigger of a small pistol. A long line of flame erupted from the pistol's little barrel, squirted just past Patsy and me, and shot harmlessly into the room to our right. Black night immediately returned, and the blast from the shotgun flared out just as I saw Les begin to fade into nothingness. The wad of shot smacked into a wall. "He's gone," I said, but no longer felt like challenging the darkness. I could hear Richard breathing hard as he ejected the spent cartridge and sent it rattling to the floor. We all could see that the source of the red light filtering through the dark was the room that lay beyond the door where Les's spectre had appeared. It spread outward from that room, filling the doorway with a red haze. "I know where we have to go," Patsy said, flicking a sideways look at me. Her face seemed bony and drawn in the dim light, neither male nor female. "Patsy," I said, "no one is going to make you go down there." "He's right," Richard said. "Not after the last time. You could wait outside. You came this far, and that's enough. If Tabby's down there, we'll find him." "Tabby's dead," she said with that same flat certainty. "But I'm still going with you. We have to be together, don't we? That's what you think, isn't it, Graham?" Her eyes slid toward me more bravely than before. "I don't know what I think anymore," I said truthfully. "Well, I think I want to end it," she said. Then she surprised us both by pulling her pistol from her waistband. I guess both Richard and I had assumed that she had left it in Wren Van Horn's house. "I'll use this, too, if I have to. There's one bullet left in it, I think. You two guys can wait out on the sidewalk if you like." She tucked the gun away back under her shirt and looked at us, just waiting to see what we would do. She was small and brave and willful, grown far past the woman who had come running around the corner toward 3 men and a boy on that night when the first birds had fallen from the sky. Patsy had come a farther distance than any of us. "Well, let's go, then," Richard said, tucking the shotgun up under his arm. "We all want to end it." He looked at me, and I saw that, despite the calm in his voice, he too had been moved by Patsy. She abruptly turned around and walked through the hazy doorway into Bates Krell's kitchen. Richard and I followed closely behind. The door to the basement still hung wide open on its hinges, and we saw that Patsy had been correct. The light came streaming up the basement stairs. When the three of us looked down, we saw how strong, how dark it was, how it pulsed. Going down there would be like walking into an enormous heart. I stepped forward first. If anything were going to happen, if there were booby traps on these stairs, I wanted it to happen to me, not those two. Being 76 has a few advantages, one of them being that a premature demise is no longer possible. Still, I took those stairs slow and easy and kept my eyes open. Like a heart. The image grew more accurate the farther down I went. I was bathed in that redness. The pulsations of the light vibrated through the treads of the stairs and the flimsy handrail. Richard came up beside me. He, too, wanted to be between Patsy McLeod and whatever might be in the basement. We moved around the side of the staircase. I don't know what we expected to find. Nightmares from Hieronymus Boss, fiends devouring Tabby's body, Gideon Winter flying at us, anything but the wide, empty space we were looking at. Glass bricks, spaced here and there along the top of the walls, glowed with the same redness that filled the cellar. At the far end of the room, a battered workbench stood against the wall. That was it. "Tabby isn't here," Richard said, momentarily perplexed. The anticlimax of coming into a room bare of anything but a beat-up workbench and a lot of inexplicable red light stopped him in the dead center of the cellar. Patsy drifted off to one side, and I went up to the workbench. We had come to the right place, I was sure of it, and thought that maybe I could find something to lead us to Tabby. In the air around me, I became aware of a kind of thickening, as though that pulsing redness had curdled the air. What was happening was the gradual heightening of a condition present since we had come down the stairs. We were getting over the shock of not being shocked, to put it like that, and the real character of the place was finally reaching us. Krell's basement, not empty, was crowded with the emotions which had been set free there. Terror, despair, a soup of human misery roiled in the air around us. Until the summer of 1980, I would have rejected the notion that such an experience was anything but the projection of a suggestible observer. But in Krell's basement, I knew I was not projecting all that misery. My stomach cramped into a bitter knot. The wrongness of the place, the monstrosity of the pleasure given by torture, had assailed me. I wanted to get back outside as fast as I could. The big heart of the basement beat almost audibly around Patsy and Richard and me, and for a second I saw the walls thronging with spiders, hideous black shapes circling toward me, the bodies stretched in agony on the workbench. Those pictures were all from books I had read in childhood. The three of us had to get back outside. I started to move toward Patsy, seeing on her face that she, too, had been poisoned by this place, and the packed earth beneath my feet trembled and nearly threw me to the floor. A hand thrust up through the surface of the floor. Then another shot up out of the earth. Another pair of hands almost immediately pushed up, only a couple of feet away. "Let's get out of here, for God's sake," Richard was saying, clubbing away the first pair of hands with the stock of the shotgun. Patsy said, "I don't know if we can make it to the staircase." And I saw what she meant. The earth between us and the stairs seemed to be shredding into brown sugar, granulating. "You won't believe this, but there's a door over there," Richard said, and as we turned he pointed to the nearest wall. Set into the concrete blocks was a wooden door with big iron hinges and wide black iron cross braces. It certainly had not been there earlier, and for a moment it looked as sinister and forbidding as everything else in Bates Krell's little playpen. Both Richard and I went forward, trying to figure out if running for the stairs was worth the gamble. Richard pulled Patsy into a clear area, and as he did so, the head and torso of a boy in his early teens broke through the crumbled earth. A vision or hallucination Richard had described during our long talks came back to me. The cemetery ripping itself apart, vomiting out its dead. Richard's vision was our truth, I saw, and then thought, of course, that's how the dragon works. "Graham," Richard said, "the door?" He was thinking that maybe we still had a second or two to reach the stairs if we ran like hell, and thinking that then he would be the only one to make it. I couldn't move that fast, and Patsy looked ready to keel over. I backed toward him, and he put an arm around Patsy's waist and got her moving. I checked on them over my shoulder, and saw Patsy recover herself and almost visibly accept the idea of using that door, even if it did look like it could lead only to another torture chamber. Richard pulled the door open, and we hurried through. I had to bend my neck to avoid clubbing my forehead on the lintel. 3. You see why I wanted to describe this series of events in the first person, why the pose of an objective narrator would be no good, a lie to you and me both. That heavy cross-braced door wasn't there. I went through it, and if I hadn't ducked I would have banged my head on it. But even then I knew that no such door had ever stood in Krell's basement. And Richard Albee and Patsy McLeod knew that as well as I did. The door was the dream of a door, our dream, but also the dragon's way of taking us where he wanted us to go. The other thing we all knew was that there was no less danger on the other side of the door than in Bates Krell's funhouse. Our door was not an escape, but we could not go back once we had chosen it. We found ourselves in a foul-smelling tunnel, so narrow that we had to go in single file. Richard first, then Patsy, then me. I brushed my hand against the curving wall of the tunnel, and then quickly jerked it back. Damp, spongy, resilient as rubber, it had felt like living tissue. Far ahead of Richard, dim, hazy light came leaking around a bend in the tunnel, seeming to promise that we would come out above ground somewhere on Poor Fox Road or the marshy land just beside it. As we moved toward the light, the walls gradually widened out, and eventually we could almost walk three abreast. "I hope we're going to get out of here soon," Patsy said. "Are we going to wind up outside?" I shrugged. "It stinks in here," Patsy said, "like a sewer." "As long as we get away from that house, I don't care what it smells like," Richard said. "You saw the women, didn't you? Krell didn't drop them all overboard. And he killed a lot more people than anyone suspected." That had occurred to me, too. By the time we had fled through the door, at least 13 or 14 boys and women had broken out of their shallow graves. Krell's basement had earned its powerful echoes and resonances. We came to the bend in the tunnel, and were suddenly walking into a light so strong that it obliterated detail. For a second I was blinded, and my eyes stung, and I covered them with a hand. We had stopped moving. When I put down my hand, I squinted into the dazzling light and saw that a person was standing against the tunnel wall up ahead. It was just a black shape, unsexed. "Okay?" Patsy asked, and I nodded. We started to go forward again. "Who are you?" Richard called out. He raised the gun at his waist. Just then I had an idea about where we were, about what this tunnel was supposed to be.
We came forward far enough to see that the person up ahead was a woman, and even before we were able to see anything of her face and clothing, it was clear that she was crying. "Patsy?" the woman said. Patsy did not say anything. She took my arm with her left hand and Richard's with her right. Her plain, dogmatic face swam out of the light. Severe black glasses, limp hair. The woman wore a rusty tweed suit that turned her body into a fuzzy tube. She did not look like someone who cried much. "Oh, my God," Patsy said. "Marilyn Foreman." "Get out of here. Get out of here. You're dead already, just like the boy. The farther it goes, the worse it gets." Patsy moaned and lowered her head and practically pulled Richard and me after her. "Leave me alone." We were going past the woman now, and she curled her hands into her waist and hissed against the tunnel walls to let us by. I brushed my arm against her clenched hands and felt their pure and burning cold. But we were already past her, and Patsy McLeod was still hauling at us like a mother marching two boys toward the woodshed. Her face was entirely grim. The woman behind us hissed again. Patsy paused, and her grip on my arm relaxed. I looked around. Richard Albee did the same. The tunnel was empty. "Did we just see a homely little woman who looked like a grade school teacher?" Patsy asked. "Did she tell us to go back?" "We saw a homely little woman, and she told us to go back," Richard said. We began to move forward again. "Thank God," Patsy said. "If we're going crazy, at least we're doing it together." We took another step, and the light intensified with brutal suddenness. Patsy twisted away. My eyes painfully curdled as if they had been poached. I stumbled forward, suddenly alone, and when I could open my stinging eyes again, I too was grateful to have company in my delusions. We seemed to have left the tunnel and come into a long book-lined room, yet the room had the same stink of sewer gas as the tunnel. Patsy and Richard, some yards away from me, moved closer. I think they must have recognized the room before I did. I looked sideways at a brown row of unjacketed books and saw that it was familiar stuff. Like Krell's basement, this place echoed with unheard miseries, with a sordid emotional life. It, too, was one of the bad places. A wad of tarry goop dripped down the spines of a couple of adjoining books. More of the goop oozed down over other shelves and onto the floor. The room was very hot. Everything in it exuded a faint burning smell, as if it were smoldering somewhere deep within. Where are we? I wondered. What is this terrible place? Then I saw a familiar typing table down at the far end of the room, set before a familiar window. They seemed an acre away. The window was black. I jerked my head sideways toward Richard, almost expecting him to deny what I already knew, and behind his worried face I saw the Glenda poster leaning against the bookshelves. We were in my living room. It had been stretched out about 3 times its length, but the bad place was my living room. "Hey, Graham," Richard said, Don't what?" another voice screeched from far down at the other end of the room. Oh, I thought I knew that voice, too. I turned to see that a squat man in a double-breasted suit, his meaty face bristling with 5 o'clock shadow so dark it was like a tattoo of a beard, was standing up behind my desk. Him. "Don't you want your pinko friend to understand what's happening to him? Williams!" The senator poked a thick forefinger at me. "You're a lousy commie. Do your friends know that?" "I was never even a halfway decent communist, much less a lousy one," I said. "You were weak," he bellowed at me. "You're a drunk, a lousy alky, lush, booze-hound. You abandoned 2 wives. Are your friends aware of your despicable record, of your cheating and lying? Are they aware of how you weaseled yourself into marriage twice and then betrayed your wives? I have here, Mr. Williams, I have a list in my hand which contains not only all of your extensive communist affiliations from 1938 to 1952, but also your sex partners during that period." He was brandishing something that looked like a grocery receipt. "This is a disgusting record, Williams. This is evidence of moral degradation. You're disgusting because you're weak. Weak! You're a weak, treacherous, commie drunk." "A drunk I was," I said. "I cheated on my wives, too, just about as much as they cheated on me. But I never abandoned anyone. I was starting to get the shakes. That shifty, tattooed-looking face suddenly was only a foot or two from my own. Weak and treacherous. I could smell the booze on his breath, also onions. Tell me this, Williams. Don't you know that Tabby Smithfield would still be alive if you hadn't infected him with your sick fantasies? I started to throw a punch at his gloating face, but the face had changed before my fist had even picked up any momentum. He had turned into a capering red devil. Now he was at least 2 feet taller than I, and he bent over me, grinning, and a forked tongue slid out of his mouth. Searing heat came off him. I felt Richard pulling me backward, and I forgot about hitting anybody and concentrated on backpedaling. If I hadn't started moving my feet, Richard would have yanked me right back on my keister. That burning devil reached out for me. His hand came so close to my face that I saw how it was composed of a million interlacing flames, little jets of fire so tightly bound together that they formed a solid body, solid flesh. He would have taken off my face if he had closed that hand on me. Richard was moving me backward with the reckless power of a flood or a tornado, and I stayed on my feet, and the red hand just flicked past me. Past most of me, anyhow. His hand grazed mine, the one with which I had intended to hit him. 100 daggers pierced my skin. Acid splashed over the wounds. I yelled incoherently, and everything went absolutely black, but not before I had heard a deep chuckle. We were back in the tunnel, and the smell was worse. Another dim light lay far ahead of us, sending feeble illumination through the fleshy tube of the tunnel. "You okay, Graham?" Richard asked. I couldn't meet his eyes. That would have told him the truth. "Yeah, sure," I said. I was shaken up as much by what that imitation polecat had said as by what had happened right after. Well, that's almost true. It's what should be true. Yet I knew I had just come much closer to death than I had on Kendall Point. I could still see that huge, grinning red face floating up above mine, and I knew how scared I'd been, too scared to move if Richard had not intervened. The hand that creature had lightly touched still felt as though a tank had run over it. "Are you?" Patsy asked. "I never abandoned anyone," I said. "Jesus, I never did that. Some day I'll tell you the story of my marriages." But even as I said this, I was seeing the grotesque red face hovering so close to mine, and feeling again that primitive terror. A devil! Devils did not exist, except as metaphors. Then I remembered things I had said in London. That devil is contaminating wells all over America. Oh, yes, I saw. I felt as though I could almost sort of move again. "What the hell do you suppose is up ahead there?" I asked them. "I wish I didn't have to find out," Richard said. We started forward again. I painfully revolved my right hand in the murk of the tunnel, and saw that it was completely unmarked. This time we did not come around a loop in the tunnel to be blinded by a sudden barrage of light. That was what we expected. Instead, the tunnel gradually became wider still, and the light more pervasive. We seemed to be going down a slight incline. This, too, gradually became more pronounced, and as the light ahead grew brighter by degrees, the floor of the tunnel began to dip so markedly that the three of us had to move more slowly, using our knees to check the pull of gravity. When the tunnel began to level off again, the walls and ceiling pulled away. Just when I was thinking that our tunnel was getting to look like a vaulted chamber, we saw the first dead people. They were fat and naked, standing at the side of the by now enormous tunnel. An old man and an old woman, motionless as department store mannequins. Their eyes were closed, their skin chalk white. They were just bulky old bags of flesh. Then I saw that they were my old friends from the beach, Harry and Babe Zimmer. I looked down in a hurry. As we went past, I felt as much as saw them turning toward us with an awful slowness. "Oh, no," I said, seeing what was ahead. The tunnel walls swung out another step, creating a huge space that seemed hundreds of feet wide and as high as a cathedral. Dr. Norm Hugart, as white and dead as the Zimmers, was turning to face us at the entrance to this enormous chamber. His little Lennon beard had overgrown its boundaries, and now looked woolly and derelict. Like the Zimmers, he moved as if through a vat of glue. A thick, white worm was working its way across Norm's substantial potbelly. Norm raised one of his hands in a gesture of almost witless entreaty. Behind him, hundreds of others trudged with that painful slowness through the vast chamber. We walked past Norm Hugart into this hopeless way station for the dead. My nerves were shot. I didn't want to see anybody. I didn't want to look at their faces. I just wanted to get through this horrible place. I felt pushing toward us the numb misery of all those dead, that stricken, imploring wretchedness they could not help sending out. At least we did not seem to be in any real danger. The dead moved so slowly and questioningly that even I could outmaneuver them. I thought this was an exercise in disheartening us, in softening us up. The hundreds of dead were beseeching us to rescue them, to bring them back with us to the surface of the earth, and we could not help but feel the drag and pull of that plea. Gideon Winter would weaken us with pity, weaken Patsy and Richard with it anyhow, for already he had pretty well cut my strings, and then come in for the kill. Certainly we had to pity these poor creatures. I saw the people reaching out in such numbers that their arms interlaced. And then I thought I saw the proof of this theory. In the center of the vast chamber lay a bubbling pool of gray, lathery liquid. It belched out acrid fumes. Richard began to lead us around the edges of this sulphurous pond, at the same time trying to make sure that none of those reaching out toward us could actually get near enough to touch us. I was just trying to keep my feet moving. Part of me was tired enough to lie down and give up. Then Patsy went electrically taut at my side, and a few feet ahead Richard Albee stopped walking. "No, no, no," Richard said. "That's not true," as if he were rebutting an argument. I looked reluctantly toward the bubbling pool. A body labored at its far edge, struggling with that slow, patient hopelessness to get itself out onto the floor. The body was slight, young, boyish. Beneath the streaks of gray scum from the pool, it was chalky white, like the others. After the boy's body had managed to get itself out of the pool, another head broke the surface. A man's corpse began trying to lift itself onto the ground, and as soon as it was halfway out of the pool, I recognized it. I had just seen Les McLeod in the doorway of Bates Krell's kitchen, so the identification of his body was an easy task. Then I had to look back at the body of the boy and face what I had seen in the first microseconds of its appearance, seen with my heart as well as my eyes. The dead boy was Tabby Smithfield. The big worms had found him already and were sliding across his legs. He could take us one by one. I couldn't see how we would have the heart to fight him. We might as well lie down in the chamber of the dead and get used to being there. A little knot of flies had fastened on Tabby's neck. At last I accepted the possibility, no, the likelihood, that Tabby was dead. That pitiful, slight body on the far side of the pool rolled on its side with a horrible slowness. I groaned, and the dim light filling the enormous chamber shifted to red, on the bodies still painfully limping toward us. The white worms began to swell and bloat, now as red as the light. All around us the dead began to wail. Two of them thrust their way through to the front of the pleading mob before us. I saw stringy red hair, and then recognized the face of the woman reporter who had stood over Johnny Sayer's body with me. Sarah Spry. She had managed to force one of her eyes open, giving her face a squinting and piratical appearance. "Go, give up," she said. Her voice was a rusty whisper. "You're gone now. You have to give up. Graham, you're dead." The man woozily standing beside Sarah Spry popped open both of his eyes and screeched, "Dead! Dead!" Something fat and white fell on Patsy from above, knocking her down flat to the floor. Richard and I were so startled by this sudden assault that we were frozen in our postures for what seemed like whole minutes. I was just working out that what had fallen on Patsy was the body of a man, not one of the bloated worms, when she started to scream. Patsy was trying to get to her feet, and the dead man lying over her raised his fists and clubbed her back down. His body had been gnawed and chewed about the middle, and his buttocks were only shreds of white tissue. Patsy screamed again. I tried to pull him off by yanking back on his shoulders, but it was like trying to move a concrete statue. He turned his head and grinned, and I recognized him as Archie Monahan, a lawyer who had been hot stuff on the golf course. He was trying to kill Patsy, and I could not stop him. I grabbed his ears and tried again to force him off. I started to hit him in the side of the head. Patsy bucked frantically on the floor. "Move it, Graham," Richard shouted. "How many times do I have to tell you?" "Huh?" I finally saw that Richard was pointing the shotgun at the same point on Archie Monahan's head that I had been trying to turn into pulp. "Get away!" he screamed, and I threw myself backward. Richard put the Purdy right up to Archie's temple and pulled both triggers. Archie's head blew apart. Gray tissues and flecks of white bones sprayed out over the bubbling surface of the pool. The rest of Archie Monahan remained upright for less time than it took for the echoing blast to die away. Then it dropped sideways off Patsy like a dead crab. The shotgun in Richard's hand flickered feebly. Both of us reached forward to help Patsy, and she took our two outstretched hands. Around us the light was dimming, becoming only a red darkness. Patsy came up on her feet and put her arms around both of us for a second. "We have to run," Richard said. In minutes we were back in a narrower space. Then the walls closed in even closer about us, and Patsy and Richard walked on ahead of me. Patsy's step was quick and firm, but I could see her hands trembling. The smells of the tunnel were even worse now, and here and there a small fire flared out, feeding on the gases. This was the world's bowel we had entered from the door in Krell's basement. The mirror's bowel, too. I knew it would bring us to Gideon Winter eventually, and all three of us must have known that Richard's turn was next. 6. Kendall Point. 1. Richard Alby's sense of direction, always dependable, had surprised its owner by functioning underground. When they had left Bates Krell's basement, they had gone through the north wall and started angling east, and northeast was still the direction in which they were going. They were being led, he thought, to Kendall Point. Gideon Winter's burial ground seemed the inevitable place for their final confrontation. Richard did not want to show it in any way, but he was worried about his friend's readiness for this encounter. Both Graham Williams and Patsy McLeod seemed half-stunned by what had happened to them. A large part of their stupor would have been caused by the sight of Tabby, so obviously dead, emerging from that stinking pool. Neither Graham nor Patsy would have survived the tunnel without action Richard had taken. After that pallid corpse had fallen on Patsy, Graham had seemed too stunned to do anything but strike it on the head. Obviously, Winter was reserving some special torture for him, Richard thought, some sideshow worse than the grand central of the dead they had just escaped, and he wondered if Patsy in particular were capable of acting quickly and rationally. Walking along beside him, keeping pace, she looked to Richard as if she needed most of her energy just to keep herself from fainting. Whatever was going to happen, Richard thought, he would have to save himself. At the same time, he'd have to protect Patsy and Graham to see that they also were not caught. Ahead of them, a dim light had appeared, and Richard felt all his muscles involuntarily tense themselves. His test, whatever it would be, was up there, and Richard was torn between bolting back the way they had come and breaking into a run, just to get it over with as quickly as he could. He kept walking, and the light playfully receded. His testicles seemed to have frozen down to the size of a baby's. Patsy slipped her hand over his arm. With every step he took, the light backed away, never altering its intensity, which was no stronger than that of a child's night-light. Richard gripped Patsy's arm close to his body with his own. His heart felt as though it were tripping on itself. He took another step, and the dim light backed away from him again. He wondered what would happen if he shot at it. He and Patsy took another step together, and the fuzzy light once again retreated. Then all at once the light was no closer, but it was familiar. He knew it. He had seen it somewhere, but without taking any notice of it. It was just a domestic workhorse, a bit of stage setting. Exactly. He knew what it was, and as he and Patsy moved forward again, the light did not retreat. They took another step forward, and Graham followed them into the unobtrusively altered space. Stage setting, Richard thought. What else? The walls of the tunnel had widened, become more detailed. Shadowy objects loomed all about them,
A few feet from the dim light, which in fact was a child's night light, a triangular pennant cheered Arhule. He saw his tall skis propped against the wall next to the closet. Light came seeping into the bedroom, bringing its boyish clutter up into unchallengeable reality. If he kicked that chair, he would bruise his foot. If he threw the skis at the window, they would clatter down onto an actual front lawn. Richard heard noises from downstairs, the prop men and stagehands and cameramen moving about, all those who had been his true family during those years. From somewhere closer came the idle, summery buzzing of a couple of flies. A moment or two before the others, Richard saw the bodies on Spunky Jameson's bed. The flies he had heard were wandering up and down on them, lifting off and landing again. Tabby and Laura were only just recognizable. Naked, sprawled on their sides like lovers turned to each other, his wife and the boy were cross-hatched with cuts and wounds, strip-mined, trampled, pulped. Could Graham and Patsy take it, seeing Tabby this bad? Richard turned from the bed, thinking almost that he should put a hand over each of their pairs of eyes, but they had seen it, and were wondering the same about him. "Oh, Richard," Patsy said. He saw that she was more concerned for him than for herself. Then a gray cat came padding toward them across the carpet, and Richard felt all his muscles tense themselves again. The cat came to within 2 or 3 feet of Richard and Patsy, and sat on its haunches, looking at them with wide, unblinking eyes. A second later, Billy Bentley strolled in from the same nowhere. 2. Richard stepped away from Patsy and challenged Billy's pitted, mocking face. "You're Gideon Winter," he said. Billy's shadowy face admitted another sharp slice of amusement. "Not yet, I'm not. You'll see, bro." "We want Tabby Smithfield," Richard said. "I don't care who or what you are, but I do want you to get Tabby out of whatever foul hole he's in and bring him to us." Billy lifted his eyebrows. "Alive or dead," Richard said. "Just give him back to us." "The way I gave your sexy wife back to you?" Billy asked. "I guess you liked that." His cat opened its mouth and laughed with a woman's voice. Something struck the floor in front of Billy, the cat bunched itself up and shot away, and a model airplane rolled over once more before coming to rest. Graham thrust himself up beside Richard, his eyes snapping. In Richard's hand the old Purdy shotgun flickered once. Billy Bentley threw up his hands in comic horror. "Mercy, violence!" "We want Tabby's body," Richard said. "Well, take it. You get 2 for the price of 1, Spunks. Best deal all day." He cocked his head and waved generously at the corpses on the bed. "Before you go, though, there's someone we want you to meet. Someone you want to meet, Spunks. No lie, man, really." "I don't—" Richard began. But the space around him was changing in a manner by now familiar, opening up and elongating, and he understood that what he did or did not want was an irrelevance. Far off to his side, in a theatrical pool of light, a man and a woman were seated at the Jameson dinner table. Both were looking at him warmly, and though he resisted it, Richard felt the honesty of that warmth touch him. The emotion was real, although nothing else may have been. Ruth Brandon, the woman at the table, had genuinely loved him. For a time, Richard let himself take her in. This was the first time he had seen a living Ruth Brandon since he'd been 14 or 15. Her early death had deprived him of knowing his mother as an adult. At 14, Richard had been infatuated with Ruth Brandon, and now he fully saw why. She was a beautiful woman, and half of her beauty was the intelligence and generosity that shone in her face. It was a beauty of soul, incapable of being cheapened. The dragon had done his homework. The man across from Ruth Brandon was a stranger to Richard, but he proved the same point, proved it more conclusively, for this stocky, short man with thick gray hair was a stranger only in the most technical sense. Richard knew instinctively, in his spine, in the pit of his stomach, in his cells, that this was Michael Albee, who had fathered him. Michael Albee had kindly, though rather blurry, features, and looked like a merchant seaman or a bohemian poet with a lot of bottles behind him. His father was looking at him with precisely the right mixture of curiosity, sympathy, amusement, and wariness. Oh, yes, the dragon had done his homework perfectly, so perfectly that this twinkling figure before Richard had an immediate and unreasonable power over his emotions. Richard fought it. He understood exactly what was happening to him, but the sight of that raffish, gray-haired man across from Ruth Brandon hit him like a blow. He even understood what the man's first words would be. These were preordained, but they too rocked him. His father stood up and moved around the table. Richard saw that the man was precisely his own height. "Daddy's here, Richard," he said. "Daddy's here now, and everything's all right. I'd like you to put down that silly gun. Empty anyhow, isn't it?" Feeling boiled through Richard with such immediate force that until he heard himself shouting he had not realized that he was angry or that he was going to say anything. "You left me," he shouted. "You walked out. Damn you!" And once the words were out, he could not regret them. That rage was still pounding through his system. His father smiled and said, "You have my genes, kid. You're carrying most of me around inside you. That's what counts." His eyes sparkled. "And anyhow, we're together again now." Richard looked away from the twinkling, wary face and saw that Ruth Brandon was still sitting up and smiling at him in her chair, that she was only a skeleton in a frilly apron and house dress. Her lustrous dark hair had spilled down onto her shoulders and into her lap. Clumps of it lay like punctuation on the floor, commas and apostrophes of dark brown hair. Both his father and Billy Bentley were coming slowly toward him. He was only 10 years old, Richard realized. His arms and legs were stick-thin, and he had to look up to see his father's face. "Put that heavy thing down, Spunks," Billy was saying. "Hey, kid, don't you get it? We're back now. Jesus, we're back. We can go on forever now." Richard could feel Patsy and Graham plucking at him, trying to pull him away, to get him to wake up. "I want Tabby," he said, but the sentence came out in his high-pitched 10-year-old's voice, and was weightless. He tried to raise and aim the gun, but it was too heavy for him. The barrels wavered and dipped. Was it really empty? He looked up and saw his father advancing toward him, beaming as if he were suddenly proud of his little boy. "Oh, hell, Spunks," Billy was whispering. "You know what happened to that kid. You saw him on the bed." Tabby really was gone, Richard knew. Tabby was gone, and everything was lost. His arms were too short to hold the shotgun the right way, and the recoil would break his shoulder. "And you know something else, old Spunks?" Billy was saying to him. "Just what you saw there. That's what should have happened to you up in Providence. But you got away, and I had to work on your wife instead. Damn old shame, Spunks." The room lurched and spun, and the small boy, who was Richard Albee, tottered with the shift in balance. The weight in his arms had doubled. The axis it made with his body, the resistance it gave his muscles, its density, all these had swum imperceptibly into a new dimension, and as the room swung upward and around him, he nearly fell over. "Didn't you think?" Billy Bentley whispered, leaning close over Richard with his wised-up face. Richard tried to push his sword right through Billy's pitted cheek, but Billy ducked back. It was a sword. He was holding a gleaming, double-edged sword, twice the weight of the Purdy, and he had somehow understood that, before he had known it. "Oh, you don't need that," his father said in a level, kindly voice. "Not that heavy, old thing," bending over him. Michael Albee's face seemed to be lengthening, and his chest, too, grew longer and thinner. "Too heavy for a boy, I'm thinking, that old thing." The heavy metal was like ice in Richard's hand, so cold that it burned into his fingers, seared the skin that touched it. Richard groaned as the sword fell from his hands and thunked onto the floor. Michael Albee, in the midst of a joyful transformation, reached toward him. Richard cried out inarticulately, and Patsy McLeod's little .22 pistol, in Patsy McLeod's hand, appeared next to his head. Richard took in, as though he were seeing it in slow motion, that Patsy was going to shoot at his father. Could that really work? He saw Patsy's index finger slowly depress the trigger. The explosion felt as though it took place inside his head. A sudden hole had opened out in the middle of Michael Albee's chest. Richard knew that Patsy had saved him.
and as he saw a curl of smoke and a lick of flame push out of the hole, he knew also that he had become an adult again. He was his proper size. A knot of angry flies belched from his father's chest. Another black curl of smoke pursued them. His father screeched in pain and fury. Richard bent down to pick up the sword. As he got his hand around the grip, he saw that Michael Albee had become a towering column of blood, for a moment intact in the air above them. Then the tower of blood shattered down over them, instantly plastering their clothes to their skin, sliding down their necks, burning sourly in their eyes and mouths. 3. Sensations which ceased almost as soon as they began. When Richard opened his eyes, he saw Patsy McLeod staring wildly back at him, just lowering her hand from her eyes. Behind Patsy, a dozen white spruces dipped long, feathery branches down through gray air. The sea hissed against a stony beach almost visible behind the trees. An incoming tide. Richard stood half on an immense gray rock, half on a scurf of yellow weeds. He stepped down off the rock. Patsy now was numbly staring at the pistol in her hand. Then she flipped it onto a stony bulge of land, and the little .22 bounced under a thick gathering of nettles and burdock. Richard turned around. Against his skin the fresh air was blessedly alive, in motion, perfumed with salt water and green growing things. Burrs and damp weeds adhered to his trousers. Headless stems drooped from his shoelaces. As he turned, he saw that behind him lay a deep cut in the earth, too deep for him to see what lay at the bottom of the overgrown slopes. So far back it must have been on the land that led to this promontory. A long white building with an oversized bar window blankly faced them. A beer sign twinkled in an upstairs window. Graham Williams was sitting down with his back against a taxicab-sized root which had rucked its way up out of the ground and then dived back under again. Graham's gaudy clothes had been smeared with dirt, and water had darkened the cuffs of his trousers. Richard looked back past Patsy at the white spruces, letting their arms gently fall as if in defeat toward the earth. Through them the sound glinted as it beat toward the stony beach. "We're on Kendall Point," he said. "A plus," Graham said, wheezing. "Right on the money. And he's here. Can't you feel that? Gideon Winter has Tabby, and he's here, waiting for us." Patsy tonelessly said, "Tabby's dead." "I can't believe that," Graham said. "Winter wants all four of us to die together. I think he'd really have everything if he did that. That's why we're here, right?" "Yes," Richard said, "I suppose." Graham settled his shoulders against the monstrous root behind him. "Well, I wish he'd come out and do his stuff." He looked from side to side as if he expected Gideon Winter to come walking toward him out of the sound. "I have a little less respect for him than I did once. He only uses what we give him. Have you noticed that? He doesn't know anything except what we tell him. HUAC. Patsy sees dead people, so he shows her a sort of Waldorf Astoria of dead people. You and Daddy's here. For all his power, he still seems limited, doesn't he?" "Limited? Is that what you think?" The voice came from behind Patsy, from under the tall spruces. It was not a human voice, Richard thought, not at all. Too thick, too oily, and so resonant it might have been fed by a microphone to a loudspeaker. "My dear children." Graham had struggled to his feet as soon as he heard the first words, and he and Patsy and Richard were all looking now at a big dark form, lazing quietly in the shade of the tallest spruce. Then the form shifted itself, and they saw what sort of being had spoken to them. Did this happen? Could this have happened? It was as impossible as everything else that had happened to them. But the three of them were now in a real landscape, in the middle of a real day. First they saw its face, at least twice the size of a human face, and grotesquely exaggerated in its features. On the human scale, the features would almost have suggested handsomeness. So large they looked like a road map to vice. The ears were long and drooping, the eyes brilliantly black. The creature's nose was strong and hooked, its chin thick and pointed. A long, meaty tongue licked out of the curling lips. The creature shifted itself forward, and an odor of shit and sweat and filthy skin drifted off it. At its waist began muscular goat legs and hind quarters.
Tabby Smithfield was slung over this monster's shoulder. It laughed at the expressions on their faces, stood up, and cocked one of its legs. A ropey jet of steaming liquid shot onto the ground, where it began running in rivulets down the dry grass. A lot of little active things were swimming in the creature's urine, but Richard did not want to look at them. He could not take his eyes off Tabby's body in any case. At Richard's side, Patsy McLeod despairingly sent out, "Tabby? Tabby?" and met only the dead-cold emptiness she had both expected and feared. "Give him to us!" Graham suddenly roared out. The devil creature leered at Graham, hitched Tabby's body off his shoulder, and needed only one hand to toss the limp boy onto a brown little hill at their side. "Whatever you say." The devil smirked and started to walk toward them. Instantly it was dark again, just as when they had set their feet on Poor Fox Road. The creature moving toward them chuckled, and Graham and Patsy and Richard scrambled away toward inert Tabby. Off to their side the water rose up in tall waves and breakers and hurled itself at Kendall Point's rocky beach. The devil's huge, misshapen form slouched past them, outlined in the moonlight, descending everywhere. Richard checked in his jacket pockets for shotgun shells, but found he had none left. The shells must have fallen out somewhere in the tunnel. Hoping for magic for whatever had happened to him in front of Billy Bentley, he held up the Purdy. The Purdy stubbornly refused to turn into a Boy Scout knife, much less a sword. Patsy and Graham knelt on either side of Tabby. Delicately, Graham rolled the boy onto his back. When Patsy probed again, she met a faint, "Oh, my God, he's alive!" Patsy uttered so rapidly it sounded like one long word, and then sobbed wetly, gracelessly, a sound made up wholly of emotion. "Course he is," Graham said, but his eyes looked wet, too. "Look," Richard said urgently. "Look at what's happening." The clumsy silhouette of the creature was changing in the moonlight. The goatish body was growing, stretching out. The suggestion of a massive tail lashed through the dark weeds. Even Patsy looked up, having had another small flare of life from Tabby, and momentarily saw the creature in clear moonlight as it began to descend into the deep slash in the land at the inland edge of the point. A head with a long, lethal jaw, pointed spikes down the length of the reptilian snout, malevolent eyes encased in bone. She had seen that head lift up out of Dorothy Bach's History of Patchen in Graham's living room. Dragon? What? Dragon? Patsy? Tabby's chest expanded as the boy took in air, and his eyes opened a crack so tiny that only Patsy noticed. What? "A dragon," Richard said, as if he had heard the messages flying toward Patsy McLeod. "What the hell?" One of the great spruces behind them fell over. The trunk splintered, as if the hand of an invisible giant had broken it. When the tree struck the ground, the earth seemed to bounce. "Let's move," Richard said. The earth trembled as another of the spruces crashed down. He knelt and got his arms beneath Tabby, braced himself, picked the boy up. Tabby said, A wide slash came ripping through the land, announcing itself first in the whispery sound of loose earth falling into its crevice, then in the bone-snapping roots. Richard Albee saw a big, round-headed, wild rhododendron bush 15 feet from him heel over sideways and go rattling down a precipitous slope. "Jump!" Graham bellowed at him, and he finally understood what was happening just before the ground opened up beneath him. Holding Tabby in his arms, Richard crouched down and took the longest standing broad jump of his life. His feet connected with solid ground, but his balance was still back where he had taken off. Richard staggered, then sprawled forward, dumping both himself and Tabby onto a rocky tuft of land. He turned his head and saw the jagged scar in the earth take both of the fallen spruces. A huge root ball thumped down after the severed trunks. Tabby whispered, "You trying to kill me, Richard?" Richard hugged him close. From the deep slash in the earth ahead of them, a long arrow of flame ripped through the tall grasses, incinerating whatever it touched. Tabby's eyes were closed again, but he drew up his body like a child in a crib, resting his head on Richard's chest. He heard noises rustling toward him, then saw Patsy and Graham slipping through the dark, skirting the multiple little fires which had sprung up after the withdrawal of the dragon's breath. Graham sat down next to him, and Patsy eased Tabby out of his arms and into her own. Something cold and hard fitted into the palm of Richard's hand, and he took his eyes off Tabby's slack face and saw that Graham had given him the Purdy shotgun again. "I don't know what to tell you," the old man said, "but you know what we have to do if we ever want to get out of here." "Yeah, I know," Richard said, feeling not at all adequate. "We have to kill that thing. We have to go down into that valley and destroy it. But how the hell do we do that?" "I thought I asked you for an easy one," Graham said. Richard thought of standing up and walking toward the dragon's little valley, of brandishing the shotgun. He would not live more than 5 seconds. The dragon would breathe on him, and first his skin would turn red, and then it would turn black, and all his hair would be gone, and his eyes would burst. And then the dragon would emerge and do the same thing to Patsy and Graham and Tabby. It would provide interesting obituaries in the New York Times, Richard thought, except that if we're killed, nobody on the Times will ever know it. "I don't mind doing it. I just want to know how," Richard said. Graham nodded. "Damn," Richard said. At last he said, "How is Tabby?" Patsy had been rocking him back and forth against her. "He's getting better." Richard saw a smile illuminate her face, and for a second was jealous of Tabby Smithfield. He would not have minded being in those arms himself, nor having caused that smile. Patsy's eyes flicked at him, and he sensed a complicated mixture of amusement and annoyance and pleasure, and wondered if she had heard his thoughts in the way she could hear the boys. Patsy had returned her glance back to Tabby with an almost deliberate lack of haste. "Well, what do we do?" Richard asked. The fire bat sailed overhead again, igniting another of the spruces. "I think it's no good if Tabby is asleep," Richard said. "I'm going to try something," Patsy said. "I think I'll ask him to sing." "Sing? Sing what?" Graham asked. "Anything he thinks of." The burning spruce popped and sizzled behind them. Richard could almost catch an unheard, familiar song. "Why not?" he said, and for a moment inexplicably felt the heaviness of that double-edged sword pulling against his muscles. "Yes, try it," he said. "Try it, Patsy." Patsy bent her mouth to Tabby's ear and whispered, "Sing to us, Tabby. Sing us the first song you think of, and we'll help you sing it." "God help us if it's some rock and roll thing," Graham said. "Won't matter," Richard said. The image of Tabby Smithfield singing, and then of the rest of them joining his song, was still echoing in his mind with the mysterious rightness he had felt a moment before. Graham looked at him oddly, but said nothing more. "Sing us a song, Tabby," Patsy whispered again. Then, as Tabby told them later, the boy reached back into his memory and found something. An old childish song from the house on Mount Avenue. It was a song his mother had used to sing to him, back before anything bad happened, and Tabby Smithfield was a small boy with a pretty mommy and a daddy who played tennis and a grandfather who loved him. That the song would have its own associations for Richard Albee never occurred to him. He was back in his grandfather's house. Weakly at first, and then with a little more strength, Tabby sang, "When the red, red robin goes bob, bob, bobbing along, along." Richard gaped at the boy. This was the unheard song. "There'll be no more sobbing when he starts throbbing his old, sweet song," Graham Williams surprisingly bawled out in an off-key bass. The shotgun, resting in Richard's arms, suddenly trembled with the urgency of a pheasant taking off out of a cover, and he closed his fingers around it to keep it still. Patsy sang out, joining the other two, wake up, you sleepyhead." Richard had never heard the lyrics of the song during all his years in Daddy's here, so when he chimed in, it was with cheer up, the sun is red," making an unconscious allusion to Poor Fox Road. The shotgun suddenly flared with white light. "You're a genius," Richard said to Patsy. "What made you think—" "It could have been anything," Graham said. "It's that we're doing it together, all 4 of us." "Well, don't stop now," Patsy said. "Tabby, louder this time." And the 4 of them, huddling together, sang that verse all over again, this time remembering to add the forgotten line. "When the red, red robin goes bob, bob, bobbing along, along, There'll be no more sobbin' when he starts throbbin' his old sweet song. Wake up, you sleepyhead. Get up, get out of bed. Cheer up, cheer up, the sun is red. Richard stood up, still hearing the words sing in his mind. He was holding a long, double-edged sword, though he had not been conscious of any transformation, nor of any specific moment when the object in his hands had ceased to be a shotgun. His mouth was very dry. "Sleepy-head," he said aloud, but to himself, not knowing why. The voices of the others stuttered into the song again, then failed. An immense, heavy body pushed itself back and forth down there, restlessly pacing, like the giant black dog in Graham's backyard. Richard stepped toward it, imitating a much braver man. Behind him, Patsy alone sang, "Dum-da-dum-dee-dum, now I'm walking through field of flowers. Rain may glisten, but still I listen for hours and hours." The little valley itself had altered, and where the dragon was so deeply hidden, now resembled an arch into the earth, a leafy cave. Some of them, Richard hoped, would get off Kendall Point alive. "I'm just a kid again," Patsy and Tabby sang, "doin' what I did again, singin' a song." 4. Singing, Patsy stood up and watched Richard approach the cut in the earth, which had become the dragon's cave. He was walking with a kind of matter-of-fact assurance that Patsy found very moving. He could have been going out to check the bird feeder. If Richard Albee had to walk to the gallows, it would be with that same apparent and unconscious confidence. She knew that he would not look back when he passed between the two large boulders that stood at the rim of the gorge and seemed to mark the entrance to the cave, and he did not. Richard walked between the man-sized boulders as if he did not see them, and began to edge down the slope. Unexpectedly, Patsy heard Richard's mind speaking in hers, as she thought she had heard it earlier, when she had been rocking Tabby in her arms. He wanted to turn and look at them again. That was what she heard, and only Tabby's presence beside her kept her from crying. She concentrated on the song. Patsy was so afraid for Richard, so afraid for all of them, that singing now was a necessary therapy. She had kept herself from breaking down in tears, but she could not stop herself from shaking. Her mind, too, seemed no longer in control. Since she had brushed against Richard's thoughts, Patsy had felt her mind alarmingly flex itself. It was as though a new color ran through it, and Patsy did not trust this sensation. She put her arm around Tabby's shoulder. The sword in Richard's hand gleamed as he took it down into that deep, leafy darkness. She could hear Graham Williams rasping out, get up, get out of bed," in a toneless voice that was half whisper and half mere thought. Patsy trembled violently, feeling goosebumps raise all down her arms. "The sun is red, the sun is red." "I can't stand this," Tabby said. She looked up and realized that what she had taken for 2 moons were really the sun and moon, one red, one white. That big red open mouth wanted to swallow them down. Live, love, laugh, and be happy, and take them out of the world forever. "I'm going with him," Tabby said. "I can't just stand here." "Kid, you're still pretty weak," Graham said. "I'm okay," Tabby said, and stepped out from under Patsy's arm. "I'm going down there with Richard." He went a few paces forward, then looked back at her. "Have to. Oh, Tabby." Tabby turned away and started toward the boulders. Growling, roaring noises came from within the cave. Hadn't the dragon warned them, that first night in Graham's house, not to push it this far? Patsy gave Graham an agonized look. "I have to go with him," she said. She opened her mouth, then closed it again almost immediately. Anything else would be just repetition. Patsy made herself move away from Graham's protective largeness. After the first step, she was able to run. "God damn, guess I'll join the party, too," Graham said. "Just don't expect me to jog." Tabby stopped walking, put his hands in his pockets, and waited for them. Patsy stopped running, and when Graham was beside her, the two of them walked up to Tabby's slight form in the darkness. "Good," Tabby said. Heat blasted toward them as soon as they reached the boulders. Patsy put her hand on one of the standing rocks as they looked down the slope and felt warmth beating out of the stone. Half of the bank down to the black entrance of the cave was on fire. All the clumpy little bushes were burning, and the earth, too, blazed in random patches. Richard Albee was dimly visible far down the slope, picking his way around the fires toward the bottom. Pale smoke belched out of the cave. Patsy saw Richard hesitate for a second, then continue making his way to the flat boulders. Tabby jumped down over the edge and slid 5 or 6 feet, sending a cascade of pebbles and loose dirt rolling into a wide belt of flames. Graham followed the boy immediately, moving much more slowly, and making sure both feet were solidly set before taking another sideways step down. Patsy turned sideways and took a careful step over the edge. Holding her arms out for balance, she dug her left foot into the bank and lowered her right another 8 or 9 inches. Loose stones rolled away under her shoe, and she tottered. Then she noticed that the cloud of smoke which had emerged from the cave was neither drifting away nor dissipating. It moved upward almost purposefully, as if it had a mind. When it reached the top of the cave, Patsy took another half-step down, trembling as though she stood in a freezing wind. "Damn!" she heard from Graham as he lost control of his footing for a second and slipped downward in a shower of dirt. Within the stationary cloud, something huge and many-armed stirred, pushing out bumps and angles of the pale smoke. The thing in the cloud whirred and rattled, impatient with its prison. As Patsy opened her mouth to call to the others, the cloud broke apart and another darker cloud hung in its place. Then it instantly exploded into movement. Particles the size of robins spun away, reformed, spun away again. Not one creature but many had been trapped in the cloud. Patsy saw leathery wings and flinched, thinking the creatures were bats. A rattling knot of them swirled over a flat boulder the size of a sheepdog, and rivery fire instantly flowed across the top of the boulder, forming a liquid yellow stream that sheeted down the side and began to trickle toward the bottom through the stones. As they swirled up the bank, Patsy saw their tiny snouts, their long reptilian necks. Baby dragons. They were baby dragons, not bats. "We'll be all right," Tabby sent her. "You'd better not die twice on me, Buster." Part of her shaking, she realized, was not fear. It was the effect of her relief that Tabby had survived his kidnapping by Gideon Winter. Without quite being aware of it, she had been party to Tabby's thoughts ever since he had opened his eyes. Not just the messages he had sent her, but all of his thoughts, every spark that flew across his mind. All of these birds of thought had fed her relief. Though they had been quiet, almost in fact inaudible, their singing had pulled her closer to Tabby. Instead of calling out a warning, she started to sing. All those birds of thought flexed again in her mind, adding another band of color, or so it felt, to the first. She started to sing softly, uncertain of herself. A part of Patsy was still capable of feeling foolish about singing out loud on a burning hillside leading down to a dragon's cave, a non-existent cave, a non-existent dragon. And anyhow, didn't women in this situation just keep their mouths shut and wait to be rescued? Wasn't that exactly what she had done during most of her marriage? Month by month after Les had turned sour and insecure, poisoned by his own success, kept her mouth shut and waited to be rescued. A grumpy, frightened, but still tenacious sliver of thought flew toward her, and she recognized in it the texture, the color, the taste of Graham Williams. Either it was wordless or she could not hear the words, but she did not need words to identify him. "When the red, red robin goes bob, bob, bobbin' along, along." Her high, pure voice sailed up out of her, becoming stronger with every word. 5 feet down the slope, and trying to avoid being forced into doing the splits, Graham Williams looked back up at her in astonishment, initially fury, too. He had been taking pains to be as silent as he could, thinking that apart from the sword, surprise was their only weapon. Patsy's singing was like an announcement to Gideon Winter that all 4 of them waited outside the cave. There'll be no more sobbin' when he starts throbbin' his old sweet song. Then, as Patsy's voice grew and strengthened, he felt it take hold of him, almost as if Patsy's voice had physically wrapped around him. He easily went down another 4 feet, his legs working like a 20-year-old's. Graham started to mouth the words along with Patsy, suddenly sure that she could hear him, even if he did not actually sing anywhere but in his mind. Because in that instant he felt her right beside him. He felt all the barriers of age and sex, of homeliness and beauty, of all the differing lessons taught by experience, fall where they had stood. Graham understood, even before Patsy herself, that no matter what Richard did with that sword, it was Patsy who could save their lives. He felt enlarged. In the midst of his real terror, whatever Patsy was sending toward him, whatever she was doing to him, increased him. Though he still only mouthed the words, he could hear his rusty, rumbling voice singing in his mind, and Patsy up above him knew all that Graham had just experienced. "Sing, Tabby, sing!" she poured out toward the boy, and instantly heard his two voices, his inner voice and his physical voice, pick up her song. Now she could hear all of them in her mind, Graham's unmusical chanting, Richard's rush of anxious thought which had picked up the rhythm of her singing, and Tabby. Tabby's mind was moving in perfect sympathy with her own. Just as she herself felt that sense of enlargement she had met in Graham, Tabby had it too. A kite-shaped arrangement of the baby dragons skirled toward her, igniting a 4-foot-long strip of hillside, then circled away. The song didn't matter. She thought the song was ridiculous. It was the fact of singing that was powerful, and she sent the absolutely inappropriate words, "Live, love, laugh, and be happy," sailing out into the air. Patsy took herself halfway down the hillside, watching Richard getting nearer the mouth of the cave, and for a second felt herself begin to find the conclusion toward which her energies and gifts had been moving her. Her personality, almost physically, stretched and widened within her. Patsy felt blood rushing up into her face. Her heart surged. Whatever Graham Williams had thought he had seen in her, whatever had given him that feeling of increase, almost surfaced in her. For an instant, Patsy saw herself as a net suspended beneath her friends, a Patsy who was a giantess, hovering beneath their exploits to catch them if they fell. Their different voices rang through her. She felt herself blushing even more feverishly. Then, instead of the odors of fried weeds, burning dirt, which smelled the way ginseng tasted, and smoke, she smelled fish. That relentless inner movement ceased, as shockingly as if contractions were suddenly to cease during childbirth. A burly, naked man with a black beard was standing beside her. He smiled, not pleasantly. Patsy saw the long scar which ran from hip to hip across his belly. The concentrated odor of fish leaked from his skin, from his pores. Bates Krell stepped nearer Patsy. She felt a sick wave of passion, stronger than the fishy smell, emanating from him. Passion gone black and twisted, more powerful because of its sickness. Behind Bates Krell's threatening body, Patsy saw the horned head of the dragon emerge from its cave. Krell's smile became more genuine and even less pleasant. His eyes glittered blackly. They were the same eyes, shot with iridescent green threads and veins, she had seen following the peeling spike up from the pages of a book. Then an unseen movement caused a huge displacement of air. A stream of fire 3 feet wide ripped across the ground before her, and the head of the dragon in the cave had swung toward her. Bates Krell had vanished into smoke, and the dragon coming out of the cave looked straight at Patsy with the fisherman's eyes. When the words died in her mouth. Patsy was too terrified to sing, and the other voices in her mind, which seemed like aspects of a single voice, diminished. The dragon crawled another step nearer Patsy, suddenly seeming much larger. "Red!" Tabby shouted. "Red, Red Robin!" Graham's booming monotone half-shouted, half-sang, "Goes Bob, Bob, bobbin' along, along!" And she heard Richard singing it too, singing it desperately in her mind. "Robin!" Tabby shouted. "Robin!" The dragon's head swung away from her, and a small winged body fell out of the sky and landed at her feet. The dazed baby dragon hitched its wings under itself and scrabbled a few inches down the slope. It was no larger than a mouse. Revolted, Patsy stepped on it. Its wings squirmed. She raised her foot and stamped down on the little dragon, and felt it crack open like a beetle. "There'll be no more sobbin'," Tabby screamed, "when he starts throbbin'." All of their voices flooded back into her, and she saw that image of herself and Tabby on the road before the old Smithfield house. The image was not enigmatic. Patsy felt the stirring of a power within herself, and knew that it was this she had almost come to unreflectively before Bates Krell had appeared to frighten her out of her wits.
Now one of the others would be in the danger from which they had rescued her, and when she twisted her hands together and looked for Richard Albee, she saw that he was only 20 feet from the dragon. "Sweet song!" he yelled, and that pushed her shamelessly over the edge. Patsy opened her mind to all of them. She spread her wings, and they went farther than the fire bats. It was like opening her body. Her essence spilled out to each of them, and for a moment she was so physically responsive that she thought she could see the map of her arteries and veins printed on her skin. Once, half in despair, she had written a list of the men with whom she imagined she might want to make love. But as Patsy's mind accepted Tabby Smithfield and Graham Williams and Richard Albee into itself, as her wings spread over them, they were the only men on the planet. They melted into her. This was unbearably strong and sensual, and the strength was hers. All around Patsy, the baby dragons came tumbling out of the sky. She squashed as many as she could, and saw more of them falling to the ground, as the birds had at the end of May. When she touched her foot to them now, they burst apart, leaking smoke and sparks. She brushed her foot against another crawling, mouse-sized dragon, and it split down the ridge of the spine. A little puddle of fire poured out of the crack, and the creature's wings sizzled into gossamer, then into black lumps. 5. Richard stood 20 feet from the mouth of the cave, and heard Patsy singing in his mind even more strongly than before. Her voice had gone beyond being only a voice. It was the very sound of his own body, the traveling of the blood through his veins, the hammering of his heart. The huge greenish-black head of the dragon dipped toward him almost in confusion. He felt as much as heard its children plopping down onto the rocks. Richard raised his sword, calculating that he might have about a 50-50 chance of getting close enough to its neck to use the sword before the monster recovered. Richard. Then he felt Patsy McLeod slam into him, into his head and into his body, his heart and his ribs and lungs and eyes and hands, with such force that he was almost pushed over. He could taste her. For a vivid moment, her voice swelling in his mind, the tastes in his mind were hers. Richard felt almost as if he were levitating, as if Patsy's presence inside him freed him from gravity. Richard looked up and saw 2 of the little dragons tumbling out of the sky like dying bats. He did not know if he saw with Patsy's eyes or his own. His mind poured helplessly toward hers. That was how it felt, as though their different minds were 2 liquids mingling in the same jug. Instantly they had gone far past intimacy into a realm of utter knowledge and acceptance, some beating pink chamber where they were totally revealed, as if he and Patsy McLeod had been married for 40 years, and each knew what toothpaste the other preferred, how they liked their eggs, their favorite jokes and favorite novels, which movies they cherished and which they loathed, which people they loved and hated. All of this knowledge was somehow sexual, dyed in sexual colors. Patsy's sexuality informed it all. It was as though she had turned herself inside out and impressed her nerves and bloodstream into his system. A squirrel-sized baby dragon fell beside his feet with the noise of a crumpling paper bag. Seconds after it struck, smoke poured out of its leathery skin. Graham Williams and Tabby Smithfield stood at the bottom of the slope down to the cave, exposed to the dragon. Patsy was halfway down the hill, isolated, it seemed, by the active spirit Richard had not yet even begun to understand. He could hear Graham and Tabby singing that crazy song. A thick cocoon of smoke now completely enveloped the little dragon at Richard's feet. Sounds of sizzling and frying came from the solid-looking package of smoke. Patsy was singing, too, but her mouth was closed. The sword in Richard's hand deepened in color, surged forward of itself like a dowsing rod. Now it glowed a deep reddish gold, and the handle warmed him halfway up his arm. Patsy's breathing expanded Richard's lungs. Off to his side, Tabby and Graham were surrounded by flickering, reddish-gold light, the same color as the sword. Another tiny dragon dropped to the boulders and split into 2 burning sections. Richard had time to think, this can't be happening. And the massive old dragon, lingering in the entrance of its cave, moved its head and fixed him with its pupil-less gaze. The long hinged mouth opened. Richard stepped sideways, his foot brushing something slippery and hot, and the dragon followed him with those stony eyes. Total frozen terror immobilized him for a moment. Patsy's breath stirred in his lungs again, and he yelled, "Red, Red Robin, just keep sobbin'." He was no longer sure of the words or of their order, but he saw Patsy in his mind, saw her standing naked in that pink chamber where they were still absolutely joined, and then he saw Laura standing naked behind her, Laura with her full, beautiful belly. Women's laughter fell toward him, from all around him it seemed, from everywhere, from the world itself. Richard bellowed, "Sleepy head!" and lifted his glowing sword. Then his dream, their dream, was happening all around him, and he did not know if he was awake or asleep, and he shouted out, "Sleepy head!" again, and stepped forward. The earth convulsed. Black fluid leaked and spurted from between the boulders, and a fine spattering of pebbles and dirt rattled down the hillsides. Richard walked straight toward the waiting dragon and heard someone yelling, "Sleepy head! Sleepy head!" Foul black liquid gouted onto the flat rocks, but Richard heard the laughter of women and knew that it had no power to harm him, nor even to touch him. He knew what it was, he thought, the black stuff that dripped from Emma Bovary's coffin. He and Laura had left that book unfinished, amid a million unfinished things. A thick wall of flames shot out toward him and enveloped him, but he knew he could walk right through the flames. They, too, had no power to hurt him. What the other three saw was Richard Albee striding toward the dragon and passing through the blowtorch flames as though they did not exist. Richard seemed encased in a silken, steely armor. They saw him raise his sword in the midst of the flames, heard him yell, "Wake up!" when he brought it down. Richard could not hear what he was shouting, and in fact was not conscious that he was shouting anything. The dragon's breath roared furiously, deafeningly about him. Its pointed teeth were the size of fence posts. The smells of death and rot, the stench of the tunnel, blasted toward Richard with the harmless flames. He darted in toward the dragon and brought the sword glancingly down on the long snout. The edge sliced into the dragon's flesh, then skittered off, removing a greenish-black divot. Liquid fire rolled from the little wound, and the dragon inched backward, roaring. When Richard approached again, the dragon lunged and nearly caught him in its jaws. Richard flicked out the sword and nicked its mouth. He threw himself back and twisted sideways as the dragon thrust its head forward again, lunging at him. This time he was able to thrust the sword straight into the bottom of the jaw. A spattering jet of fire jumped from the wound, and the dragon screamed with pain and threw itself forward. The long head darted at Richard again, and instead of trying to dodge out of the way, he raised the sword just as in his dream, and brought it down with all his strength. The sword sank into the end of the snout. A river of fire streamed out into the dragon's mouth. Infuriated, in pain, the dragon screeched and hoisted itself upward. The sword pulsed in Richard's hand, and he moved forward, putting himself beneath the long, powerful curve of the creature's neck. Richard put both hands on the handle of the sword, felt his biceps and shoulder muscles gather themselves, and then brought the sword back up in the strongest backhand of his life. The blade slid through the thick skin and bit into bone. Richard thrust on the haft with all the force he had left and sawed right through the obstruction. Wet flame dripped down over Richard's hands. Then the dragon exploded. Richard staggered backward from the mountain of fire, seeing rags of flame fluttering down over the boulders. The sword fell out of his hands, no longer a sword. He said, "Wake up," and collapsed to his knees. 6. Graham and Tabby slowly came forward across the boulders, their throats raw and their legs trembling. Richard was bent forward over his knees, his head nearly brushing his outstretched shadow on the rock. "Richard," Graham said in a rasping voice. Richard shuddered. He could not or he would not look up at them. "Are you okay?" Tabby asked. "No," Richard answered. "You did it, Richard," Graham said quietly. "You tell me what I did," Richard said to the stone. "I'll do better than that," Graham said. "I'll show you. You won't even have to walk. All you have to do is look up." Richard slowly lifted his head, and what the other two saw on his haggard face was deep disorientation. He looked 15 years older. Long creases divided his cheeks. He was still shaking, and was very pale. "It's daytime again," he said. Graham and Tabby had scarcely noticed the return of the sun. Richard saw the expressions on their faces and said, "I hope I don't look any worse than you two guys." He wiped trembling hands over his face. "What are you going to show me?" "Here comes. Ah, here she comes," Graham said, sounding suddenly nervous and shy. "Patsy." Tabby revolved like a man in a hypnotic trance, and Richard grabbed Graham's arm and pulled himself to his feet. Patsy was just managing the last few feet of the sloping hillside, and came down onto the boulders in a little rattle of pebbles. She was blushing, but as she walked toward them, this little woman had the aura of great achievement about her. It was the air of an almost epic significance, and it fit her as well as her clothes. If any of them had been alone with her then, he would have wept and embraced her, but they were each too conscious of the others to risk such a display. "Oh, Patsy," Tabby said, "how did you—" She shook her head, walking toward them. Patsy's cheeks burned a hectic red. Tabby tried to speak to her in the private way that had been only theirs, but his thoughts failed to travel in the way they had. He sent his message and knew that it meant nothing. That dimension had left them. The ground trembled beneath them, but they scarcely felt it. "I want you to see," Graham began to say, and his voice trembled too. "Hold me," Patsy interrupted, and held out her arms as she rushed toward them. So all three put their own arms around Patsy and around themselves, standing in a circle. None of the men could escape the feeling that now he belonged to Patsy McLeod, that he was a part of her. At last Patsy stepped backward, and their arms broke apart. "You wanted me to see something, darling Graham," Patsy said. Now Graham blushed. He pointed to the rocky slope where the dragon's cave had been. It, like all the little dragons, had disappeared. Lying propped against the hillside was a small skeleton. Its legs, each of them saw, were slightly deformed, twisted. The skull, almost arrogantly large and long, seemed to have been intended for another body. 4 ragged holes, the size of nickels, penetrated the top and back of the massive skull. Beneath their feet, the boulders moved perceptibly to the left, then back again. "They all got him, our ancestors. They killed him jointly, or serially, or however the hell, but they killed him together." Graham stuffed his hands in his pockets and looked at the others with something like his old vehemence. "And we did even better than that. Damn it, I think that monster's gone for good." The boulders shook beneath them once more, and from the far end of Kendall Point they heard a series of loud thuds and crashes, followed by the sound of heavy objects smacking into the sea. Loose stones pattered down around them. Patsy looked up in alarm. Richard took her arm and immediately set off up the hillside which led to the base of the point. He trusted that the other two would follow. Richard got Patsy up on the flat land and walked her nearly to the road. "Stay here," he said, and turned around to go back and help Graham. When he looked out across the point, he saw that a big section of the tip had simply sheared off and tumbled into the water. A huge fissure shot across the land 5 feet from the ragged edge, and more of the point slid down into Long Island Sound. Richard skidded down the slope until he nearly collided with Tabby Smithfield, who was pulling Graham uphill. He took the old man's other arm, and together he and Tabby unceremoniously hauled Graham up over the edge. "Thanks, I guess," Graham said. They joined Patsy against the low wall and watched as Kendall Point tore at itself. The ground rumbled, cracks jumped across the earth, webbed out and widened, joining other fissures and cracks. The boulders on which they had faced the dragon were forced up in an upheaval that pushed another 5 feet of the point into the water. The spruces left standing topped crazily and sprawled across each other. Seconds later they had disappeared, taken by another shuddering displacement. The skeleton of Gideon Winter heaved into their view momentarily, its arms and legs sawing as if it were alive, and rolled off the edge into the water. A falling cliff face immediately buried it. Then a widening crack in the land angled toward them, and they hurried back over the wall and onto the blunt end of the road. "Oh, my God," Tabby said, pointing to the long white bar that stood near to the beginning of the point. The destruction was widening out, claiming more land. An enormous fissure sped toward the building as if it consciously wanted to devour it. The enclosed court outside the long window at the rear of the building noisily sank out of sight, the thick concrete walls and floor snapping like dry bread. The entire building skated several feet forward, more noises of snapping and shattering, of pipes breaking and plaster walls collapsing. They heard screams, and a door flew open, releasing 3 young women and 4 or 5 middle-aged men. 2 of the men carried beer bottles. The frightened little crowd ran into the middle of the road and watched the bar waltz forward again, shake its hips, and tip into the crack. The side of the building unhinged itself and dropped away in one tall, flat section, exposing a tile floor, a curving wooden bar. In an upstairs room, a yellow paper globe around a hanging light swung wildly to and fro, as if a child had hit it with a bat. Then the building seemed to groan. 1,000 wooden boards pulled free from their nails, and the whole structure fell in on itself and rattled down into the fissure. The people who had escaped it dazedly turned toward the 4 friends. One of the women and 2 of the men tentatively stepped forward. This was the first time that Patsy, Richard, Tabby, and Graham saw that expression of doggy wonder with which they later became familiar. It made them uncomfortable. "Jesus shit," one of the other men said, and they all turned away. Graham had been sure that the 3 people, now turning to watch a row of houses skid into the Sound, had been going to stroke them. The rotting houses in the precinct of the devastated bar were shuddering forward like mechanical toys. Bits of them snapped away as they traveled. Sections of walls damply crumbled. The widening gap that had swallowed the bar pushed them inexorably across a section of sand too despairing to have ever been a beach, and rolled them into the water. Then the strip of sand fell leadenly into the hole. From the other side of the point, the direction of Greenbank and Mount Avenue, came another series of the agonized sounds of a large building meeting an untidy death. Stone and wood and glass screamed out as they separated and fell. Joints and ligaments intended to last another 100 years pulled apart. Tissues meant to be whole ripped in half. Falling lumber, falling bricks, falling iron and lead and porcelain. After that, the destruction ended. Perfect, stunned silence echoed all about them and floated upward, displaced by the scrabble of a lizard through the sand, the thumping descent into a deep gorge of a last unsteady rock. The group from the tavern was frankly staring at Richard and the others. The little band of men was taking in Patsy with what looked like undisguised awe. They, too, sensed that aura about her. "Let's go home," Graham said. Tabby asked if he thought Greenbank, too, had been destroyed. "We'll find out soon enough, but let's stick together when we pass these people." The 3 of them gathered around Patsy and went slowly up the road. They did not look at the people from the bar, who backed up to let them pass. Nobody moved or spoke, but Richard and the others felt the people from the bar pushing confused emotion at them. When Bobo Farnsworth came panting out of the rocky woods to their left, having evidently taken a shortcut from Mount Avenue, our friends stopped moving. The people behind them had already begun to drift away. 7. Bobo stopped about 6 feet short of the road. The blue uniform was streaked with mud, and one of his trouser legs clung wetly to his skin. He seemed afflicted with a sudden and uncharacteristic shyness, as if he were no longer sure he could approach these 4 people. Bobo looked at Patsy, then at Richard Albee, then back to Patsy. "Ah," he said, "I wanted to see you." His face tightened around some private misery, and he moved uncertainly to the side, took an equally uncertain step forward. Then he permitted himself to look at Patsy McLeod again, and almost apologetically walked the rest of the way to the road. "What happened, Bobo?" Richard asked. Now, it is a fact, though perhaps not an admirable one, that all 4 of the people in front of tongue-tied Bobo wished that he would explain himself and then take off. Each of them genuinely liked the tall policeman, and at most other times would have welcomed his company. Of course they were exhausted, how profoundly they still could not appreciate, and they could no more detach themselves from everything they had just undergone than they could have picked up Bobo Farnsworth and thrown him over the cliff that had been Kendall Point. But the real reason Bobo was such an intrusion is that they were as clannish as lovers. They needed one another unreservedly, and also needed the time to work out what that meant, what its dimensions were.
All they really wanted was to get in a room together and close the door. So sweet Bobo was a distraction, and Richard's question an act of unalloyed charity. "My car ran out of gas," he said, not very helpfully. "You can't get gas anywhere in town. My needle was so far down it was almost out of sight. But I thought I could get up this far anyway. I had to run half of Mount Avenue and then all the way through Hillhaven to get here." He peeked at Patsy again, still breathing hard. That private trouble tugged at his mouth and eyes. "Don't ask me how, but I knew you'd all be up here. I just sort of had to be with you. Things aren't... He put his hands over his face, hiding himself like a child. "I think Ronnie's dying. She might even be dead. Last night I know she almost died." The words were muffled, and he lowered his hands. "She ordered me out this morning. She didn't want me there." Bobo inspected the gravel on the side of the road, struggling with both his misery and the sensations of expressing it. "I'm afraid to go back to her house. I couldn't stand it if I went in there and she was dead." "I think you'll find that she's getting better," Graham told him. "In fact, I'm sure of it. And I bet she'll be delighted to see you." This turned out to be only 50% true. "You're sure of it?" Bobo said. "I just said so." The policeman nodded. Very seriously he said, "Thank you. Thank you for everything, I guess I mean." None of them replied to that, and Bobo shuffled back and forth for a moment. "Well, I guess we're all walking back together." "If you like," Richard said, charitable again, though a fraction less so. They moved in silence up toward the Hillhaven end of Mount Avenue. Bobo wanted to walk faster than the others and kept twitching ahead, then turning around to watch them catch up. "You can run on ahead of us, Bobo," Graham said. "We understand that you're anxious to get back to Ronnie." "I'd rather go with you," Bobo said flatly. By the time they had passed the Hillhaven beach, Richard was almost holding Tabby up. Graham and Patsy had their arms around each other and plodded toward Beach Trail with mechanical determination. None of them had responded to Bobo's distracted attempts at conversation, and they were doing their best to ignore his frequent and darting stares. "We're getting there, Patsy," Graham said. Bobo chimed in with, "Sure are." Eventually they came to his patrol car, tucked under the trees by the side of the road. "This son of a bitch," Bobo said, hitting the roof with the side of his hand. They went another silent, painful 20 yards, and Bobo said, "Oh, my God, will you look at that!" Monty Smithfield's old house had thrown itself down the hill behind it and left an odd, busy gap in the landscape. Water jetted from broken pipes. Stone pillars stuck up out of the foundation. Dust thick as smoke still hung in the air. "Oh, my God!" Bobo repeated. "That terrific house, it must be down in the water, right? Those quakes, or whatever they were, shook it right off the hill. I didn't think a place that solid would ever—" He stepped over the myrtle to get to the fence. "I hope no more of these places went over like that." "This would be the only one," Graham said. "I really have to see what happened down there," Bobo said. "Maybe someone needs help." He twisted indecisively against the fence, not wanting to leave them. "You'll all get home all right, won't you?" "More than likely," Graham said, and the four of them backed away to walk the last short distance to Beach Trail. "Why would only this house go down like that?" Bobo asked. "Goodbye, Bobo," Graham said. "You're a good fellow. Everything'll turn out all right." I saw you on Kendall Point," Bobo blurted out, and it was obvious that he had been worrying at this revelation since he had first come upon them. Even Patsy and Tabby looked at him now. "I was up high enough to see almost all the way down into that, gully." Bobo appeared almost ashamed, as if they might accuse him of spying. "What was that thing down there, anyhow? You were fighting it, right? What was it?" "What did you see?" Richard asked. Tabby and Graham and Patsy had instinctively stepped closer to him. "Some kind of animal, I guess," Bobo said. "Pretty big. I hate to even say this, but like it had a kind of human face." "I wish I could tell you," Richard said. "Honest, Bobo, I wish I could." "Yeah," Bobo said. "I wish you could, too." He paused. "I guess I better take a look at what's left of this house."
Still, he hovered before the iron fence. "You take good care of that lady, now." "See you later," Graham said, and pulled himself and Patsy around. The four of them did not hear Bobo move away from the fence until they had turned the corner into Beach Trail. Graham pushed his door open and let the others in. Patsy got just past the door, then leaned against the wall. Her head drooped. "Sorry," she said. "I don't have any energy left. None at all." Richard and Tabby jostled together in the narrow, book-filled hallway, wanting to help, but it was Graham who put his shoulder under her arm and helped her into the living room. "I just have to lie down for a little bit," Patsy said. Graham took her to the couch and eased her down on her side. Patsy's eyes were already closing. He moved her legs up on the couch and fetched a plaid blanket from beside his desk. This he shook out and placed over her. Even in sleep, Patsy's face was drawn and taut, almost angular, pulled so tightly over the bones. "You can sit down, Tabby," Graham said. "She isn't going anywhere for a couple of hours." "Me too," Tabby said, walking away from the couch in the direction of Graham's desk chair. He paused before he reached it, looked back at Patsy, and returned to the head of the couch. Richard, too, had been unable to go very far from Patsy, and stood facing her from the other side of the coffee table. "You guys are like the lions at the library," Graham said. "Do me a favor and sit down. Nobody's going anywhere for quite a while. I agree with Tabby." "Good," Richard said, and moved only as far as the worn leather chair. Tabby sat down beside the couch. He was close enough to reach up and stroke her hair. "I suppose that'll do," Graham said. "I'm going to have a drink. At some point I'm going to bed. I feel like I've been up for 3 days. But I trust you will both stay here until we work out other plans." Richard said, "I don't want any other plans." "Okay," Graham said, actually smiling. "There's a lot of room here. There are rooms upstairs I haven't seen in 15 years. Okay, I'm glad." "Am I staying here, too?" Tabby asked, suddenly looking stricken. "If you try to go anywhere else, I'll chain you to my desk," Graham said. "Good, that's settled. Anybody else want a drink? I still have some of that gin Patsy liked so much." All three of them looked at her, softly breathing beneath the plaid blanket. "Sure," Richard said. "I want some too, please," Tabby said. "If, you know." "Today you get anything you want," Graham said. He moved slowly into the kitchen and began cracking ice into glasses. Tabby remembered Berkeley Woodhouse chopping the ice tray against the sink at Four Hearths, and pulled up his knees and wrapped his arms around them. "Richard?" "Yes." "It's all right to stay here for a while?" "Yes." "All together?" "All together." "I don't really want to be anywhere else." "I know. We all feel that way, Tabby." "Do you think that cop Bobo really saw an animal with a human face?" Richard slumped back into the chair. "We're probably going to be talking about Kendall Point for the rest of our lives. Right now is too soon, Tabby. I don't even know what I think." Graham came toward them with 3 glasses, half filled with ice and clear liquid. "That's right, Tabby. It's too early. I put some water in yours, by the way." He gave each of them a glass, then removed the one clamped against his chest and put it on the coffee table. "I'll be right back. There's something I have to do while I still have the courage." Tabby sipped at his drink and made a face. "You guys think this is good?" "We think it's among the better poisons." Graham's slow, heavy steps went up the stairs. "What's he going to do?" "Let's ask him when he gets back." "I don't think I can ever leave Patsy," the boy said. "Yeah," Richard said. "I don't even think I can ever leave this chair." Graham thumped back down the stairs and reappeared, carrying a stack of paper 8 inches high. He wordlessly went past them and made his way into the kitchen. A few seconds later, Richard and Tabby heard something weighty hit the bottom of a plastic garbage can. Graham came back into the living room, a peculiarly light-hearted expression on his face. He limped to the coffee table, picked up his drink, and swallowed a third of it, then limped over to his desk chair.
"Blisters," he said. He smiled at his glass, then at sleeping Patsy. "I just set myself free. I spent so much time on that book, I couldn't admit that it died about a year ago. All I was doing was spinning my wheels. I don't even want to look at it anymore."
"You threw your book out?" Tabby asked in amazement.
"I wrote 13 novels," Graham said calmly. "I'll get to number 14 before I check out."
He took another big mouthful of the gin and swished it around before he swallowed.
"I think I won't do anything but help you to take care of Patsy for a while."
Then they said nothing for a long time. The silence stretched and stretched, filling up with their thoughts. They all three watched her inhale, exhale beneath the blanket. Tabby dipped his head into his knees. His mouth had begun to tremble, and his eyes suddenly stung.
"That's okay," Graham said. "Go ahead."
Tabby lifted his face and had to look at her again. He began, and then could not continue. He could not say it. "I know," Richard said. "She married us." Impulsively, Tabby got to his knees and kissed Patsy McLeod's cheek. "Yes," Richard said, and set his glass on the floor and went around the low table and put his lips against her forehead. Then Graham limped across the room and kissed Patsy somewhere in the vicinity of her left eyebrow. It felt like a ritual. It felt like the sealing of a contract or the acknowledgment of a sacrament, and should have signified some important and immediate transformation. But they stood motionless above her, and Patsy slept on. Graham grunted and returned to his typing chair. Tabby sat back down on the floor. Richard leaned into the ancient leather chair. They did not speak. Graham finished his drink, revolved the cracked old glass in his hand, and was visited by a flawless joy. His chest hurt, his feet burned. 5 minutes ago he had junked as many years of work, and even now was thinking if some of those pages might not be rescued from the garbage. He was at the near edge of a hallucinatory fatigue, but for an unmeasurable time he was thoughtlessly, blessedly happy. Each one of the 3 people in his living room glowed with a unique and necessary essence, glowed like the sword in Richard's hand out on Kendall Point. Had that scene actually played itself out in that place and in that way? It did not matter, not for these few seconds. He was happier than at any other time in his life. He had gone beyond happiness, he thought, and imagined that he sensed realms beyond realms, the sun-drenched worlds where gods played. His eyes started open, and he rescued himself from dropping his glass. Richard and Tabby both slept as innocently as Patsy McLeod. Graham pushed himself out of his chair, took his glass into the kitchen, and retrieved the most plausible chapters from the tall plastic garbage can. Then he went upstairs, leaving his living room filled with the breathing, the soft intakings and subtle relaxations of his sleeping friends. After the moon. After the moon had risen and set a score of times, Hampstead had gone a long way toward emerging from its fevers and comas. The visions which had peeped out of closets, tapped at doors, and finally run freely through the streets, faded back into the mind's most tightly buttoned pockets. Hampstead began to add up its losses and mourn its dead. It was ready to rejoin the world, and the world, for better or worse, was not only willing to accept Hampstead back, it rushed to embrace the town with its dazzling, intrusive attentions. Hampstead, like all the affected towns, was pale and thin, but now it could walk, and its voice was sane again. It was not a threat, but a gallant victim. The roadblocks came down, and the reporters and feature writers and television cameras flocked in. Eventually, most people in Hampstead had either spoken to a reporter themselves or been standing next to someone who did, and the 4 people in Graham Williams' house were no exceptions. During this period when life seemed more to be imitating normality than actually to have attained it, Patsy and Richard and the old man and the boy often considered that what was happening to them was as strange as anything that had occurred earlier. At first there was the matter of what Richard called their stardom. For a period slightly longer than a week, they could not leave Graham's house without picking up a little following. Most often the following was quiet and passive. If Richard stood on the corner of Main Street and waited for the light to change, the 2 or 3 other people waiting with him would begin to turn toward him. Depending on their temperaments, they would stare forthrightly or discreetly. They wanted to talk, but did not. They were not quite sure that they knew what to say. At least some of them would shyly dog him down Main Street, pretending to window shop. Once, while Patsy shopped in the still-depleted Greenblatt's, an elderly woman with heavy gold bracelets tremblingly stroked her arm on the pretext of admiring her blouse. Another younger woman hugged Tabby Smithfield in the municipal parking lot behind Anhalt's. Richard said, "I think I'm beginning to understand Frank Sinatra." But what he thought was that these people had a chip of the same talent Patsy and Tabby had, enough of it to put a kind of spotlight on the 4 of them. Even the press seemed to circle in toward these 4 whenever they could. They did not like going out. All they really wanted was each other's company. But when they were forced to leave the house, someone with a notepad and a pen, or someone with a microphone, was likely to appear, asking questions. The difficulty was in giving answers that would not brand them as hopelessly insane. They could not allude to themselves and Gideon Winter, the only subject that occupied them in these days, and so tried to give responses as flat and banal as possible. Everybody else was excited about the lawsuits and the court cases against the Telpro Corporation and the investigations into the Defense Department, but as yet Richard Albee and the others had not moved so far out of themselves. "Oh, I think this town is getting back on its feet," Richard told CBS. "It's funny, but most of us have trouble even remembering what went on here this summer." "I'm afraid that I've just been concentrating on my own affairs, which I kind of neglected over the summer," Patsy told Newsweek. "I have no plans to sue anybody." "We're a pretty spunky bunch," Graham said to NBC. "No bleep gas can slow us down for long."
"Did we have a summer this year?" Tabby asked Eyewitness News.
After a week, they noticed that the stares and questions had become fewer. After 2 weeks, they were again anonymous citizens, and for that they were grateful. The Conrail trains again stopped at the stations in Hillhaven and Greenbank and Hampstead. Greenblatt's and the other grocery stores gradually filled up with fresh produce and cuts of meat, as the warehousers and dispatchers were informed that Hampstead no longer meant danger to their trucks. By the 3rd week in September, all of the windows along Main Street had been replaced. A week after that, while Graham and Richard worked outside repairing the broken window frame and fractured boards beneath it, Graham saw a sparrow dart out of the trees at the end of his lot. A few days after that, birds of every kind seemed to have returned to Hampstead: gulls, cardinals, robins, finches, thrushes, and big thuggish crows. All sorts of wandering birds came back. One morning Graham and Patsy met Evelyn Hugart as they were taking a walk down to the beach. She was getting out of her car, and when Graham said, "Hello, Evie, it's nice to see you again," she looked at her watch, glanced at him, and said, "Is it?" and walked up the path to her door. "Now I know things are getting back to normal," Graham said. Charlie Antolini hired a painter and took out of his house all the furniture he had daubed pink and piled it next to the curb. The television set, 2 couches, a rack of chairs, a big dining-room table, all sizzled with Charlie's happy pink paint. Seeing that pathetic but somehow hopeful-looking furniture brought back to Graham the precise sensations of the summer. He remembered the smell of Norm Hugart's mouthwash when he rolled his body over. He tasted the saltiness of sleeping Patsy's temple when he had kissed her. 20 minutes later, a Goodwill truck drove the furniture away. Sometimes, for long after, the sight of a misprint in the Hampstead Gazette could give Graham that sense of total recall of what it felt like to live through a time when all the rules and conventions were suspended. But in fact there were no more misprints now than ever before. The only difference between the Gazette in September and the same paper the preceding April or May was that it had no social and gossip column. Sarah Spry had not been a great writer, but she had proved to be an irreplaceable one. Those who had been among the saddest victims of the summer, Dr. Cheney's patients, had all died by mid-October. By then they bore no resemblance any longer to human beings,
and when one by one they ceased to register life signs, even Cheney was relieved. He had a book to write. 5 weeks after the night Graham Williams went up to bed and left his friends asleep in his living room, Richard and Tabby moved across the street to Richard's house. Part of the reason for this split, which they regretted only slightly less than they understood its necessity, was that Graham's house was not suitable for 3 or 4 adult inhabitants. The unused rooms upstairs baked in warm weather, froze in cold. Patsy spent every night on the couch, and Tabby eventually made a bed in a cramped little room next to the kitchen. If Graham had been willing to move out of his house, they would very likely have all gone across the street and stayed together for another few weeks of increasing discomfort. Graham missed his solitude. Richard Albee wanted either to attend to his house or to sell it. That obsessive need to be together always had diminished. Reality, the world of other people, called them to itself, and they had started to respond to the call. Tabby was back in school, and Richard wanted to make sure he had a quiet place to study. He also wanted to get back to work regularly and stop leaning on John Rame. Maybe Graham was sometimes dictatorial. Maybe Richard sometimes felt impatient. Fathers, sons. The old man had never expected Richard to sell his house, and felt no disappointment when Richard told him he had decided after all to keep it. "Are you going to adopt Tabby?" Graham asked. "I'd like to do that," Richard said, for the first time acknowledging it consciously. "That's right," Graham said. He had no reason to ask the younger man about Patsy. They all loved her, but in a way that mysteriously but firmly forbade the physical expression of love. Graham did not understand why, but what Patsy had done for them on Kendall Point had sealed that door forever. Like an eccentric parody of a suburban social life, the two households often ate dinner together, went on walks, laughed together over drinks, even went to movies. Richard found that there were no impediments to his adopting Tabby, and began the legal procedures in late October. Graham and Patsy messed along together comfortably for a time, as if they were father and daughter. But eventually Graham recognized that their roles had reversed. Instead of his caring for her, Patsy now seemed to be protecting him, coddling him, almost nursing him. For Graham this was deeply disconcerting. He did not want to feel as old as that. Like Richard, he wanted to get back to his work. And eventually, Patsy came to decisions of her own. Richard Albee helped Graham get started. They were having a drink together in Graham's living room just before Christmas. A foot-high plastic tree on a bookshelf was the room's only acknowledgment of the season. Graham lived alone now, and felt a small secret relief that the woman he loved most in all the world no longer tried to make him eat breakfast every morning. Richard also was alone. Tabby had persuaded him to let him go to Aspen with the family of a school friend. The two men were having their own defiant little Christmas. Richard was roasting a duck, and had brought over 2 bottles of a good Margaux to drink with it. "Hey, I'm an ex-alcoholic," Graham protested. "I can't have a whole bottle of this stuff." He had dolled himself up for this dinner. In his attic he had unearthed a green velvet smoking jacket with black satin lapels, and this wonderful garment covered a neatly pressed blue woolen shirt and framed a knit tie with wide, irregular horizontal stripes. On his feet were heavy black shoes from which he had not bothered to wipe the dust. "And stop drinking that gin," Richard said. "Oh, I lay off this stuff most of the time. Save it for special occasions, you know." For a moment Patsy McLeod was almost in the room with them, so clearly had the allusion evoked her. Graham broke the silence. "Hear anything from Tabby lately?" "He calls every other day. I talked to him just before I came over here. He's having a great time. I miss him, but I'm glad I let him go out there." They each knew that the other was still thinking about Patsy. "Graham," Richard said, "I still don't know what really happened." "No," the old man said. "I thought I would somehow understand it better as time went on. I thought I'd come around to thinking that the Telpro business was more important than we thought at the time." "That Telpro installation was just out there in the world," Graham said. "I think Gideon Winter could grab it and use it because of the name, DRG. Or the other position is that the name was a coincidence, and the accident was a real accident, and Winter simply capitalized on it. There's one other possibility, but I don't like that one." "That we are partly responsible for the so-called accident, too," Richard said.
"That we helped send that poison bobbing through Patchen County."
Graham made an expression of distaste.
"I think it was what that research guy Wise said it was, a wild card. I think once he realized what had happened, the dragon couldn't believe his luck. Everything was helping him get stronger. He really could have caused another Black Summer. Hell, I guess he did."
He cocked his head and regarded Richard almost cheerfully.
"At least we know what caused the fire at Royal Cotton."
"You think it was a dragon? You really do?"
"You killed it, didn't you?"
"I think Patsy killed it," Richard said. "Whatever the hell it was." He was silent for a moment.
"You ought to write the whole thing down, Graham. Put it all down, just the way it looked to us. Then at least we'd all have that much straight."
"I'd be too tempted to invent things," Graham said.
"I'd make up dialogue. I'd speculate about what happened to certain people. Pretty soon I'd be writing a novel."
"That's okay, too," Richard said. "That sort of fits."
Graham nodded. "But it's still impossible. As much as we've talked, I still don't know enough about what you and Patsy were doing in May and June. I'd have to make it up, and you'd be likely to get ticked off at what I wrote about you."
"I'll let you use my diaries," Richard said.
"I'll think about it."
"Patsy keeps a diary, too." He was grinning.
"I know. I'll think about it." The next morning, Graham called Richard and asked him if he would mind bringing his diaries across the street.
2 years later, just before Graham Williams finished writing the excellent book called Floating Dragon, Richard Albee took a new wife, a new baby, and Tabby Smithfield to France for a short vacation. He had completed 2 large restoration jobs in New England, and would soon begin another in Virginia. He had been invited by a French architectural association to speak at their general meeting, and Richard delightedly took the opportunity of bringing his new family to Paris. His wife, who was 10 years younger than he and worked for the Museum of Modern Art, spoke nearly perfect French. They would return 2 days before Tabby had to register for his freshman year at the University of Connecticut, and the baby was 3 months old, untroubled by schedules, and eminently portable. Richard took them all to museums and parks and restaurants. He gave his lecture in a French which his wife had drilled into him. Tabby and his wife beside him, he pushed the gurgling baby down random streets and was implausibly content. If some malevolent power had given him the summer of 1980, other forces had given him this. Then, 2 days before they were to return, an unaccompanied Richard pushed the baby's stroller through the ornate entrance of the Intercontinental Hotel and turned, for no particular reason, toward the Place Vendôme. His wife had taken Tabby off shopping for an hour, and Richard wanted to give his infant son some fresh air. Also, he could feel his time in Paris coming to a close, and did not want to waste the small amount left. He idled through the Vendôme, inspecting shop windows, and then just as aimlessly began working his way in the general direction of the Opéra. After 5 or 6 blocks, he began to think about how pleasant it would be to have a beer, and looked around for an outdoor cafe. Richard turned down a street he did not know, and saw a small group of tables on the next corner. He pushed the baby to the cafe, seated himself at an outside table, and sat down. The baby made motorboat noises with his mouth, and pumped his hands happily up and down. The waiter came, and Richard placed his order with an accent his wife would have described as Serbo-French. Richard looked over the 9 or 10 other patrons of the cafe, hoping that no baby-adoring woman would come up to coo at his son and trap him into exposing more Serbo-French. "Oui, madame, il est très beau." He could not go much beyond that. Then he saw the thick, gray-haired man seated facing him on the opposite side of the cafe, and he thought his mind had gone. The summer of 1980 sped back toward him with its full freight of madness. He knew that face, and for a moment it held him paralyzed. The dragon had shown that face to him in an endless tunnel, and had tried to murder him with it. Cold seconds later, he realized that the man who owned the face was not likely to do any such thing. The man was what he looked like, not a lethal toy of Gideon Winters. Richard saw the qualities he had seen in the tunnel.
the air this elderly man had of being a merchant seaman or a bohemian poet, but saw also his utter ordinariness. He was a man who enjoyed looking like the middle-class conception of a poet. His father would be a good talker, a good drinker, at most times a good worker. His essential irresponsibility would only emerge under stress. He would always have many friends. Richard even saw his own resemblance to the man. In another 25 years, he would not look so very different. Richard plucked his son out of the stroller and walked through the maze to the other side of the cafe. He held the tiny boy in his arms and said, his heart beating, "Michael Albee? Meet Michael Albee." A stranger lifted a puzzled face to Richard. This was not his father. He no longer even resembled the figure of the tunnel. The man was a bourgeois Parisian. He looked startled and offended in equal measure. Richard and the baby retreated. The baby began to squall. Mystery upon mystery. Richard hastily pushed little Michael in what he thought was the direction of the Intercontinental, and almost immediately was lost. For almost the only time in his life, his sense of direction had failed. He gave up and hailed a cab when the baby, who was still nursing, started screeching for milk in an unearthly and domineering tone. He did not tell his capable, attractive, and aggressive second wife about his ludicrous encounter with his father. She had long ago assumed that both his parents were dead. Richard did not feel truly comfortable again until he and his family were on the big Air France jet to JFK Airport. Mystery upon mystery. Patsy McLeod had vanished from their lives, though none of them had quite accepted the reality of this. During her weeks with Graham, Patsy had taken to going out alone at night. Graham Williams customarily went to sleep before 10 o'clock, and he could not object to her unexplained departures if he was aware of them only because the sound of the garage door banging down woke him up at 3 in the morning. Whenever this happened, Patsy greeted him 6 hours later with fresh coffee and orders about breakfast. She was firm and chipper. She appeared rested. She wanted him really to think about eggs, quantities of eggs. At last she confided to Graham that she had met a man she liked. The man was a lawyer in Chappaqua, New York, a widower. He had first met Patsy years ago at the Club Med in Martinique, where she had spent 10 days with Les and 4 other couples from the company. The man had seen her picture in Newsweek, learned her telephone number through information. He had reached her during one of the rare hours she spent at the Charleston Road house. His name was Arthur Powers. He had remembered her, and what Patsy especially liked was that Arthur Powers did not quiz her about the events of the previous summer. Patsy sold her house through Ronnie Wrigley. Hampstead was still a big, convenient bedroom for New York, and some chemical ugliness 4 months before could not keep people away for long, especially when real estate values had dipped so far. Les had carried mortgage insurance and a big life policy. If she lost money on the sale of her house, she still was left with almost as much money as Clark Smithfield had ruinously inherited. Patsy spent the Christmas of 1980 in Chappaqua with Arthur Powers. By that time, she was gone altogether. After 5 weeks with Graham, she had driven to Manhattan to stay with a girlfriend, she had told him, without being any more specific. "I love you so much," she said on the telephone. "I love you because I have to love you." And the words made him ache to have her back, pressuring him about breakfast. 12 days later, he got a postcard from some island. The postmark obliterated the legend on the card, and no matter how long he peered at those wavy black lines, they hid whatever was beneath them. The message read, "A.P. quite a find after all. I miss you all so much. Sand white, sun hot, delicious. Have a Bombay martini and think of me. Much love, P." The picture on the card showed a setting sun, palm trees, languid blue water. The brutal cancellation barely permitted him to identify a British stamp. British? Bermuda? Or did what he could see of the stamp merely look British? Patsy telephoned him from New York, from Chappaqua. She was always rushed, always tender. She and Arthur Powers were thinking of buying a house together. "His place is too much like yours, Graham. I'm spoiled. I want insulation." She sent a printed card with an address. The Birches, 28 Woodland Glen, Chappaqua, New York. Married again, but still Patsy McLeod, love you all, always and forever, read the handwritten note folded around the card. She was gone, utterly gone. Richard met the woman he would marry at a party in New York and asked her if she had ever seen Hampstead. London? Sure. Connecticut. Do people still live in Connecticut? They survived this exchange. Tabby fell in love with a girl in his class, had no luck, then fell in love again. Graham labored over his puzzling book. Richard spent more and more time with the woman he had met, and finally brought her home to meet Tabby. Patsy was gone. She was married to a lawyer named Arthur Powers, and she lived in Chappaqua. Or she was not and did not. One night Graham tried to get her telephone number from Westchester County Information and was told that neither an Arthur Powers nor a Patricia McLeod was listed in Chappaqua. Richard sent a letter to 28 Woodland Glen telling her that he planned to marry again, but the letter came back stamped, "Address unknown." Each of them dreamed of her. Richard dreamed of Patsy McLeod standing on a sloping hill the night before he married again. She was smiling at him, and he understood at last that she wished him well. His telephone rang at 4 a.m. the night his son was born. He had just arrived home from the hospital. "Did something nice happen to you tonight?" Patsy's dear voice asked him. "Oh, Patsy," he said, "something wonderful happened. I just had a baby. How on earth did you know?" "We Taylor women have our secrets," she said. "I'm happy now. Are you?" "Now I'm about to bust, I'm so happy." "Good," she said. "If you feel that way, I do too." "I sent you a letter," he managed to say, but Patsy was talking again, and his words obscured hers. "I got it? I moved again?" It could have been either. "Sorry," they both said. "I have to go now," Patsy's clear voice told Richard. "I'm glad you're a father at last." "Patsy, what's your telephone number? We've tried to reach you." "We're changing it. I'll send you the new number as soon as I get it." "Please do. I want to see you again, and Graham is pining for you, and Tabby wants to tell you all about his girlfriend." She laughed. "Well, you've done a great thing." "We did a great thing once," he said, but the telephone was already dead. "And he laid hold on the dragon, that old serpent, which is the devil, and bound him 1,000 years. Revelation 20:2. End of Floating Dragon by Peter Straub. Narrated by Bob Askey in the studios of Talking Books Publishing Company for the Library of Congress, May 1983. For special distribution as authorized by Act of Congress under Public Law 89-522 with the permission of the copyright holder and the publisher, G. P. Putnam's Sons, 200 Madison Avenue, New York, New York, 10016.
End of book.